I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of excited for this. I'm actually kind of excited for this. Alright, where's this shit at? It's gonna be on Spag's channel. Your heart stuck Emperor? You fucking blow. Oh wait, no, I thought that was tyrannical. I don't know what you. I don't actually know what your level is. Although hard stuck Tekken Emperor in this game or this patch or this season, hard stuck Tekken Emperor this season is basically like hard stuck Fujin rank. All right, let me pull up YouTube. Pull up YouTube. Let me see if I could change it. I want to see if I still have this one picture. I want to see if I have that one picture. I want to make the thumbnail on YouTube the picture that I have of Aris as Joe Budden. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Oh. Bro, where is this shit? Bro, I need to look at my YouTube to know like what the timeline is. Where's like the greatest Tekken rant ever? Yeah. There it is. Alright, my bad. Give me a second. I have Spag's shit pulled up. So as soon as it goes live, I'm getting the bat signal. Also, my anti-Victor video is good timing. Cause they were cooking the fuck out of Light Scrap. That guy was getting smoked on Twitter. That guy was getting like I actually felt bad how many people were cooking him. Like literally the entirety of the fucking planet was like looking at his gameplay and being like, yeah, this is the most carried shit ever. And I'm not gonna lie to you, that's what I fucking thought. It's not even the most carried shit ever, because I'm not gonna say he's a dog shit player, but it's like the most Tekken 8 shit ever. Like when I literally eating the shit he was doing with Victor actually felt like probably the most like grueling fucking Tekken 8 experience I've ever had in my life. Like I couldn't even get mad. Like I was literally just like if you saw me play him on season 3 the first day, like I actually was just laughing. Like I actually couldn't even get angry because it was so ridiculous what I was eating. Although I did get angry when he said something in the chat. I think that's why people got on his ass too. Is because like in the Twitter post, like he said like, oh, that I made like good reads and this was a sick play because I made good reads. I think that's why. This is normal human ass being. Well, it's because it's a special occasion. The special occasion. Alright, let me look for this shit. My bad. My bad. Oh, he's live. He's live. 7 minutes. Seven minutes. Damn, that shit is bright as fuck. You can see like my pores with it that bright. Alright, give me a second. YouTube, give me a second. Give me a second. I'm trying to like look when the fuck. So that was there. Oh, there we go. I'm just gonna do this. Let me do this. This is what I'll do. Because I'm not gonna lie, this picture is funny as fuck. Who the fuck is that? Oh, there, that's his Discord. Like, I'm not in a fucking call. My bad, I'm still looking. My shit is like really unorganized, my pictures folder, my bad. It's like really unorganized. Like, I have like normal shit, and then I have hentai, and it's like really unorganized, so my bad. I have to like scroll through a lot of like stuff I don't need to look at. Alright, there it is. I don't give a toss, blood. Joe was the one behind the joke. Didn't know Joe was getting baited too? What joke? Are you talking about the A.O. Richie quitting Leo? You know, I actually believed him, right? I actually like fell for it. That's how much of a doomer A.O. Richie's been, is I actually believe that. Like, I actually believe that shit. It's because this guy's been complaining about, oh my god, Victor or Leo. I played Leo to have fun, blah blah blah. I played Leo to have fun, and this version of Leo is so fucking is so easy to play. Everyone's gonna play him. I don't want to play Leo. I'm not gonna have fun. Like, literally, what he was saying sounded like what he actually would say, which he basically did say, outside of just actually not playing Leo. So that's why I believed it. Because A.O. Richie's like has been complaining about Leo, but he's not been complaining in like a pussy way though. He's like complaining in a way where, like, I understand, but he still is kind of a pussy for complaining. Like, you have the most broken version of your character since season 2 in the beginning. Now's your time. Now's your time to rob Arslan Ash. You were talking about never beating a Pakistani or Korean in Tekken 8. Well, now's your time. Now's your time. And think about how many new fucking think about how many new Leo players are gonna come out of the woodworks now and try to get your coaching and watch your stream. It's actually like the easiest lick of all time to play fucking Leo right now. It's the easiest fucking lick. Nobody plays the character. You have Arslan Ash wanting to play him. If you actually quit playing Leo and played Kazuya, you actually might be the dumbest person I've ever met in my life. You actually might be dumber than Dracula 24. Yeah, good one. I'm not getting... You think you can rage bait me with, like, dumb shit? You're retarded. I'm not even... I saw the yellow motion on the username, and I immediately knew not to believe it. I would never fall for that guy's shit ever again. That guy is like Moonsault Slayer if he knew how to use Photoshop, and he was more disingenuous. Or he was like a liar or something. Actually, no, that guy's like Moonsault Slayer if he was a scumbag. That's what that guy is. Oh my god, I have this new leak. Oh my god, I have this new leak that I'm gonna copyright for. That if anybody posts it, I'm gonna copyright strike you, and I'm gonna put my watermark on it. That's like the only guy I've ever seen like take somebody else, like take a Namco image, and then put his own copyright on it. Like put his own watermark on it. Like he works for fucking Namco. Who is that guy? Who is that guy? Aren't you a Kobe fan? Kobe would be a Kazuya main? That's not true. Kobe would want to win. And if Kobe knew he had my execution, and that it would take 6 years to learn a Mishima, then Kobe would pick Claudio too. You know, if Light Scrap goes to tourneys, he does. He lives in Canada too. Isn't it the 1st of April for me? Yeah. Am I still planning to play Victor? No. And I know, like, I'm really behind in the chat. Fuck you, Joe. Fuck you, Joe. Why is the Joe button? 6'7". I don't know. 6'7". 6'9". FeedX is streaming now, too. Why would he stream at the same time? What, of this? Do you mind if I send a meme? Go ahead. He was getting cooked, but he was still being nice. Well, it's because he's Canadian. Why is my chat Comic Sans? Because you're playing Undertale. Boromon Glow Heatspeak. Their mouths better be loud. Their mouths better be fucking loud. If their mouths aren't loud, I'm turning it up. Futanari, pull up your notepad. I don't have Futanari in my notepad. What's this segment about? You're gonna find out. Bro, shut up. It was an April Fool's joke. I'm not gonna lie, how much of a doomer you've been, I wouldn't be surprised if you actually were dropping Leo. I wouldn't be surprised.
I love the game.
Yeah.
It's April 1st.
Yo, ladies and lads, welcome to...
Bro, why is this shit so green?
Joke. I know
Oh my god.
It wasn't April Fool's joke, but
Holy
it's not.
fuck.
We're back. My name is Spag, and I'm joined by some
Bro,
very special
relax.
guests here. 3 returning and 1
Bro,
new guest.
relax with the green.
Super Kuma, Joy Fury, and of course the legend.
Why is this shit
Aris.
not full screen?
Guys, how you doing, man? Aris, I'll start with you, man. How you doing, my brother? It's been a long time since we last talked, and we don't see you around in the Tekken sphere too much, man. So how you been, man?
Brother.
I've been great, never been better. Thanks for inviting me on the podcast.
Thanks for inviting me
for
on the
being here, man.
podcast,
Joey
bro.
Fury,
Wait, my bad. I just have to, like... Why is it doing that, man?
So how you been, man?
What doing?
I'm great, man. Yeah, I've been learning the piano, and I started streaming a little bit. Of
Oh yeah,
which is
Joey Fury's
cool.
trying to become a Jonas brother now.
And I actually have been playing a lot of Tekken, online Tekken, but Tekken nonetheless.
Joey Fury's trying to become a Jonas brother.
I'm pretty well versed in what's going on in the game right now, so I'm excited to talk about it today.
Whatever, man. Fuck this shit.
Joy, man. It's
I'm
always
gonna go
a
like
pleasure to have
this.
you here. Super Akuma.
Fuck you.
How you doing, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing good. I wish I knew less.
What do you mean?
It's been I've been doing great personally.
I'm not gonna lie. Do you
my
guys want to see
personal life,
Super
I'm working
Akuma?
on
Because
myself. It's going great, but
you know what I'll do? I'll go like
but
this.
that Tekken business is.
I was gonna say,
it's
you
something
guys want to see
I know,
Super
we'll
Akuma
get
because
there
I
for sure,
don't.
man, and rip.
Well, I'm not
My
gonna
brother,
disrespect him like
you
that.
actually called out that this Heatspeak would be back. I intended for it to never come back, by the way, but you knew it. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like Super Akuma when
How you
he
doing,
looked
man?
I'm doing great.
When
you
he
know,
looked homeless.
It's April 1st, and I realized this morning that the game
Like
I've been
Super
working
Akuma
on
without
came out
his
this month,
beard
so
and
it's
stuff
not like
looks
next
funny.
month or something. It's like end of this month, April 30th. So
I wish
it's,
Super
an
Akuma had
exciting
his
time for me
beard.
in general.
busy times, huh?
Very busy.
All right. So, ladies and gents, as you can see, our topics for today's
Ladies and lads.
podcast, we've got 3
Ladies and
topics.
lads.
Number 1, are fighting games good products? Number
Bro,
2,
why is it
of
so-
course,
do I have
and
to
think
put
this is
my
what
beard-
Most of you guys are probably
What is
here
this shit?
for, but we're going to have to wait a little bit. Tekken 8 Season 3, and then we're closing off with just a bit of...
Do I have to put my
summarizing
green
thoughts. This
filter
is
on?
the general way we're going to be going on for today's podcast, but it's just going to be a general chat, to be honest, about a bunch of things. And there's one thing that I want to start off with, actually, which isn't anything to do with any of those topics. 2017 Tekken World Tour Finals. This came into my head today. Super Akuma, you said you wanted to beat someone
look
up.
how
Can we
green
talk
it
about
is,
that a
though.
little bit?
Oh
Do we
my
have
god.
to, every
Do
every
we have
time
to?
I'm in a conversation with Rip, we gotta bring it up.
I want because a lot of people don't know about this law,
guy's
but that was
sick
almost
in the
10 years
fucking
ago now,
head.
Super Kuma. We talk about that.
I was young.
Right?
What
That
the
was
fuck?
10 years ago.
Almost
I'm
10 years
freaked
ago.
out
Yeah.
by
Almost.
that.
It
That's
was. You're
insane.
right. Oh, that makes me feel old, man.
You're talking about when Markman said, "Where you at, EU?" Right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I guess like
Yeah.
Markman was talking shit on stream because there were no Europeans in the top 8, and so he said, "Where you at, EU?" And
It's
this
not even
guy,
true, man. We had Tisherman still in.
this guy, he didn't realize it was Markman. He thought it was Rip. So he came up to me and he's like, "Where the fuck is Rip at? I'm about to fuck him up." And I was like, "Why?" And he's like, "Cause he said, 'Where's EU at?'" And I was like, I knew it was Markman. But I was like, "Oh yeah, Rip's this way. He's over here. Let me take you to him." You know? But he found out it was Markman. He was like, "Never mind." But
Yeah, I mean, the
that's
funny part
story.
for me was, like, I didn't know anything about that. So I come outside and Eric's like, "Oh shit, Super Kuma's looking for you." I'm
Super
like,
Kuma put EU on the map. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie.
He wants
Before Super
revenge.
Kuma,
Yeah, he
Super
wants to
Kuma
fight
was
somebody.
top 8 every
Okay.
fucking tournament
That's
in
what I
7.
found out.
No other
Playing
EU
some
player
cats against
until
some-
like the end.
It's so funny.
Super Kuma put EU on the map. You guys all have to
Wasn't
thank
it?
Super
Wasn't me,
Kuma
bro.
and EU.
It still wasn't.
I know. I sound
Every
serious
top 8.
sometimes,
Every
but
top
It
8.
was a joke. It was.
Every
Was
fucking
it?
one with a Kuma.
The way Aris is
was,
telling
it
it,
was.
it sounded like you were very serious, but okay. you can
He's
say
very
it.
good
Every
at telling
fucking
the
one.
story in the funniest way possible. So I'm gonna keep letting him say it that way
Okay.
because it's
I
just
mean,
a better
It
story
was-
that
you
way.
look serious to me. I don't know you. I don't know how French
No,
people
you're right. You're right.
threaten, you know, but you look serious to me. I wasn't going to question you.
Listen, it's a lot funnier that way. So I'll let
deal.
the story be told in that
How the
way. I
fuck?
don't mind sounding like a tough guy wanting to beat people up.
Well, maybe we can set it up
It's a, good,
sometime,
it's a
man.
good memory.
Rip versus Super Kuma. You know, they're doing that YouTube boxing stuff nowadays, man. So maybe we can do
I'm
something
too
like
tall to fight, bro.
that. Oh, really? Okay.
Slap chop.
I'm too tall.
All right, so the first topic of the discussion today is, are fighting games good products? So there was this is a while ago now, but there was an article written by an Australian player called 6 Wheat Bit,
This
which a
guy-
lot of people started talking
this is how
about.
this guy's fucking
and
camera
in
is.
his article, he basically said that modern fighting games are not good products because for many reasons, but he said one of the reasons was that they obsess over making mechanics easier while ignoring everything else. So I mean,
This guy's
if you look
fucking
at just even
camera,
Tekken 8, and we'll get there, right? I mean, this concept of trying to make things easier. And Aris, I remember watching your stream a lot back in, and Rip actually, back in Tekken Tag 2 times. And
Why
you kind of
is
slowly
it
made a
so
transition
green? What is
into,
wrong
like,
with it?
more variety streaming because you've always
Mine is greener. Mine is greener.
Person to be like, fuck it, I'm
Mine
gonna
is
do what I
greener.
want to do. If I'm not enjoying this shit, I'm gonna do something else.
fuck is
and
this
you started
guy
streaming
doing?
other stuff. So can you like talk to me a little bit about like when did you make that conscious decision to say, do you know what, I'm gonna move away a little bit from the fighting game stuff and move into other stuff?
Well, I mean, that's crazy because that was a long time ago. But I remember that during Tekken 6, I was 100% so passionate about Tekken. I cared a lot about it. And I put a lot of effort into, like, you know, I had a website and I had all this stuff going on. I was really putting in a lot of effort for no money, obviously, just because I liked it. And I think that as a result of that, you know, I got some popularity. But then when Tekken Tag 2 came out, I was frustrated because I didn't like it. And I also felt like I have no choice but to play it, even though I don't like it. And that feeling made it feel like a job. And if it's going to be a job, then it needs to pay like a job. And that does not, like, the numbers didn't match. If this is going to feel like a job, then it needs to pay me like a job. And it didn't. So I decided that if I don't pivot towards doing something that's fun forever, this is going to be a trap. I'm going to dig myself a hole and I'll never be able to get out of it. So early on, I realized that it's essential to make people understand that they could go fuck themselves if they want you to do something that you don't want to do. At the end of the day, that's the bottom line. Unless they're paying you, right? Like if someone is paying you to do something you don't want to do, then it's a job and you do it. But I just identified that really early. So I decided that if I'm going to stream for a living, for the long haul, then I need to change the way I do it and make sure that it stays fun. Because, you know, at that time and even now, I've realized that streaming is a dangerous thing because you can lose sight of the fun very quickly and start doing something you don't like for way less than you would get, doing any job. So it's really dangerous, I think, psychologically. And I just identified that early. That's all.
Interesting. Yeah. I remember that you did a podcast as well, and it was getting a lot of views. But then eventually you just said, you know what, I'm not really enjoying this, so I don't want to do this anymore. And I still remember that to this day, because I'm like, I also should be trying to do things that I enjoy. I'm not going to just do things for the sake of viewership, right? It's like, do it if you enjoy it. Rip. You have been
do stuff to enjoy. I don't know how many viewers Aris got in Tekken 7.
And this question of modern fighting.
I'm not gonna lie, it's easy as fuck for Aris to say that. This guy had, I guarantee you, this guy had like 800 viewers playing Tekken, or 500, like a lot.
From what they used to be, but also they haven't really caught up with
that guy had a lot of viewers in Tekken 7, right?
So
not take notes. No.
Anti-cheat.
I don't give a fuck. He's talking to Rip right now.
The game.
Aris got fucking pushed by Namco.
And
it is easy as fuck to be like, oh, there's the escape route. I get 8 million viewers per stream. Oh yeah, let me go through the escape route. Yep. Let me go through the escape route. Nobody else in the Tekken community has an escape route as fucking red and as bright as Aris fucking had. The only person that has an escape route that bright and red is like
there's a lot of
FDX.
time and effort that has to go into these things just to get to like the baseline, right?
That guy had the most amazing escape route of all time. That guy got pushed by Namco for 20 fucking years.
Your specific question about making things easier. I can speak to my game just a little bit, just because
I'm not trying to downplay him as an entertainer, though. I'm not trying to downplay him as an entertainer. I'm just saying he had the audience to make it easy as fuck to pivot.
And most of those people are not going to be fighting game players.
His pivot was in Tag 2. How many viewers did he get in Tag 2?
They're going to want to purchase it.
Are you telling me Aris?
A lot of people.
Are you telling me Aris pivoted out of Tekken
and we all want something that
and got more viewers?
So the question mark,
because I highly doubt that.
That's accessible to start, but then still
I know he has more viewers now, but I'm talking about when he originally pivoted.
At the end of the day,
somebody that was that was actually in the streets back then. Somebody correct me. Did that happen or not?
Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, which are the two biggest fighter games right now, are struggling to do that. I mean, there was just a Street Fighter 6 tournament that I went to.
Did that happen or no?
In Birmingham, DreamHack. And a lot of the top players were there. And I heard people...
Did Aris get less viewers when he pivoted to another game at first?
This person in Street Fighter 4, he sucks, but
and did he stick with it?
Blah, blah, blah. Like,
and then eventually got more viewers.
In terms of like...
I want to answer that question.
Or is it like a conscious decision to say, do you know what? Fuck these veterans, man, and let's not make it too hard. We want our game to be popular.
I don't think any of you guys were around back then.
That's a great question. I think that's really case by case. I think the Street Fighter example is really interesting, right? Because they definitely added the modern controls, and that brought in a lot of players for them. Like, I think if you look at
you hated the game so much, you said fuck this game and started Variety.
So that game is doing well generally, but
yes, but when he started Variety, how many viewers was he getting?
Top players, they feel like things are more random.
How many viewers was he getting?
The drive system, specifically, and the throw loops, etc. So
was he getting like anywhere close
really
to the amount of viewers he had in
a couple of balance changes and kind
Tekken
of
7
for the highest level player? And I don't think it would actually.
He was around 300 viewers Tag 2
either, just because they still have the modern controls there.
Yeah. Interesting, Joey.
I feel like. Wait, let me listen to what Joey says.
I'm pretty sure that you saw the discussion going on about like how modern fighting games are failing.
Let me hear what Joey
to
says.
meet the expectations of the consumer, and they're just not keeping up with other games in other genres to keep people interested. New content. Like I'll be playing. I know Aris, I think you don't like Night Rain, but I've been addicted to Night Rain recently, man. And to be honest, even though the updates have been a bit slow, I'm still enjoying the fact, because I'm a Tekken player. I only really play Tekken, and the fact that they can actually like bring in some content once a month or something, for me it's like, oh, that's cool. I get to
wait a minute, are you like a Souls fan and now you like Night Rain, or is Night Rain your main thing?
So I only played Elden Ring recently, so like
that's amazing. Wow.
Yeah. So Elden Ring's overrated.
Night Rain is
Elden Ring.
Potentially for people that don't even like Souls games.
I liked Elden Ring. That's my first Souls game. I played the whole thing. I went through it. I played the DLC as well, and I played all of that. And then Night Rain came out shortly after.
Dark Souls 2 is better.
I just like playing. I like the mechanics of like running around and attacking and finding weapons and stuff. So
that's cool.
Yeah. But for me, it's like
overrated map.
There is content coming out for that game. There are updates coming
overrated
out.
map. Like, you guys act like the map has like the most insane depth of all time. That map is a big ass, fucking empty, fucking.
It hasn't felt like that for me. I don't know how it feels for you,
like
Joey.
Shell of a map. It's an
Yeah,
empty
so I
fucking
can't
show.
speak too well about like really anything outside of Tekken because I don't really play anything other than Tekken.
Yeah.
Other Souls games, the maps
but
were so like condensed,
the
and there
game
was so much
has given
shit
me
in like
this
every
feeling
square
like
fucking
the-
foot in Elden Ring.
like
You have
the
like an
direction,
entire
like the
football
design
field of
philosophy
just
is
like
kind of
patches of
muddled.
shit that's actually
Like
good.
it's being pulled in multiple directions. So
And the patches are like
hear a
really
lot of
small
that,
too.
like design philosophy, like we're gonna make things like simpler and like easier. But a lot of like the experience I've had with Tekken 8, like I will notice there are certain things that are, of course, like easier and more accessible, and you get access to like these high-powered options with
Joey
each.
Fury's trying to become a Jonas
But at the same
brother, by
time,
the
like
way.
even as a legacy player, there are things about the game that are like really kind of overly complicated and bloated and confusing. For instance, like I do a lot of like coaching for Tekken, and
I know when the good
for
guys are
instance,
talking,
like
I'm
explaining
quiet.
something
Watch.
like the low parry.
I want to hear it too.
Mechanic in Tekken. Like you can like defend against
worry.
lows by like holding down forward.
I think my
But
camera
in
was
Tekken
green
8, there's airborne lows. If a low has airborne status, you can't parry it, right? But there are two characters that have unique stances that can parry the airborne lows. And also, if somebody does a move that has a charge status, like 1-2 charge 2 with Elisa, or Jack full charge down back 2, you can't parry those. Like, this is really complicated. And like, trying to keep this straight in my head, like when I'm competing and playing and thinking about these scenarios, like, it gets really, really like confusing. And these aren't like these niche situations, like if you block King's Heat Smash, he's gonna run at you and you might be tempted to like low parry. Like, well, you can't. You gotta block it. And your character might have a really hard time punishing that low actually. Like, where is the like accessibility and simplicity about this? Like, this is it's complicated like in a bad way. And I think what I always liked about Tekken is there was like a certain, at least to me as a veteran player, there's like a certain like simplicity and elegance to the game, but like a ton of depth. And
Yeah, he's onto
now,
something. He's onto something.
It just feels all over the place to me. And so I guess to me it's failing in that way, where they say they want simplicity, but it can still be like really cumbersome and complicated.
I want to interject for a moment. You mentioned the thing about low parries and defending. If you ask me, I think Tekken is one of the most exception-heavy games in history. All the Tekken games have been, oh, you can parry that, but this one's a headbutt, and you can't parry a headbutt.
That's true.
Or
That's
there
true.
has. I feel like of all fighting games, I've played a few in the past. I think Tekken has been one of the most exception-heavy fighting games ever because it also has this level of, okay, this is not necessarily a high crush, but it will go under highs. And
Yes.
this is not necessarily a tracking move, but it will track in this scenario. And I think those exceptions in Tekken, first of all, are what make it really cool. But second of all, they also make it so uninviting for new players, and it makes you sound like a fool trying to explain it to them. You almost, when you're explaining the game to a new player, you almost have to lie to them in a way and say like, okay, this will defend against all lows. And don't even bother telling them, oh, it won't work against this, it won't work against that, because you're just going to turn them
Is
off
he
and
gay?
confuse them. It's better for them to
your
just
first time
learn the
hearing
hard
Aris?
way. Oh yeah, that's a knee, so you can't do that. Rather than fill them with.
It's
all
'cause you
this
have so much
information at the
freedom with
start.
each
But
character,
To
that's
me,
why.
I think that's a good thing when it comes to
Well, yeah.
Tekken in general.
You have so many
It's got
options
this
with every
exception complexity.
It's like every character's
that I
like
kind
its
of
own
always liked.
boss.
I have liked that as well. I think, yeah, like we all, like as legacy Tekken players know about like all these exceptions. I think what's interesting is to make like the new generation Tekken 8,
Yeah.
and proclaim a certain degree of simplicity, and then add in many more exceptions that me as a legacy player, I'm like, oh, like there's even more to worry about now. That seems to be like a kind of dissonance, right? Like they added in all these.
Don't you think the thing you just said is more about what they're saying as developers rather than the game itself? they're
That's true.
saying
Yeah.
shit like, "Oh, we want it to be easier," but they're making it easier in this fucked up way where they just
Yes.
give you access to pressure. That's easier, sure, but it's not like it's still got tons of exceptions. It's still got tons of complexity and convoluted types of shit. So it's easier in a way, but is that even easier? I don't know.
No.
And this
No.
I think this links directly to them saying shit like, "Oh, back to basics." But hello, like what does that even mean to you? So essentially what I'm saying is what they say and what they do is not necessarily going to line up, and I've noticed that a lot.
I think that's the big problem and why
Yeah.
so many people are frustrated and can't accept what the game is because they keep saying
Right.
things that are different from
Right.
what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think like I've seen some
Like season
older
3
players
wouldn't have
of
been as
mine,
bad,
and
I
I've
think,
seen
if they
that.
didn't
I
say
think
back to
I've got
basics,
the right
honestly.
mindset. They just play the game and they don't look at what people are saying, what the devs are saying.
Because in a
They'll
vacuum,
look at the
season
patch
3
notes
isn't
to
worse
check
than
the
season 2, but
changes,
it's because of
but
what the
that's
marketing
it.
and
They
shit
won't
was.
try to find
The back
deeper
to
meaning
basics.
in anything. Like the communication is terrible because they back to basics. They don't know what the basics are. They showed us that before. Foolishly,
They know
a
what
lot
the
of us
basics
believe
are.
that
They know what
they
the
must have
basics
figured it
are.
out after
They're
we've
choosing
been
not to.
crying for a year. But no, right?
They're just using it
So-
as marketing to get people
Yeah,
to
when
play
it
the
comes
game.
to simplicity, I
They
I
fucking
think
know.
personally
I'm
it made
tired
it
of
more
not
accessible
acting like they
'cause
don't
there's
know.
not
They
as much
fucking
of
know.
an execution barrier.
They exactly
anymore.
know.
But they've added difficulty in a way that I kind of enjoy, where a lot more things are more matchup specific. For one, there's a lot
Yes.
more like matchup specific interaction.
Yeah, the promises make it really bad. I agree.
And also, your answers are a lot more varied because now there's a lot of stuff that happens.
I'm
where
saying, yeah, like I'm there. Yeah,
it's
me
not
and
just a
Aris are in the
question
same
of,
room.
oh, you need to fuzzy guard in a certain
The
way.
light
or
is
you
just
need to
really
step
bright.
This string. There's a lot more of you got a power crush there. Like you have to throw there. You have like a bit more into the bag of things that wouldn't make you comfortable. Things that
Yeah, like 20 years later.
as a
yeah,
legacy
exactly.
Tekken player you might not want to do, but that's how you beat that, right?
Hmm.
Why
Now,
is Super Akuma
what
here?
they've done on the side of that
They should have had you in
is
here.
made it so that none of the counterplay is consistent, which is the bad part. I like the way where they've added more varied.
I actually
counterplay.
like how Super Akuma
they've just
explains
been like,
Tekken. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, but also there's that.
I like how he
It's like,
explains.
for example, Anna's forward.
I think he's
free
actually
kick.
a good
He does
good
kick
talker.
into the bazooka. Like if you're fast enough, if you got a good parry, you can parry it, and otherwise everyone can power crush in the middle of that. And that'd be
I mean,
like, okay,
Avery,
that
I
would be a good
understand what
reaction
you're
check,
saying,
and that
but
would be
in
a very
Tekken 7,
strong
he was a
move.
factor, though.
Unfortunately, they gave us some counter hit low.
In Tekken
What?
7,
Like,
he
if
was
they
a
just
factor.
didn't
I
do
was
that,
explaining
then
how
there would have been
Akuma
good
put EU on the
counterplay
map.
of a
in
reaction
7.
check, right? They made it more accessible, but they made it, if anything, more complicated. And
yeah.
also,
Yeah.
by simplifying offense, and I said this in season 2, they forgot it's a 2-player game. Someone's got to defend on the other end. Yeah, it's easier for you to press, but sometimes,
Yeah, that's what Main
and
Man said.
too
a lot.
often, frankly, it's too hard to defend, right? Which makes the game harder. You can't say it's easier because now you have an option that beats everything on the stance. Like Lee's forward 2-1 that they added from Hitman. Everyone's crying about that, right? It's like, why did they need to add that? You could already cover that with Lee by just delaying, stepping. Like, not pressing was the option that beat the counterplay to that, right?
Mm.
And they're like, no, we want to give you an option to beat that. But that just makes it needlessly complicated.
The
on the part of the
difficulty
defender.
is like in a bad way.
Easier on one side just makes it harder
The
on the other.
difficulty's in a
And
bad
I feel
way.
like it's slightly easier for the
Game is
attacker and
difficult for the wrong
way
reasons.
harder to defend. Like it doesn't scale the same on both sides.
The
So
best
do you think
defense is
that
TL.
if let's say I'm a game developer, let's say I'm Namco, and I say I want the game to be easier. So to you, do you want that to mean easier to attack, or do you want that to mean easier to defend? To me, easier to defend is a lot worse than easier to attack, because easier to defend means the person attacking is going to always feel like this guy's going to do something to escape. So it's not a good idea to attack. Basically, if you make it easy to defend,
I'm surprised you said
then the entire game's going to fall apart. But if you make it easy to
See,
attack,
about that, I
Right.
agree with that. My problem is that they added a lot of things that make it harder to defend by making it more interesting and more varied. So there's more mental stack because there's more things to
Wait,
think
wait,
about.
wait, 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 wait.
But they added a bunch of randomness where nothing's consistent when it comes to the
I feel like
counterplay.
there's a contradiction
An
here.
extra option you have to think about.
Easier
that
to
just-
defend is
that
Tekken 7,
just
yeah.
completely beats everything. And now basically you have. I feel like before it was either easy access to a mix-up that's risky for the attacker, or kind of hard to get a broken mix-up, right?
Yeah.
And we're in a situation where they're giving easy access to easy
It's
mix-ups.
flipped. It's flipped. It's easier to run
Which is
offense.
making it like, oh,
It was
now you
easier
just
to
have
run
to guess.
defense.
If you look at the
seven.
Lily changes, right now what they did is they gave her really strong back turn stuff in Tekken 8. In Season 3, she just spends all of her time in back turn. Whereas before, she earned that mix-up, and it was really hard to defend against. We didn't have to defend it every 2
Aris doesn't know
seconds, right?
defending equals guessing in
Now,
this.
It's too hard because you have to defend against that really hard
Attacking
thing
is more fun
all
than
the
defending.
time.
I agree.
Like just making defense more varied in what you have to do in making it harder to defend and easier to attack, that was interesting. But they've just added more randomness, which there's hard to defend because things are just difficult, and hard to defend because things are just random. And I feel like
Yeah.
maybe
I feel like there's
What
two
does
layers to the
random
question.
mean, dude? You got to be more clear about that. What does random mean?
like there's more
Like guessing.
There's more situations
Guessing.
that are a straight guess.
Yeah.
Whereas before you'd have like weighted.
There's also two layers to the
weighted
question.
options.
There's what do you
They're
personally
more
want
likely
and
to
what's
do that.
better, what's more
Right
popular
option
for the
gives
game.
way more reward.
With
Now,
Sure.
easier
the low
defense
gives the
or
same
easier
reward as the mid,
offense.
and you die on both. And it's
Right,
just
but
like,
that's not
there's
random, though. That's not random at all.
Maybe random's not the right word, but
Right.
it makes the mind game a lot more straight guessing rather than
Right.
weighing the options.
I
It
think
makes
it's
the mind game
important
very
to
stale.
differentiate those two, right? Random is random. That means, like, if I guess low, a different thing will happen each time. That's random. You're saying it's a 50-50 on the defender's part, and the defender doesn't have some kind of knowledge ability
Wait.
to know which choice is more valuable. You see, what you're saying is they stripped away the knowledge, so now you truly have to guess. To you, you're saying that's random, but to them,
Yeah,
that's
random
not random.
feeling is what I should have said. Like it's
Yeah.
not random, but
Right,
it makes
right.
it feel.
That would be the
more like
greatest
that, which is what
April
people
Fool's
don't
joke
know about.
if Aris
Right,
actually
yeah.
Like I
defends
said,
Tekken 8.
they've added.
Is that what he's trying to do?
Tekken 8. I'm one of those few people that can still say that.
Because I was like, wait,
Because
why
I
did
like
he say
everything they
it's
added
better
to
to
skill.
defend? It's
just
better
that
to have
they're trying
brain dead
to make it
offense and
worse,
brain dead
which I don't
defense.
know
Are you playing Lee still?
I'm playing.
That
Lee in
that
certain
seems like
matchups
out of
only.
character for him. I'm
I'm
not
playing
gonna lie.
Reina and AK as like those are the two I pick mainly.
I would expect him not to say that.
Yeah, I mean, look, what you guys said, I agree with a lot of what you guys were saying.
Aris was so good
in
bef-
terms of like them trying to make the game
So is
easier.
was
and
Aris like
comes
me
back to
where,
you gotta think about
where
it.
now you
What-
keep saying
what
that I
is the
suck now
rationale
and I
behind
used
it,
to be good?
right? Like to make these changes. So in Tekken 7, if you guys remember, there were changes that were made to make the game more accessible, and I think one of them that was very good was that they made throw breaking a lot easier. Instead
Who's-
of having
who's
to,
better in their prime, me or
react to
Aris?
the arm that was thrown out, and
Didn't
instead of
Aris
being
beat
a
Nobi
14 or
once?
15 frame break, it went to 20 frames, and you could just break generic throws with 1 or 2. I think that was good
He
because
knew the game,
it
he
was
was a
something that
nerd.
really made it difficult for new and intermediate players
He
to
beat
play
me?
Tekken, right? So they made throw breaking a lot easier
And Jimmy
in
J.
that game. And then
Obviously,
backroll,
Aris.
noobs were just getting killed because they didn't know that if they
Yeah, but you
backroll
have
in
to
Tekken,
compare it to,
then
like,
you
the
get
game
killed
we're
'cause you
playing.
get a
The
refresh
game
for
we're
a combo,
playing.
so they made backroll a lot safer. So if you guys ever go back to playing some of the older Tekkens, you will. If you've been playing Tekken
Obviously,
7
somebody
and 8,
good
you
at an
will
older
backroll
Tekken is better than
unintentionally
somebody
because
good
you're
at
like, "Oh, damn,
Tekken
you're just
8." No
used to it
shit.
now. But the thing is,
Talking about power
does
scaling
that
with the
make
game
it
we're in.
a game that is going to sell?
Oh, I know
like,
what you
through
mean.
the
I
roof?
know it. If
Is
to
that
be
the
good
reason
in
why
Tag
Tekken
2
7 did
requires
so
way
well?
more skill. I
You
know.
know, I don't think so. I don't believe that is the reason. And you know, these other things that were brought up about the fact that there's no,
You gotta say-
you know, that
Alright.
anti-cheat's a problem and the crossplay has been not so great. People have been complaining about the netcode for a long time. Training tools to the game,
keep interrupting
teaching
them.
the people the game itself. Like these things have been, I guess, missing. There are a lot of things that have happened quality of life wise in Tekken 8 that are good, like the replay system and other changes. But generally speaking, what do you guys think? Though, Rip, I mean, what do you think of like Street Fighter and Tekken?
Aris
Tekken
did
8?
beat
I mean,
me in tournament.
as compared to like a game like Valorant and these other games. Is
are
it
you
just because of
talking
gaming culture as to why those games are way more popular, or like the Dark Souls games and these types of things? Like, why are fighting games?
I heard he beat
not
Nobi.
more
That's it.
popular now?
That's a hard ass question, bro. How am I supposed to answer that? That seems crazy. But
If anyone would know, it'd be you, man.
No, I would not know. Let me step back a second though, because
he's making it invincible.
Point and Aris's point about the situations and how you feel like whatever you choose is not necessarily weighted correctly. I think that was 100% intentional on their design part for Tekken 8, right? They wanted this offense to be overwhelming for the defensive player, and I think if I think about what the reasoning for that was, I think it was because they want to bridge that gap between legacy players and new players. They're just basically saying, if you're a new player and you learn this offensive flow, you're going to be able to stand a chance against these guys who do have 20 years of legacy defense against you. And I think that's kind of where the impetus
if you choose to play offense. Come from.
So
if you choose to play defense in Tekken 8, it's the hardest path of all time.
Like the feeling that it gives me when I'm playing the game, being a veteran, and having relied on my defense.
You have to choose to play offense. It's red pill,
I agree
green
that
pill.
I think
or
it was
whatever,
intentional. I'm just saying it was a very bad choice.
Yeah.
Well, you got to understand that a choice like that is going to be made for like a total new player. And everyone in here has at least felt the feeling of being able to hold someone's head underwater in Tekken. And this design is literally for the person underwater to be able to put you easy access to put a good player in a uncomfortable situation. That was the base core reason why they did that. And I obviously think that that's a bad idea, because at the end of the day, the question is, you know, it's like the topic, right? Are they good products? And it's like such a layered question. But I think that displeasing the highest level of player is always going to be a bad thing in the long run, because the highest level of player needs to enjoy the game and want to play it out of fun without being paid. That level of player needs to do that in order to show all lower level players it's worth their time.
Main man sweep
CDX. The level
CDX.
player is saying fuck this, then
Aris,
everyone's gonna say fuck this. So
Arslan
it's
Ashen
really like a bad idea on their part to
Ulsan.
create this concept that caters to everyone. That part's good, but making the top player so displeased, taking away so much of their legacy skill. The proof is in the pudding. Look at what's going on. People don't like Tekken 8, and it's like at all levels. So there's no other
it bleeds
explanation.
to all levels.
How could everyone at all levels complain about something and that not be the explanation? It's just you need to please the pros. I think to have a good fighting game, you need to please the pros. It's just the only way it can be.
You don't have to dick suck the pros, but you can't like piss them off like they did now
on the podcast when
such
he was
a
there
bad
the
idea.
last time I did it. He said that if the pros are happy and that
we don't even have to be dick sucked. You just have to not piss us off to
then,
like extreme fucking amounts.
And people who want to
So
get
that
into
we're
the game will see
spiteful.
that people are enjoying it, and then the competitive is really hype, and that's one of the reasons why I think Tekken 7 did so well, and I think that really puts us
I
swiftly
said
on
us.
to
Fuck you.
the next topic.
All of you guys are un-Ulsaners in
Tekken
the
8
chat.
Season 3.
Raise your hand
And I
if you
wanna
never
show
beat
you,
Ulsan in the chat. Type
something
1.
that Ulsan wrote, and
Type
this
1.
is profound because I know that
Everybody that
generally
hasn't
the
beat
Japanese
Ulsan
and
in
Korean
chat, type
players
1.
are not the type of people to kind of go public and say things, too much. But it's come to a point where I think there is a little bit of desperation now, and Ulsan is a genuine guy, and this is what he had to say. So if you have a look at the stream,
Now Joe
he
Budden
says,
is
if
a
Tekken
factor.
is to be loved again, I believe the answer is very simple. High risk, high return, low risk, low return. It's such a simple concept, but I don't think it works in Tekken 8.
Now Joe
I just
Budden is
hope
a
all
factor.
players don't end up feeling frustrated or unfairly treated and leave anymore.
Screenshotted.
By reducing high-risk options and focusing on improving win rates, players studied countless fundamentals and created high-level game, and that's what made everyone love Tekken. But now, instead of that kind of effort, the focus has shifted to simply making the right choices, and that's probably why the game feels less appealing. Easy games are quick to play, quick to pick up to play, but they tend to get boring.
I beat
faster than
Kakoma
expected.
one game in rank.
No
One.
future. Then he says, I don't miss
two.
Tekken 7, I miss what it felt like. Beating players like Ni, Arslan Ash, the best of the best, used to mean something. It felt like pure skill overcoming that
It's
time.
true.
Now, when top players lose, it's still shocking, but it doesn't feel special anymore. A lot of people say that they got lucky when they win and unlucky when they lose. I've won EWC twice, and I said I'm lucky, not because I'm humble, but genuinely I feel like I was really lucky. I want to be able to say that I'm the best when I win.
Ulsan
That's
got
why
lucky,
want
I didn't
Tekken
get
to
lucky when I
change
beat
soon.
Ulsan.
Very strong statement there from the guy that's won $500,000, by the way, is saying
planned.
this game, he doesn't like it. And you know, he feels like he got mad lucky by winning, you know, EWC twice.
Yes.
It was planned.
Very funny. Yeah,
I mean, that's
and
what I was
it was
saying with the
shocking.
mind game, man. Like, it doesn't feel rewarding,
True.
even if you guess right.
True.
Like, they're just forcing
True.
you in these situations where it's just you got to make the right choice, and you get put in these
When
situations.
I beat
too
Cuddlecore
easy.
for the first time in
That's what I'm
Tekken
saying,
8
like,
after getting
I was
skull
saying
fucked
you
in
need
7, I didn't give a
either
toss.
Low risk, low reward, or high risk, high reward. That's what I said
I didn't give a
literally
toss,
5 seconds ago. But now you got low risk, high reward on a straight guess. Like I'll put a good example. You said you felt lucky. I was lucky enough to beat cooldowns recently at the LCQ.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I felt like I just robbed the man.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
barely
you robbed
felt
the
good.
fuck out of
like
him.
I
You guys
he didn't
remember
break the
that?
ground
It
for it.
barely felt
He
good.
ducked,
Like dead ass.
right?
Like actually though.
He ducked on
Barely
a
felt
50-50.
good.
Like
And then he
actually.
didn't duck on a 50-50 and he was dead. You look at that final round and it's just I launched something that isn't launch punishable.
Like
I don't even know how he
like
got
actually
hit.
though. Like
Then he just doesn't break a throw, guesses wrong twice, and he's dead. But he didn't have an opportunity to do anything but guess.
Yeah. To be fair,
it's just-
you have been robbing people all of Tekken 7 as well, so it's not like you.
And a lot of the time, I was like, "This is bullshit."
yeah, but at least
Sometimes I
Akuma
have
took
to beat people,
execution.
And sometimes
to
I was
use.
like, "Wow, you played yourself."
At least Akuma took execution.
Riff, you were gonna
even
say
on
something
hitbox.
before.
No.
No?
No.
I thought you were
Say something anyway.
Say something anyway, yeah.
Oh.
And you saw when the Pakistanis showed up, Akuma became a
I like
jobber
the
again.
subject
Ulsan.
of- I like the.
So that's how you know
moved on,
Akuma
but I
actually
like
took
the
skill,
subject
too,
of
is that when the
fighting games,
Pakistanis
good
showed up,
products.
they-
I think there's a
Akuma
lot
became
to
irrelevant.
unpack in that subject because there's
Super
also
fun.
the concept of the change of
Flag game,
before
it's a
when a
party
fighting game came out, that's what it was. And then it changed to now we're trying to do a live service. And now you guys tell me what you think about this. Do you think any fighting game has done the live service season to season patch note type of thing well? I think it's never been
Street
done
Fighter
well by
5.
any fighting game.
Street
and
Fighter
I think
5.
that fighting game devs are posers. They're pretending like they have
Posers.
live service games. They're putting out patch notes. They're putting out, we listen to the community, that type of
Posers.
vibe, but it's fake. They are not good at it. The products themselves are full priced with paid characters and paid season passes. The whole thing's phony. I think that fighting games are pretending because they don't know what else to do. They're trying to sell a product. They don't know who to copy. So they're looking around in the gaming space and they're like, okay, we need to copy someone to make money. Let's copy the live service model. But they're total posers. They don't know how to do it right. They do it terribly. And you could tell by this Tekken 8 shit that happened. For an entire year, they didn't touch the game to maintain competitive integrity. And then when they finally do, all the competitors are so pissed. If they're going to piss off competitors, you might as well do it and save the game a year ago.
Bro, since Aris is saying it, everyone's
change the
acting
game,
like,
fix
oh my
the game,
god,
piss off
holy
competitors,
fuck,
you're
he's
gonna
right,
do it
he's
later
right. We've
anyway.
all been saying this.
It's just like,
I've been saying this
to
shit.
me, from my perspective, fighting game
All been
devs
saying
don't
this.
know how to make money with fighting games. So they're trying desperately to copy and be posers
Yeah.
and see what works.
I
And
agree with
none of
that
it's
too.
working. Fighting games should not.
They don't know how to
have
sell out.
that
They don't know how to
business
sell out.
model, in my opinion. In another game, like let's say World of Warcraft or whatever, right? You don't spend like painstaking hours practicing one little technique so that you can do it when you're in a tournament. You don't do that. So it doesn't matter if they change the game. But in a fighting game, you wasted so much time.
Yeah.
If they nerf this or
Instant
if they
while
change
running.
it, it's
Instant
too
while running.
much to pour into.
Yeah.
If they're just going to change
Rug
it.
pull, they're gonna rug
And
pull.
That's why I think this
Legacy
live
characters.
service model is not good. It's not good for fighting games. The model of version 1 and then they sell you another version like Dark Resurrection, that works so much better for fighting games because you can count on it. The player themselves can say, okay, this is the way it's going to be. Even if, let's say, Lily is cheap, you know that Lily is cheap. Let's work on the matchup. Let's find some counterplays. And that's the way it's going to be. But with this model, knowing how hard it is to learn things, wouldn't you say a smarter person would just wait for it to be nerfed?
Yeah.
Like, why even learn a bad matchup?
Yeah.
Just wait. Enough people will whine and it will be nerfed. And that in itself changes everything about the dynamic of competition, of the game evolving, of everything. The entire landscape changes if you have a live service model. And so
It's
I
just
think,
musical chairs.
personally,
It's musical
no
chairs.
fighting game has done it well. And the answer to are fighting games good products, if they're trying to be posers and have season passes and shit, then no. It's always going to be the case. No, they can't be good products if they're trying to be a live service, in my opinion.
Every character is
you
musical
make a
chairs
lot of
with a
good
live
points
service
there. I
game.
mean, if you look at the
They
older
just keep
Tekkens,
swapping what is like the most
I
broken
remember when
character
Tekken Tag
that
2
people
came out,
complain about. They
and
just keep
it was
swapping.
basically the
Never
same
ends.
game from beginning to end.
Never
like
fucking
there
ends.
wasn't any buffs, nerfs, and this, that, the other. There was a couple of changes very early on because of some bugs. Other than that, it was the same game that you had to learn to play.
Old heads need to
Rip,
stop
you know,
crying.
you've been competing for a long time as well. I know Joey as well. You've been playing Tekken for a long time too, and I know. I mean, for you, what do you think as well as a person that's competed in the older Tekkens, Rip? That you know. The fact that you were able to just kind of learn the game and know that this is the game I'm going to be playing for the next few years, and you know I can't just wait for Anna to be nerfed or just complain on Twitter all the time. This is a culture change that we've seen recently here when Tekken 7 started bringing in these seasons and stuff, right?
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, I miss the old days. You know, I'm thinking back to Tekken 5, Tekken 6.
It's also
Obviously,
really
5 was
jarring
super
when they make a
broken,
patch
but
and then
if you
someone
were a
becomes
competitor,
ass and
you
then they
knew it
just
was
become
broken
good
and
all
you
of a
knew those were
sudden.
your
It
options,
makes the
right?
game
I could
have like
become a
less
Steve player
competitive
and figure that
integrity.
out. You move on to Tekken 6, sort of the same situation. Lars and Bob are crazy. Law's good, so I'm lucky, and you know that's just how it
Going
works
from
out,
like
plays
game
out.
to game is
You know,
one
you get
thing,
to
but a
Tag 2, and
season
all of
to
a sudden, I
season,
remember
and then
when
people
launched,
become
they had all
top
the
players,
console
that shit is
characters
ass.
that weren't in the arcade version, and there was like
That
an
shit is
incident with
ass.
Ancient Ogre right at launch, and then they patched that out within like 3 days. I was like, oh, they can patch the game. That's really interesting. But then they didn't afterwards, right? So they just let it be. So that was really cool and interesting. But you know, going to Aris's point of the the seasonal model that
The game
fighting
we
games
bought
have
isn't
kind
what
of
we play
become
now, yeah.
where you have DLC characters and you expect 3 or 4 of them per year or something, whatever it may be, depending on the game. That model for me, it doesn't really click for me. Like I don't prefer it at all. And the one that really the time I really noticed it was actually with Street Fighter 6 because the DLC character was M Bison, and I'm thinking I've seen M Bison since Street Fighter 2, right? And now he's just a DLC character that comes on later. I think the longer a franchise has been out, it's harder to resell those OG characters as DLC even.
Yeah, like
for the
Victor, yeah.
season
Yeah,
passes,
like
right?
Light Scrap is
So
unbeatable now.
That part is not enticing to me. I definitely prefer the old way where it was like Street Fighter 4, Super Street Fighter 4, Ultra Street Fighter 4, and you get this big updates. All the moves are updated for the characters. You get
All
a
the
couple
games
more
got
characters.
updated via disc.
That's what I prefer. But I think as a business model, like what do you do in that sense? I don't remember how Street Fighter did it back then, but were the updates like only $30 or something, or was it like a full price game each time? I don't even remember.
Not full price.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think if you had the game, it wasn't full price, but they set it again.
Oh,
at full
Avery,
price.
on Twitter, everyone's complaining
So
about
if you,
Light
if you
Scrap.
want like just the upgrade from regular, to
Everybody's
super version,
complaining,
or the
even in
Ultra version,
EU.
it's like $30 more.
Like, this is the most carried shit
So
I've
that's
ever
kind
seen
of like the
in my
same as
life.
buying a season pass in a way too, right? It's just structured a little bit differently. But I do
Well, it's
miss
just you
that
don't
structure.
get the frequent updates in between, basically.
Mhm.
I think it's more the culture shift that's around it, because you're like, maybe if we complain enough, we could get a patch next month and get things fixed quicker. If you're just like, okay, every couple of years we get a.
I was
we
thinking
get, like,
about
a
that
new
too, what
season
point
or
he's
a
gonna
new
make.
expansion pack. It wouldn't, like, we'd complain, but we wouldn't be.
We
flooded
wouldn't be
with
complaining with a
complaints.
motive so frequently.
I don't,
You
I
also
don't
have
think
to
it's
look at it
much, but I
from
think
the other
culture-
perspective. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's more of a culture shift than the fact that that's a way better model for the game itself.
This idea of a culture shift, if you look at it from the other perspective, from the perspective of the developer, right? So let's say you're the developer of a fighting game, and on October 30th, you have to put out Tekken Dark Resurrection. All of the changes that you make to the game are going to be double, triple checked, because this is when the game comes
Good
out.
point.
But let's
Good
say
point.
you have 3 patches
Good
between
point.
now and
Yes.
October 31st.
Good
The
fucking
first
point.
patch, you're going to be like, oh, if I fuck it up,
Yeah.
I'll change it in patch 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the second patch, you're not going to put as much effort into each revision of the game because the culture has changed. If you make a mistake, you have the ability to fix it later. But if you don't have that ability,
That's actually
you
a problem
have
with
to put
every
out a
game,
At
not just
this
fighting
date,
games.
You're gonna make sure
Every game
it's
does
a
that
good
now.
fucking product.
Every
culture
fucking
is
game.
a factor from both ends. Is what I'm saying.
for sure. But I think with what they did for
Games
season
get
two,
released half-baked,
'cause
and then they
unfortunately
rely
for
on
them,
fucking patches
We can
and shit.
tell so much
Not
work
just
got put
FGC
in
too. Like
to
real
do
games.
the worst possible thing they could have done in every spot. They did 1,500 changes,
single
which is
player
huge.
games, yeah.
That could have been a Dark Resurrection, right? That
Mhm.
that was a whole pack worth of content, right?
So what's
Everything
wrong with it
changed.
then?
LiveScrap
It
moves
was
different
bad.
now in the
Like
chats. Yeah, I know.
1,500 changes.
That
they were
shit's
all
getting
bad
to
in
his
their
head
own
for
way.
sure.
There must have been like 10 good changes in,
That
in those
guy
1,500.
thinks he's a shit.
Just added plus frames
ask
everywhere.
This? Let me do devil's advocate, okay? Let's
ahead,
say
go ahead.
I'm the guy who made that, right? Let's say I'm Namco. You say it's bad, but those were all deliberate changes that I put a lot of thought into, and it's the way I like it. It's the way I want my game to be. So what's your defense about that when you say it's bad? Obviously, I put a lot
Real
of
deal,
effort
Fred, I
into
agree.
1,500 changes.
Yeah,
all
there
those
was a lot
changes
of
are the
effort.
way I want them to be. What do you think, man?
I think, look at the reviews. Like, it seems that everyone except for you agrees that that's bad. So season 3, can we go back to basics? And then we
Right.
didn't. That's the problem. Because I think season 2, I respect them for trying something. I do. Like, they changed a lot, and you can tell they did put in effort. It's just that they put it in the wrong places. Their vision was not aligned with the player base. And they messed up once. Like, they did a big mess up. If it was a Dark Resurrection instead of a season 2, and it ended up the same, we would have complained. It would have been bad, right? Then they had the opportunity to fix it, because we're on to this.
Yeah, it was like a
season
totally
3.
new game. Yeah,
The thing that
true.
is so bad about season 3 is that they got the feedback they needed to not make
Yeah.
the same mistake.
and they took the
They didn't
time
exactly
too. They
make the
took
same
their
mistake.
sweet fucking
Like,
time.
there's more to it than that.
Sweet
But
fucking
season
time.
2 was terrible, and then they're like, okay, we listened. We understand what was wrong.
8 months
They
later.
did like 6 months worth of patching where they reeled back everything they did. Then they leave us 6 months with no
Yes.
patch.
8
and
months,
season
actually.
3 is just going back to what they were doing before.
Yeah,
Like in the original season 2 patch, not when they were
insane,
reeling it
man.
in. So like,
It
I
just-
understand.
They could have just
that
kept patching
they
the
have
game
their
in
vision
season
for it.
2, man.
But if you're getting review bombed,
They could have
and
just kept going.
Like, I struggle to find anyone who's like, okay, I think this was good. You always find a couple, but like, it's an overwhelmingly negative reception.
Totally
Like,
is.
In
It totally is.
in season 2, I was like, okay, they tried, they failed, happens. Why did you did it again? You just
What?
did it again.
Well, two things. You know, Joey Fury's camera broke.
The team immersion, I agree too.
He's muted as well.
They were
so
so
I
out
think
of touch,
he's
they
gonna
thought that
come
shit
be
would
back,
fly.
so he'll probably be back. In
Oh,
a bit.
maybe he's taking a piss.
Maybe.
But the thing I want to bring up, right, in this concept, right? So you're saying season 2, they tried something, it was bad. Season 3, it was bad, right? But I want you to look at it from the perspective, you said they made a huge mistake in season 2. But if you think about the
I don't think it was a
package of
mistake.
Tekken 8
I don't think it
from
was a
the
mistake.
ground up, season 2 and 3 is just doubling down on what
Yeah.
they wanted to make.
I know what
with
he's going
Tekken
for,
8,
yep.
right? Like,
That's why I say it's not a
from the
mistake.
Yeah, okay.
perspective of-
Can
Go
I
ahead.
It's what they
off
wanted
there,
to fucking do.
Please.
Yeah, because it's a live service game, I think that's the problem. Is if you're making a live service game, you have to listen to the feedback and not do what you want to do. It's
They're
a live
posers.
service.
They're doing the
They're
opposite.
posers. I'm
yeah,
telling
yeah,
you.
no.
doing
I'm
that.
saying that, no. I agree with you when you said they're bad at their job, right?
Yeah.
Because
They can't
like,
even
I'm
sell
saying
out.
especially
They can't
because
even
it's
cater to
live
casuals
service,
and sell
they
out.
shouldn't
They're
do
not
just
good
what
enough.
their vision is.
They're not genius
when
enough.
you're just putting out a product and then you don't touch it again, maybe you like one bug fix or whatever, and you don't touch it again. That was my vision. This is my
And
game.
then season
Like
2
it,
was
like
them
it,
going
don't
full
like it,
mask
don't like
off.
it, right?
ripping the
Pretty
band-aid
simple.
off.
But if it is live service, then you have to listen. That's the whole point of
My
having a
point
live
is,
service.
When I say they're posers, I don't mean they're bad at their jobs. I mean it's not live service. It's you think it is because it's
Well, if it's
presented
supposed to
like
be.
it is. It's not. It's not like they're pretending like it's live service because of the way it's sold now. But it's not. They're gonna do what they want,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
they're gonna like,
Yep.
dude. This is their
know.
vision.
They
I
know.
agree. I'm
Someone-
saying they shouldn't because if they're pretending it's live service, stop pretending and make it like a live service and listen to the feedback instead of just doing what you want to do.
They think the game this
Like,
way
what
would have
you
gotten
wanna
more
do-
casuals to play.
You and me are
There's a
missing each
mistake.
other.
Yeah.
We're missing each other.
he's missing.
I think
what I was
we're
trying to tell
I think
you
we're agreeing.
We
but we're
are
not
but
saying
you're-
the same thing. But we're
No,
not
but
really-
what you're trying to do here is you're trying to tell them that they're wrong.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to tell you is they're not wrong. They are doing what they want to do and they're doubling down on it. You don't like it, but they're not in their eyes.
It's not a
they're
mistake.
not
They
wrong.
don't think
This
it's a
is Tekken
mistake.
8. This
If
is what we
someone
made.
being not wrong in their eyes doesn't make them not wrong.
Well, is that true? Look at those
Yeah.
mountains over there. Everyone's
I
responsible.
know you're playing
for
devil's
their own
advocate, right? But
reality.
like a lot, like I'll give you a very extreme example. People are racist, right? Are you saying because that's what they think they're not wrong? No, they're
guy's
wrong.
gonna
Don't
get
be
canceled.
racist. That's not good.
You're telling me that Tekken 8 is equivalent to racism?
I was very offended when I read the patch notes for season 2, man.
What is this?
It's not that bad, dude. It's not that bad.
I'm
Okay.
still, unfortunately, very grounded and very dependent on Tekken. I need it to be good. This game still is like 90% of my life.
It's
What-
amazing. to me.
if one day I manage to make it out of the trenches like you did, and I aspire to, a big respect,
Make it out of
man.
the trenches.
But that day, I will be able to say, just do
Oh,
what
yeah,
you
I know.
want, guys.
Who's not
I don't
understanding?
care.
I know what you mean.
Unfortunately, that's my whole life.
I recently went back and listened to some old footage of me talking about Tekken, and I told Rip I was blown away at how much I cared. I was so passionate. I was so like you could hear in my voice that I cared so much about this. So I can relate to you. But
Yeah.
from someone who is detached, let me tell you, don't expect them to agree with you. They're not racists, but you know
I didn't call them racist.
They made a product, and this is what they wanted to make. And when season 2 and 3 comes out, kind of reinforcing that, you can no longer. Well, you can do whatever you want, but it's not in your own best interest to expect them to agree with you at this point. You know that, and that's
I'm
what
I'm not.
in the analogy of a racist, right? I can sit here across from this guy who's a racist, right? And at a certain point, I'm gonna stop telling him, dude, that's wrong. Stop being that way. Instead, I'm gonna stop playing Tekken 8 and I'm gonna let Tekken 8 be whatever the fuck it wants to be, because I'm not gonna be able to change its mind. They've already shown me season 2 of being a racist, season 3 of being a racist. At this point, why am I going to even bother? You know, why am I even going to bother? This is what they want to be.
And that's what I think for a lot of people, the worst.
I'm really
still
trying to not
very
talk. I'm
invested.
really trying to
That's
not
what
talk.
season 3 told us.
I'm really trying
Is
to
that
not
what you
talk.
just said? Is like season 2 is like fool me once.
I'm really trying to not talk.
Season 3 is okay. I get it now. I'm not expecting anything anymore.
Yeah,
I think Nee tweeted or said it on stream, whatever. He said, "I think
guys
it's
are both
beyond
wrong,
saving
man."
now." He didn't say that before, but he did say that it's beyond saving now.
Yeah.
and that's the feeling I get. No, I'm not expecting them to agree with me. I'm saying they should have done what not necessarily everything
Say
I
it
think
for
is
the
good,
Q&A.
right? What the community was asking for, but now I'm not expecting them to. And
The
this
Q&A.
patch is the reason people are so pissed, because realistically, the patch is I believe net positive. There's more good in
Aris
this
is
patch
so
than in the
fucking
previous
lucky,
patch.
man.
It's still
Sorry.
bad, but like they made good changes.
Relax.
Along with so many bad changes, right? But it just shows that no, they're gonna quintuple down if they have to. And now we
at the
get it.
top
Now we're
of
like, okay,
fucking-
it's
Top of the
we should have
fucking
seen
mountain
it
looking
sooner,
at
sure,
us like we're
but
dumbasses, bro. You're
This patch
fucking.
is symbolic of okay, let's stop expecting things. Basically.
Or
Joe,
you could-
sorry,
oh,
go on.
Go ahead.
Go on.
I was just gonna say you can.
Any of us could
expect
play
more
RE1
of
and
what
get
you
1,000
have.
viewers.
You
No
bought a
fucking
product.
shit.
Yeah,
we would
I'm not expecting what we
no
want,
shit,
but
Aris,
expecting
we
more
would
of what we
fucking
have.
leave. You
Yeah.
don't understand. You don't
Joey,
understand.
you've been quiet for a while, so the topic of conversation was
understand.
about Tekken now
guy-
being a live service game. Is that and Aris saying, do you know what? It really
guy's
isn't.
so lucky
It's
he got
not what
promoted,
you think it is. It seems like it is, but if as Super Kuma said, if nothing is being listened to when people are giving feedback,
Make me a fucking commentator, bro.
Then what is this really? I mean, what's your opinion on this and how things have gone down in season 2? Because we're now at the 1 year anniversary. 1st of April last year, season 2 dropped.
gotta
and
leave.
1 year later, what do
You
we
gotta
think?
leave. It's easy. That's easy to say when you have an even hotter fucking girl on the way.
developers,
That's easy to
they
say, bro.
definitely
That's easy to say. That's what
do
Aris did.
react to an extent.
That's what Aris did. He was with his girl. She was getting fat. She was on drugs.
My issue with the game,
and then he had a fucking
Aris was making this point.
And then he had fucking a porn star on the way.
Of like they've got their vision, and they're doing it, and this is what it is.
Maybe I shouldn't say porn star, but you know what I mean. Like he had a 10 out of 10.
That may be true.
On the way.
I kind of get a feeling
on the fucking way
that. Like I was mentioning before, there are things being like pulled in different directions. Like maybe certain people on the development team have like an idea, and I get a feeling
is it
like
Nepo Baby of
says,
Namco? Yes.
No, make it more like this. Make it like more high-powered offense, faster paced this.
Yes.
And I feel like this tension in the balancing sometimes, and you can even see it like sometimes a move will get changed.
If Aris didn't get promoted by Namco,
it'll get changed, and then it'll get changed.
What do you think he would have done?
Was before?
What do you think he would have done?
You know,
play Tekken or become a librarian again? What do you think he would have done?
That goes on, right?
What do you think he would have done? Play Tekken and not like the game, but still play it because he got 800 viewers or 500 viewers, or would he be a librarian again, cleaning up fucking boogers on the fucking tables?
To a certain extent, to the criticism that's happening, and
Claudio is
I
the
almost
worst
suspect that
character in this game.
the bigger
He has
problem
no mix-ups.
is like
Turtles,
lack
he
of
can't do
cohesive,
literally anything.
unified vision.
It's easy for him
Like
to say all
Aris
this
was
shit.
saying,
It's easy as fuck.
when you had these
got
earlier
promoted by
Tekkens,
Namco for like
what's
20
so
fucking
great
years
about
straight.
it, what was so great about them back then is
You were part of the little Majin
you
moment.
have your arcade release and you do your beta testing.
He's obviously
And
entertaining.
they would
I
get,
watched Aris.
like, high level.
He's entertaining as fuck.
Play testing and consider the feedback.
But just being
And then they would,
entertaining
like,
doesn't
release
get you the
first
numbers he
iteration,
gets.
And usually it would come out with like a whole bunch of issues and balancing bugs, and then they would do like the refined iteration, which is like Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, Tekken 6 BR, Tekken 7 Fated Retribution, whatever. And there's that again, like Aris was saying, there's like you've got this deadline, and like you've got to release it, and like have everything ironed out and be proud of it. And
It's because he acts like it's
now
such an
there's
easy
this,
decision.
Like you can mess it up. And,
Oh, you don't like
we'll
it, just
change
don't play
later.
it. All right, let me be a librarian then.
This can be crazy, and we'll just change it later. And what I really don't like is how they'll even flip-flop on something like the past year. It was like, we're not going to balance the game. We're not going to touch it
Let me
because
listen
the
to
tour's
Joey.
going on. But I remember the first year the game came out, I was about to travel to Sweden for this big tournament.
You know, I met Joey in Japan
And
before Evo.
like a week or two before, like I've been prepping for this tournament. I've got
This guy
my
flew to Japan
strategies, I've got,
randomly.
like my things that I like to do, my flow, and they drop a patch and it goes, you can step the heat burst now. Your throws don't track now. Huge system overhauls, completely changes the way you have to
Before
play the
Evo
game.
Japan too.
Victor can go into stance off the running 2 now. Like they changed all this stuff.
Yeah, before Evo
And I show
Japan,
up
they had
to
a
the
big ass
tournament
patch
and
too.
surprise, like I can't do what I've been training to do. Right?
Lost
Everybody had
round
to
one
overhaul.
to stepped throws.
Yeah, everybody had to overhaul
Yeah.
right away. So
I fought a fucking Oscar at
just a
Evo
lack
Japan
of
doing the new string, and I never
consistency,
seen that
like,
shit.
I think
And I was
anytime
just like,
you want to
yeah.
make something great,
All right, I'm
whether
out.
it's
I'm
like a
out of
video
Evo
game
Japan.
or art or whatever.
was
There's
a
got
good
to
run.
just be like the vision.
100th place, it was a good
Like
run.
the unified vision that you go after, and I feel like
was
with
fucking
Tekken
ass.
8 and like the balance patch era,
So I
it
wanna
just
go
gets
back.
pulled all over the place. Like, let's listen to the high level guys. Let's listen to the low level guys. I don't know what they're
Fucking
talking
wall
about.
splat string. Like,
Listen to
oh,
the
that shit could
producers,
wall
listen to what-
splat
it
from
just
30 feet
feels
away. I didn't even
so
know
all
that.
over the
I was
place.
learning that shit mid
It's
tournament.
almost like they don't know how to do it, right?
In the tournament, I was learning
Yeah.
about that move. Wall
Yeah.
splatting
You know,
from 5
it
feet
feels
to
to
30
me
feet.
like fighting game devs are like the little rascals. They're on top of each other's shoulders, wearing a trench coat, pretending to be a live service game, but they're not really. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to do it. So it feels like they're being stretched from all angles. Maybe they're listening in one department, but it's just obvious to me
said
that
drink
these
water.
guys are in over their head when it comes to being a live service. You can even see it in their business model, like the way products come out that you can buy and the way like
The battle
advertisements
pass.
show up in game.
Yeah.
It just feels so non-organic.
The batter pass, Jesus
or
Christ.
or Karate Kid hoodie, or it just feels
Oh,
so like we don't know how to do this in a way that's smooth. So we're just going to do it in a way that's not smooth. And it feels like poser shit. Like they're just not good at it.
Battle
And
Pass.
the thing
The
you're
strand
mentioning,
of
how
hair, bro.
it's
Battle
inconsistent,
Pass
that
Tekken
is a like sign. The fact that it's inconsistent is a sign that they are trying to be a live service, but are not good at it, really.
I mean, the one thing I will say is Street Fighter 6 has blown the fuck up.
I was thinking of that
specifically.
too.
And I don't know about how they've been doing their live service, or even if
That
it has anything
FGC
to
games
do
seem
with
like they don't know how to
how
sell out, but
big
Street
the
Fighter
game's
has.
become. Because I believe that a game
Street Fighter
can become
successfully
big
sold out. It
from
seems.
things external to the actual game itself. I believe that Tekken 7 became big largely because of the community and because of Tekken World Tour and all the storylines behind it. The Pakistan story, the Kudans, like 2017 when you won.
I mean, they're frustrated with Street Fighter 6 Love Box, but the
together.
game is very successful.
It was
though.
just a healthy time.
It's very
And I
successful.
think
And the player-
one of the major reasons which might be overlooked is
There
that
isn't
the
a dark
community
cloud over Street
came
Fighter 6
through
like
and
there is with Tekken 8.
did their thing, and this
Like
is something
getting
we were
people to
talking
not
about
play the
before, right,
game.
Super Kumar. And I think Street Fighter 6, there was some really, really big events, marketing wise, they did a really good job, and now
also marketing
it might
too.
be
Marketing
most
the game
popular
is way better.
in Japan, just in general, right?
Marketing
now,
is night and day
I don't
between
know
Street Fighter and
if
Tekken.
if it's because of the game itself, or maybe they're different to the way that it's done in Tekken. But I think that you guys are right when it comes to the live service aspect of Tekken. And
Tekken
one thing I will
had
say,
foam
Dojo,
posits.
is you're saying that things are being pulled and it doesn't seem like there is one cohesive vision.
Foam posits are some of the
that is
ugliest
the vision,
shoes of
though?
all time.
What
Only
if
drug dealers
the
wear
vision
foam
always
posits.
was? No. What if
only
the
fat
vision was
people
that
wear foam
we're gonna
posits.
keep it
What?
stance
But it's
based?
sad, man.
We're gonna it's the game's gonna be stance based. There's gonna be really crazy aggression. We're gonna make sure the intermediates and lower level.
They should
players
add
can
Air
beat
Force
the
Ones
high level players, because that will bring in more people. That will create more hype. And Tekken World Tour has been proof of that, because
Like, how do you make a
crazy upsets
fucking
and blah, 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 blah.
outfit
Like,
to wear foam
what if that was
posits,
the
bro?
vision,
I'm still confused.
And that's why we're getting what we're
Okay.
getting.
Do I have to wear cargo
Yeah,
pants
yeah, like,
or cargo shorts
well,
every day?
That is a vision, but like, I guess ultimately it's subjective.
How do you
Like,
wear foam
is that a
posits
good
when your
vision
shins
to, like,
aren't
go
fucking
into
this
it and
wide?
like undermine defense, make it so that the underdogs got like a way bigger puncher's chance, and just make it like more effects and bigger booms, and like we're gonna sell more copies, right? It just makes me think of like
I know you wear Vans.
there's this clip, this like film director David Lynch, and he's like behind the camera, and he's there like shooting
Tekken
the
Air
scene,
Force
and
Ones
the
would have been
producer kinda
collectibles
comes
by
up
now.
and he's like, yeah, no, but we might
Tekken
wanna, like,
Air Force
trim the
Ones,
length
they
of
would
the
have been
scene.
posted on
And he,
like
turns over
shoewear
and he's like,
fucking websites and stuff.
the fuck you talking about? Like, the length of the scene. What's wrong? Like, I'll make it as long as I want to make it. And he starts like bickering with this
Trying to say
producer,
grow a beard.
and you see like this tension between like producer and the artist, right? And it just reminds me of like some like Hollywood studio executive, like, oh, we gotta sell more copies. We gotta sell, make it bigger,
guy said
make it
grow
more
a
like
beard. I have a
spectacular. Like, what about like making like a super cool quality, artistic, like awesome thing that like, it's just like cool in itself, instead of coming into it with this approach of like, gotta sell copies and gotta make it like as mass appeal as possible. I just like don't think cool things get made that way.
Joey's just been
But
doing
I
a
guess
lot
it's
of
easy
music.
for me
That's
to
why
say when I
he's
don't have,
thinking
like,
like this.
financial stake in it. But
That's why he's
that's just
thinking
like my
like this.
perspective as an artist. Like, you got to make like the cool, high quality.
This guy's a
things for the
fucking
sake of it,
artist
not,
now.
like
Fucking hell.
to sell copies. But I mean, they are a business, of
This guy's
course.
going through his artist phase.
But I think like a
that
better
feeling
strategy.
was gone a long time
Yeah,
ago,
I was gonna
Joey.
say,
I
that
feel
shit-
like
that boat
originally
sailed
when
long
we
as
first
fuck
started
ago.
seeing Harada around, it was more that way.
Yeah.
But every
That
time
shit
I
sailed
saw
6
Harada
years
in like
ago.
the last
6 million
5
years
years,
ago.
it was, oh man, I hope we sell enough copies.
Yeah,
or
we were way
each
past that
character
point.
is so expensive to make now, or it just has always been that way. And
Just
what
want
can
the
you
game to be
expect when you put
successful.
an 8 behind your franchise's name? It's no longer about passion. It's no longer about art. It's about how much.
But
is
it was
8
one.
gonna
That's the
make?
whole problem of
And
the game, is that it's
the
not
thing is-
successful.
Like it was one.
That's really the whole problem.
That's true.
Sorry.
That it must have been in order to become popular in the first place, there has to have been some art and
That's the
passion
only
and
reason our
everything
complaints
involved.
even matter,
And
is 'cause the
thing
game
you
is not
mentioned
successful.
earlier, Spaghetti Rip, about Tekken 7 and how you think that the
the only leverage
storylines
we have.
and the community and everything is responsible for that game being good. In my eyes, the only thing that gave Tekken 7 a chance
Street Fighter
was that
5 being
Street
bad.
Fighter 5 fucking sucked ass. If that game didn't suck, Tekken 7 would have been just like every other Tekken. Good or bad, no one would have given a fuck about it. And I know, I've been there since the first EVO, the one that didn't have any 3D games. They added 3D fighting games to EVO as almost like we're gonna throw them a bone. Evo was always Street Fighter. Every
Aris.
fighting game has always been about Street Fighter. It's Street Fighter. It's always been, and it will always be. But in that one window of time in history, Street Fighter fucking sucked, and everyone knew it. And they started looking around, and Tekken 7 was solid. Tekken 7 was never some masterpiece.
Yeah.
It just had good timing, and it was solid. It was solid. So everyone
you
jumped
so
on
much.
board.
Low
And,
budget.
You know, that's what's
Tekken
different
7 was
about it
low
now.
budget.
Now things have flipped around. I think Street Fighter 6 is not that great of a game, but it's solid at a time when everything else fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on with it, really.
I was literally talking about this and uploaded a YouTube video of me saying.
I'm surprised this guy
I
doesn't
said
play
the
Street
exact
Fighter
same
Super
thing,
Akuma.
last week. I remember during
He's like the
Tag
first
2,
person I
the
would
Street
think to
Fighter 4
switch.
players were bullying us, making fun of us because
Yes.
saying, and they were saying like, "Why are you playing this game? There's no point playing that." Like I remember that, and then Tekken 7 arrived.
Pony
like
Boy
you said,
Juan.
when Street Fighter 5 sucked.
You probably could be in it.
Tekken
You actually
7,
know
like,
Spag.
I should be a person that praises Tekken 7 so much.
Is he a
You know
singer?
what? I don't want to go back.
He plays the piano.
Give me
now.
all the Tekkens and I'm enjoying myself.
He
Every
does
time
like
I play
classical
Tekken
music
7,
now.
I don't really like the game that much, and I
Joey
didn't play
Fury.
it that much during the day. I played it enough to get good, but then when I was in my
Plays
free
Tekken-
time,
yeah, who plays Tekken and thinks
that's not
full
what I played.
posits are cool.
I mean, 7
it just
in its
arrived at the
prime-
right time. It just arrived at the right
Right.
time.
And 7 in its prime was not some.
I'm not even
historic
yapping that
Mona
much,
Lisa
NYB,
masterpiece.
shut up.
It was
Yeah.
just a solid Tekken
Yeah,
game.
it was
In fact,
fine.
Even in its prime, there were some really questionable things in it, and there was a lot of like people were really displeased. But still, relative to what was available, it was solid. And I think that's a big factor. And obviously, Tekken 8 is not solid, like obviously. So
Yeah. I think yes, Street Fighter 5 not doing well at launch definitely left a window of opportunity for Tekken. But to Spag's point, I really think that if Tekken was still just Tekken, it would not have taken off the way
What
it
the
did without the Tekken World Tour and the storylines and the community rallying like it did. Because I feel like
course,
that really
of course.
pushed it so much more than it would have otherwise.
Sure,
Yeah.
but in order for someone to look in this direction and even care about storylines, they have to care about Tekken in the first place. Instead of it being like, ugh. Do you remember those days where they'd be like, look at enter, what do you play? And you say Tekken, and they're like,
Tekken?
ugh.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
remember.
that's how it was. That's
Yeah.
how it was. And at that time, it wasn't because the game fucking sucked the way it is now. It was because the people just didn't want to play it. Tekken was great. Tekken has been really good my whole life. It's always been good. But that doesn't mean people saw it as good. It was like a fucking bathroom fighter for years. It wasn't until Tekken 7 really, it was at that right window. It was just lightning in a bottle, you know? It was
Yeah.
a good game, good enough. Street Fighter stepped aside, and that's why it was sick.
I think that might have been the catalyst, right? Like it was the thing that gave Tekken a big boost. And I remember specifically because I started traveling for Tekken World Tour as a commentator, official commentator for the first time, and it was cool to see that even Street Fighter players were playing Tekken. They were like, bro, fucking hate
Yeah.
Street Fighter, man. Like some of the best Street Fighter players are like, they're playing Eliza and Akuma in Tekken 7 now because they're like, yeah, fuck Street Fighter, I can't play it. It's too stressful, blah blah. Kind of what some people are saying now about Tekken 8, but still, like Rip said, after that, I think the community did take that opportunity by and ran with it. Took the opportunity, ran with it, and said, okay, let's do something here. Let's teach people our game. Let's Let's teach people about our community and let's show people how hype Tekken can be. There were so many sick moments in Tekken 7. Let me ask you a question, Aris, because you've been doing a lot of restreams still, even though you haven't been playing the game, but you still watch them though, right? So you still restream.
They sound like bots. I gotta get in the
streamed
chats.
Tekken 7 tournaments back in the day, right? You restream some of Tekken
Back then I did, of course.
and Tekken 8 tournaments as well. Tell me, is there like a big difference in how you view Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 when you're watching the game itself?
Absolutely. In this, back to the first topic, right? Are fighting games good products? That's my favorite question. I really think about that all the time, even outside of this podcast. I think about that all the time. I really feel like there is this component to fighting games that's lost if you focus on the net play. And I think that this component is not as simple as offline, online. It's something like hard to quantify. It's hard to write on a piece of paper what this sensation is. But fighting games, when you remove the personal aspect of it and make it just about the game itself, become a lot better. The product is a lot better when you remove the, like, going to, I don't know how to, like I said, just the same way I put it, I don't know how to write it down on a piece of paper, but something vital is lost if you remove in person and you go to net play. And when that vital thing is lost, whatever that may be, the magic, let's call it the spark, right? When you lose that spark, that's the point where they go from good product to bad. And because it's so hard to pinpoint what this thing is, I think all the companies have failed to figure it out. It's still not something that they've figured out.
It's
really,
stakes.
in my opinion. These companies, they just don't know how to harness the magic of a fighting game in a way in modern times. None of them are doing it right. They're not harnessing the magic. And it's weird to say that way, but I don't think they're good products, and I don't know why. I don't know why, but it has to do with in-person fighting games. It has to do with that component for sure.
Yeah.
Do you think it's
but you're not gonna get whooped by your homies
or
though.
the like arcade culture experience where you have a bunch of people there watching that one match?
I don't know that it's necessarily
Even if you're ass at the game, you're still gonna be like, oh, this my boy's whooping me right now, and he's talking shit to me. Yeah,
during that era, it felt like you still managed to have that. There was still this essence of in-person fighting game tournaments with, the presentation and the stream and everything. That was a very watchable product. But today, that product feels like
it's more like
gone.
A social thing. That's a good point, though.
It's less
It's not just stakes.
now. All the games are less watchable. When it comes to even restreaming an event, all the games are less fun to watch. And I don't think it's because of the game. I think it's because of this spark that was lost. And that spark only exists offline. And it's like something I think about often. Like I said, I ponder this often. And I wonder what is missing, but I don't know what it is. It's related to, it's not about arcades. That's what I know, because it still had it after arcades died,
So what I'm asking then, really quick. So Wednesday Night Fights esports arena, that was offline, no arcades, right? But are you speaking about the offline experience of just one person versus one person and you lose the spark there? Or are you losing the spark of just that community around stuff offline, where there's just one match happening, but there's 4 or 5 people back there and you're all just participating in the same thing offline, and that's where the spark comes from. Does that make sense?
I think there's a lot of components to it, like an example earlier, Super Akuma was mentioning how oh man, I fucking hate playing online. I fucking hate it, but he does it all the time, right? And a lot of people do that. He's not the only one. A lot of people do that. That type of an environment is under the surface, it will create something that is unhealthy. Under the surface, you won't see it, but it will create something. It will fester.
He always says online is the reason the community got fucked.
And you shake people's hands and play each other. That doesn't create that decay, that subdermal decay that you will get over time when you fucking hate what you're doing all the time. You know. So I believe that this invisible decay that has occurred over the years with the argument of like rollback and all this shit. I think this is what we're starting to see now. This is what we're starting to feel, where there's like this inherent negativity from all angles, and it's because of resentment that has slowly grown from doing something that you find frustrating, but just doing it anyway. You know, I think that there's a lot there. You know,
there's too many Joe Budden TKs. There's too many
more
Joe
than
Budden
they
TKs.
realize. You know, it's done damage.
Yeah,
I think
it's actually crazy right now because the like, there's so many reasons for this, but even being on social media, you know, and
that's a good point too. Social media is like this too,
and one of the reasons why this podcast is even a thing is because
social media being on your phone 24/7 outside.
That I would feel about the game or the changes and turn it into something more constructive. In fact, that was something that I was told by people higher up actually to do, which is funny how
detached and you don't treat another person like a human being and blah blah blah.
The game, Tekken is very unique in that it can't be replicated. No other game does what Tekken does. So, and a lot of Tekken players only really play Tekken 2. So there isn't anywhere else for these guys to go. Anywhere you go, you're getting fucked up because you know, and they end up playing online because you want to feel playing Tekken. So yeah, I often think to myself, damn, why do I play when I know I'm going to get pissed off? I did that today. I played today and I knew I was going to be fucking pissed off. And I got pissed off. I'm like, why do I do this? And I still go back and do it again. You know, it's like someone that when they drink and they throw up and they're like, I'm never drinking again. But then they drink again. You know, it's a weird one because you want to feel, maybe this session won't feel like shit. Maybe this one will actually be maybe I'll win.
Unhealthy behavior.
It is.
That's
totally when you are online
behavior.
It is, but it's because you're chasing that high.
When you're online and you fight somebody, you imagine the most degenerate, disgusting piece of shit fucking person in your fucking brain until you actually see them in person.
Back in the day on
that's how it feels like playing online in a fighting game.
And you know,
you just like picture some like fucking complete scumbag retard,
and I was thinking like
that looks like a gremlin fighting you
in fighting games or in Tekken at least. And I was thinking, man, you know, maybe if there was more of a social element, because you're talking about that spark, right, Aris, and Rip trying to break it down. And
Reddit mod.
Is it just the community, the people watching, you know, the fact that you feel like there is more than just yourself and the game? Is it the in-person 1v1 aspect? There could be many things that gave that spark. But, you know, I know, and I've spoken to a lot of people that
stop trying to get me to talk in between
online where, you know, you can have a team battle in ranked or unranked where you play with people, your own friends. That, you know, that might make it a lot less shit to play the game, and even if the game is whatever state it's in. I know if I'm playing with Super Akuma and Joey and we do a 3v3 thing and we're playing against 3 random guys and then I get fucked up. I'm like, fuck, I lost. And then Joey, you know, he carries and beats the shit out of that guy. Like, I don't know, maybe just the social aspect would make the thing feel a lot better. That's why a lot of people have been saying we need more team tournaments in Tekken right now, because there's a lot. The tournament scene's been very stale as well when it comes to the same shit every single time. Double elimination, first to 2, blah 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 blah. So that's what I try to do. Unique tournaments, right? Like Red Bull Golden Letters, you know.
Yeah, like bro, Spag has
and
carried.
All of a sudden, even a game like Tekken 8 that people were not happy with,
like,
they really enjoyed playing that game.
Tekken,
you know, shout out to Chop as well. He's in the chat. He did a tournament where it was a very unique kind of prize system. It was exactly the same game. You play versus
Golden
someone,
Letters,
it was
NA versus EU,
and it was very social, and people really enjoyed it.
Korea versus Pakistan.
Season 2 Tekken 8. So I'm wondering, you know, is it just because the game hasn't innovated enough with new modes and a way of making the game more social?
Voice chat, I think, is a great idea.
I think that spark was just the community. Like back in Tekken 7, there was something happening on the other side of the world, and I felt connected to that. I was like, oh, we're all in the same boat. We're all doing the same thing, but we were all in a relatively positive mindset.
Oh, with COVID.
Whatever was happening.
Also, what Aris is saying, it's
in the Tekken world.
With the way I hear him talk about it.
So even at lower levels,
it sounds like that shit was happening before Tekken 7. The online community becoming more fucked.
Chance in the world tour. Maybe I could try.
That's why I don't attribute it to locals,
right? And they managed to capture a little bit of the grassroots, and there was a lot of community leaders that like organized some stuff for people to join, and it was that social aspect. Like even today, like as people are like complaining about Tekken 8 all the time. You play them offline, they're having a laugh. You're playing alone in your room, you're gonna be sad, and the netcode's bad on top of it, right?
That means it's really
go back to
topic number 1 right there.
Yeah, a fighting game's a good product. I think the community, which isn't part of the product.
Yeah, Aris doesn't
but
think you can
you
have a
get
good
into it
product
when you
playing
get
a
into
fighting
the
game
That's
online.
that's what makes it. Like what got me into fighting games is like I used to be a quite shy person, didn't have many friends, and then I found my people. They were the Tekken people. And then the more I played, the more I got involved, the more I was on social media, the more I got appearances, more I got opportunities to travel. I met more and more people, and then I got to start streaming and met even more people. And it feels like you're part of something. And it didn't really matter that I didn't particularly like the game, right? I was having fun. I was having fun traveling.
Yeah,
I was having
true.
fun meeting people. I was having fun just being
Kanaku,
competitive
shut the
in
fuck up.
whatever I did, even though that was Tekken 7, right? But
Yeah,
it
if you're
really was that
incel-
community. The problem is the feeling has sour.
If you're incel,
a lot.
FGC is really
But
good.
some
for
people
you.
didn't even
now
have that
everyone's
feeling,
so
though.
negative.
No, but the vast majority of people are not going to have that feeling. A lot of people that play Tekken, if there's 11 million sales of Tekken 7, how many of those people that bought that game
Actually
are
went
going to
offline?
their local community?
Yeah, you're
are-
right. That's
are
also a
playing
good
that
point,
offline.
too.
Maybe some of them have never been offline in their lives. People watching right
That's
now
why
may have not gone offline.
95%.
but They might not
95%
necessarily
haven't.
dislike the game, though. That's the thing.
Well, the thing is, we're kind of in an echo chamber. When we say, "Oh, we don't like the game," maybe there's 10 million people out there loving the game. But I'm talking about the people that I've met on every continent. Like when it comes to going to locals, you get the people involved, and even though they don't really know what's going on, and most of the time when you're
It
lower
ruins it
level,
offline.
you're getting beat up.
You think
at the
TNS
local 'cause
ruined
you got
offline?
players that have been
You know
playing
that
for
was
like
a
15
topic.
years, right? And they're still having fun.
And they blamed
Even though
ICFC for
not
ruining
only are they
offline
playing
too. I heard
a
people at
questionable
locals
game,
say that.
they're getting the shit kicked out of them at that game, and they don't know what's going on. But that social aspect, you really feel part of something. Like I would go.
That
to a
guy
local
Aeon
across the
said
world, and
ICFC
you feel
ruined
connected.
SoCal
And
locals.
I personally, in my local scene, I
And
was
other
imparted
locals
that
too.
feeling of we're all in the same boat. Like in Tag 2, I had Koreans come to my local. It was like we're all Tekken's like one big family. And I've always tried to share that
Naruto backstory.
feeling with newer players that join my community. Right now that I'm,
Who you think you
I'm
can
a bit
reaction
of an
punish
elder
anything
where
ever
I
in a
am,
game?
I try to impart that feeling of we're all together, right? And I know clearly it's not the 11 million people feeling that.
ICFC
But
was only
a lot of the
trying-
people
yeah.
we don't hear the 11 million people. We hear the people talking on social media.
So you
which
think
are already
offlines
a
died
bit deep into it.
after
They're not the
COVID?
casuals. You're not hearing from the random.
Because it felt like
ones.
offlines were not
you're
that
hearing
bad
from,
until
like,
season 2.
At least like blue ranks, because they got invested enough to come find.
I think I
the
come
people,
from a privileged
which
area.
like
though.
we're deep rooted
In
in
SoCal, we have a lot of locals.
I know I sold a lot of copies of Tekken 7. So many people,
But I
came up
wouldn't
to
know
me and
what it
said,
was
"Oh, I
before,
happened to catch the
COVID."
mix-up.
So-
and what you did was so cool." Ask anyone who played the game; they didn't think so.
So, yeah.
but they saw it and like, "Wow, that's so cool! I want to be in the game." And
Joe,
then
we
they
went
get
from
involved.
100 plus on a
And
Wednesday.
since we didn't have such
saw
a
the
negative
crumbs?
feeling towards the game,
I heard that too.
being part
Bro,
of
I
that
saw the
community is what did it.
participants when I looked at
Like,
Star GG.
we made it a good product. We sold the game. You guys' commentary.
That stuff
made,
like a Chains of
animating
Fate seemed
tournaments
like
to
it would
make them
have
more
like
fun to
200.
watch.
I know Chains of Fate
Me
wasn't a
being
thing back
evil
then, but
and just robbing people.
Would you guys have,
left
like,
and right
Wednesday
every
night
week on
fights or
ICFC.
something?
That made people.
that shit had over
Right?
That's
100.
more of a reason to not support it if you don't like it.
I'm the
That's
only guy
what
from the old
my,
days.
My whole point is the whole reason why I stopped doing commentary was because I always did commentary for
I see.
pennies. I've been like in the entire time. There
Yeah, the
are
only
clips
old
of me,
fuck
not
I know
just
is
for
you
Tekken,
and strippers
more
and
on
beer.
combat. I did top 8 at Evo for more. I did that job for like $200 or something. Embarrassing. And millions of people heard my voice for $200. And I didn't mind at all because I liked the game. I'll do it again. And I did do it again next year and next year and next year until I don't like the game anymore. Then I'm a fucking idiot if I do that because I'm no longer doing it because I love it. I'm doing something that I don't love. And you can tell, you can smell it, you can feel it. I don't love it, and I'm doing it for a job. This is my point. This is my whole.
Harris
Yeah,
is
I
such a
completely- I
lucky.
completely agree. I
like
often
this guy
tell
is
people
so
that
lucky,
are
man.
Always complaining and be like, just quit. What's
guy-
holding you to
This
this?
guy is a
And
such a-
then they tell me the same thing, and I went, personally, I don't hate the game like you, even though I got my problems, but I am getting paid. I am making decent money. That is why I'm still here. You're not getting paid. If you don't like it,
This guy
go
just has been
away.
doing what he
Nothing
loves
is
for his
forcing
entire
you to
life.
stay. But you said at the beginning of this
Aris
podcast,
has just been
if you're
doing what he
getting paid,
loves his
it's worth
entire
it.
life.
Or it can be worth it.
Into a 1,000
Yeah, I
viewer
mean,
stream.
look,
But,
that's
but the
your
people who
business.
don't, I completely
He
agree.
has
Like,
no
if
clue
you
about the
don't
fact
like it,
of
move
the amount of
fuck
viewers
on,
he has in his
please.
stream because of being on
that is a
Namco
question
shit.
that I think I have to ask.
That's not even
Aris,
in the
because
equation.
Every single time there's a commentator's
guy's like
announcement for any
completely-
major
completely unsell out.
or, you know, and it's crazy because you haven't commentated for such a long time, but everyone wants to hear your voice. They want to see, oh, where's Aris? Bring Aris. You know, I want
Complete
Aris, or
unsell
ask
out,
Aris
man.
to do commentary. And it's because your voice has become iconic in the Tekken world. You know, even though you did
Aris
it such a
doesn't
long
even
time
give a
ago,
fuck about that.
people were used to hearing your commentary, and
Doesn't
then
even
they
care
want to
about
know,
it.
would you ever come back to commentary, and what would it take for the game to be in a certain way, or are you just done and you're happy where you are?
Well, I mean, the number one thing is that I have to like it. You know, I'll
This
commentate
fucking
fat
guy,
sumo
man.
wrestlers slapping each other's titties.
I've been doing that
if
shit
I
too.
like
Look at
it.
this
That's
guy.
just
and,
sick.
Expected that.
and it's, you know, my personal relationship
I like
with
it,
money
man.
has never been good. Anytime I've ever done anything for money, it's failed miserably. Disaster, like absolute catastrophe. So I decided many years ago, over a decade ago, that I need to do things because my heart wants to do them. So if I don't like it,
Look at this
you'll
fucking
smell it. You'll
Deku
taste it in
Midoriya
my food.
fucker.
So I have to like it when it comes to that.
Oh
I'm super flattered that everyone enjoyed my commentary, but at the end of the day, the reason you enjoyed it is because I enjoyed it. That's what
Fucking
you liked about
anime
it. Trust
MC.
me. You know, that's what you liked about it. So it can't just be something that I'm not
Anime
good
MC.
at that. I'm not good at, you know, making guacamole and telling you to put a promo code and, you know, all that stuff. I'm not good at that. I'm good at like having fun. And, you know, many years ago, I remember hearing other people's commentary like Dr. Sub-Zero and all these really old school guys. And the key to it was they make me feel like I wish I was there. And how can I make you feel like you wish you're here if I don't even want to be here? It can't be done. So that's really the key. If I can't want to be there, then I can't do commentary. It's really not even about money, you know. It's about what you want to do.
Yeah, no, it's true.
And
I
I
believe in your
said,
heart,
when I
man.
find something else I want to do,
Aris is the
I'll do
only
that.
adult in the room.
Yeah, I
I'm
hear
getting
that.
paid to do something that
I fucking
I do
disagree,
enjoy.
bro. It's
I do.
easy to be an
But
adult
I
when you're
enjoyed it
Aris.
more
It's
before.
easy as fuck to be an adult
Yeah,
I haven't completely
and
lost
make the
spark,
right decision
Yeah.
I
and not
still
play
do
Tekken
enjoy it.
because of
But
Chaz. That's really easy for him to do.
If something else pops up that
Let
I
me
can
just
do,
fall back to my
I might move on
RE1
to
stream
that.
with 1,000
I
views.
think the reality of it is all these people who say "fuck this," I hate
2,000
this, they
viewers,
do
actually.
enjoy it too. I mean, at the end of the day,
It's really easy
people
to be
do
an adult when
naturally
that's
do
your
what
escape
they want
route.
to do with their leisure time. So if you're choosing to play online Tekken 8, obviously you enjoy it too in some way. Like the pros outweigh
never saw the
cons,
transition?
right? But over time, you won't notice this. But it's doing damage.
I'll get to it after
Basically,
this. I wanna
you
know
won't
the
even
transition.
see it.
You
It's so
inside, yeah.
subtle.
I know, he's
It's
so
like getting
pure.
fat
Aris is so
over time.
pure.
It's so subtle, but then you'll see someone who hasn't seen you in a few months and they're like, what the fuck? You know? So, like, it's like that. You know, it's similar. It's so slow, but your fun will deteriorate. And that's why, really, I think.
How does this guy
over
have
all
gray
these
hairs in
years,
his beard and he's
that's
pure
why
and
the
he's talking about having
value
fun?
of fighting games
How is
as
that
a
possible?
product has gone down because it was so slow. No one noticed it. All this talk about rollback or like, you know, battle pass or nerf patch, buff patch whining and seasons. No one really realized that we were slowly
Avery's
losing
been
what
sucking
fighting
his
games are
toes.
really about. And now that it's gone, we're like, what was that? You
Guts
didn't
420,
even
I agree.
notice that piece of furniture was there, but now that it's gone, the whole feng shui is off, and everyone's wondering why. Why are fighting games shitty now? I don't know. What happened? You know, it's like mysterious, but it was just slow. It was slow because of the Super Akuma effect. I fucking hate it, but not that
Hitbox?
much. I'm gonna load up.
Hitbox?
Maybe it won't be that bad
Oh, no.
this time. I'm gonna load up online. That slowly fucked everything up over the years, you know? I think.
Let's go.
I wanna know-
I have one extra.
I want to know the whole story about
I
Aris's
really enjoy streaming.
transition.
And in order to get the viewers, for there to be a conversation to be had, I unfortunately need to turn this off because I haven't built my audience for anything else. So if I want to talk to people in stream, which I do really enjoy,
Okay, we're getting to it.
my best bet is to do the thing I don't like.
Yes.
To try and do the thing I
This
like
is
at the same
an
time.
important
'Cause
conversation.
I don't go into ranked if I'm not streaming. I
Important
don't just
conversation.
load up the game during my free time. I like streaming, and unfortunately,
Important conversation. I'm
to
glad
do the
somebody's
things that I
bringing this up.
enjoy.
That's terrible.
You know,
Yeah,
earlier you
I
said-
know it is, but that's why I do it. So
Earlier-
some people just load up the game because maybe it won't be so bad. I don't play ranked outside of my streams. I like streaming. I just have to play Tekken, unfortunately.
Bro, Ponyboy
It's not my
Juan, you
effect.
hate Aris. What the fuck?
Earlier, you said that
You're like the
everyone
only
is so
one.
mad about this patch, but
Yeah.
the feeling I've gotten was that people aren't even that mad anymore. They're just sad and disappointed.
Yeah.
And hearing you describe that just made me sad because you're like
It is sad.
forcing yourself so hard to do this other thing you like.
He knows the location
and the
of
only way to
Arctic
do the other thing you
Covenant.
like is by doing this thing.
If I could stream mukbangs, I'd do that, man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You should try it.
The thing is that I did, and I was successful. I'll be real and open. This isn't a Tekken subject anymore, but like I'm scared to take the risk. The easy option is there. Just turn on the game that annoys me, and it makes it easy. But I have gone out of my comfort zone. Like I remember once I was gonna stream with Spag and Fergus one time, and I just ate
This is an
with my
important
girlfriend on
conversation.
stream, waiting for them for an hour and a half because they're always late, right? And I got more views than when I was playing the other game. So I should be doing more of that.
Arc
You
of
say
Covenant.
try
Do
it.
more.
I'm scared,
Do more.
but I should.
I think you should overcome your fear, man, because Tekken 8 is a lot more scary right now. But I wanna go into a little bit more
And-
detail, right? Because we've spoken a lot
How
about
did you
like just
move
the
on from
general,
that so
like
quick?
you know the kind of the way that the developers have been moving.
Somebody
and,
get
like,
in
this
there
kind
and
of
tell
stuff and, like,
Aris, what the
culture.
fuck?
But specifically
You
about
fucking
season 3, so
spoiled
what
fucking
made
bastard,
people
bro.
upset? You know, because it was a lot of anger. Look, I got shit
Fucking
on, bro. They were calling
spoiled
me a shill.
fucker,
They were
bro.
saying Spag's a shill, even though I spent all of the first fucking year of this game
Fucking
doing podcasts,
actually get to
bringing
do what
people
you
on
love.
to criticize the game. You're calling me a shill.
You have
People
gray
are
in
going
your fucking
crazy,
beard.
bro. What's going on? Anyway, that was fucking crazy. I was getting attacked
the
by everyone.
fuck are you telling me
But anyway,
to do the fuck with what I want to do in my
Wait,
heart?
a lot.
Spag, is season 3 better than season 2?
Fuck you.
Is season? I think a little bit. Yeah, I think so.
Might be a shill, bro.
Yeah.
It's so fucking. It's so easy to be
I
in
think-
Aris'
That's what I was
position
thinking, man.
and being like, "You guys are retarded. You guys just turn the game off.
I think
the
season
game
3
sucks.
is a
Watch
little bit better than season 2 because like
A bunch of
Superkuma said
geeks
in the
complaining
beginning
about
of
a
the
video
podcast,
game.
there was
This guy said,
a few changes that were good, but then there was a lot of changes that weren't good. So actually, I don't know. It might be exactly the same. To me, it's not enough for it to be better. I just think there were some changes to the top tier characters that were good, and I want to break those down. I want to kind of go a little bit more in depth, right? So there were changes to a couple of characters. I would say Anna and
"We'll get to it
Asuka.
after this Guts 420."
Those characters were definitely
I really
want
wanna
to
dive into
characters,
it.
and they got some pretty hefty nerfs, especially Asuka. She's like a very different character now. I feel like on the tier list, right? But then a lot of other characters got buffed, including your character Rip, which a lot of people also thought was a top 5 character. He got buffed too for some reason, and you know it's bad when the people who main a character get pissed off when their character gets buffed. And that's only something that we've been getting recently, man.
Yeah.
I never used to see that.
It's
When people
actually
get
impressive.
Their characters buffed, they will be like
actually
jacking up and be
impressive.
like, "Yeah, this is sick." Now they're actually getting upset. So
It's impressive. they do that.
I want to break it down. Joey, I'll start with you.
Buff the
because
characters
obviously
so
you've been playing the game a
egregiously,
lot.
they're actually complaining.
What's your analysis on season 3 and why people are upset? Not angry, but just like now just upset.
Well, a few things that maybe that ties in a little bit to like why do people have such negative feelings about the game and keep playing it, keep playing. I think like when I look at Tekken 8, I can still see like the Tekken beneath like the garbage heap, like I still see it like down there. And I think people felt that way about season 1, where they're like, yeah, this is fucked up, but like I still see the Tekken there. And then season 2 dropped, and it was just like like the whole unloading, like just garbage truck, like everything got buffed, like everything like became safer and like more heat options, like just like overload, right? And now season 3,
If I actually could
I
get in the
see
call,
as-
that'd be beautiful.
it's like a slightly
That'd be
toned
beautiful.
down.
Let me
season
talk
2.
to Aris. Let me talk to this
but
fucker.
it's still
That'd
like,
be beautiful.
the options and the overall like power
It's just,
level
like,
of the
welling- it's
characters
just welling up
still
in my soul
vastly
right now.
exceeds what it was
It's
in
just
season
welling
1.
up.
And season 1 was already very crazy.
It's just welling up.
I think like Super Akuma mentioned, I can't remember. if
Don't
this
have
was
contact
on
with
stream or
Spag,
off
I
stream.
don't.
He was saying like the system changes. they
Megaclan,
made
we
in
get it.
Season
You're a
3,
cook. This is the
like,
third time you've
nerfing
admitted
the
to being a
installs
cook in my stream. Do you have
and
any
removing
pride?
the wall splitting heat smashes? Those are like really great changes.
Are you trying to find a dom or
But
something?
I think what's so frustrating for people about season 3 is they did make some characters even stronger, which is like insane. But there was
Is that
a
why you're
certain
in my stream all the
expectation
time,
that,
Megaclan?
like some of the really insane
Do I give you,
options
like, dom
added in
fucking
season
vibes?
2
Is that why I can
would
call
be,
you a
like,
retard and
toned
you
down
still
or
stay?
removed or fixed? But
Do you actually like
I'm
it when
playing
I
this
when I
game,
like
man, and
like belittle you?
I'm like June
call
is
you a
shooting
pussy?
like a laser beam that like goes at the speed of light across, like it's a hitbox that just appears on the whole screen and hits you from like range 6, and it can wall splat you, and like this it's like it was designed by like a little kid. It's just like, we're like playing martial arts, but now I use like my laser blast, and like it's insane that it's
I
in
knew
the
you
game.
loved
and they
Aris
didn't take it out, they didn't do
Shimblade.
anything
If I could
about
get
it.
in this
It's
call
like
right now,
Dragon Ball Z shit, dude.
you might rethink.
And that's
what
just
I'm
like
about
one
to say.
move. There's a lot of other moves like
You might
that where
rethink it.
sometimes I'm playing, I'm like, I cannot.
Because I'm not gonna
believe
lie,
I'm playing
like,
this. I can't believe
this guy's kind of
this is in
pissing
the
me
game.
off.
I can't believe it's
This
been
guy's
in the
actually
game
kind
for
of
a
pissing
year,
me off.
or more. And it's like like I said, I see the Tekken. There's like these bursts of like, yeah, like this is fun. This Tekken, I'm playing neutral, and then suddenly, like the laser blast comes out, or something like that, and it's just very frustrating. And I think what's very
has gray- he has
concerning
gray in his
is
beard.
being in this negative cycle where like you're chasing some of that satisfaction from like the fundamental baseline Tekken that you enjoy, and then you're raging about this crazy stuff that's in there.
I gotta chill.
It's like sort of a twisted thing. Like you can derive enjoyment from complaining and negativity. And I even see it with like the streams. Like if somebody's streaming like an offline session and they're sitting there and they're like having fun together. Sometimes like I'll admit this about myself. I'm like, they're like having a good time. Like fuck this, and I like go find someone who's like playing online ranked.
We'll be the only fan base.
Go find
that could
someone who's
die
like
with
playing
the product.
online ranked, and like you get this faceless, Lars player who's playing like a nutcase, and you just want to see him like get fucked up, and you want to see the guy be like, yeah, fuck this guy. Like I just beat him at this slop game. It's really bad. It's like this is part of like the online negativity era. Like, and then like you're texting your friend and it's like, yeah, this game fucking sucks. Like, yeah, it does fucking suck. And like, it's just really bad. Like negative enjoyment.
Trying to
It's just
calm
kind of
down.
like twisted and demented.
I'm not gonna be able to release.
So
my
I just
anger.
worry about all this stuff, and I worry about myself.
Not
I
being
worry
able to
about my
release
fellow
my anger.
Tekken players.
What has Tekken done to us, dude?
Just yeah, truly.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you this I don't know if this is a segue into the third topic you have written here, but what happened to Tekken 8, the exact thing happened to Soul Calibur, and it happened in 2004. The exact thing. And you know what? It could have been by the exact same culprits. I don't know if that's true, but literally this exact things that you guys are saying, I can't believe I'm fighting this. This is like a laser beam that appears. I was saying this stuff when I was 19, 20, 21. Like, dude, what happened to just swords? What happened to just nunchucks? We were fighting like martial arts. Now there's flames and explosions, and they've added all these. Like, I swear I experienced this exact moment, except all those years ago. And I believe that it allowed me to let go of Tekken so much easier because I already experienced this turbulence with Soul Calibur. I loved Soul Calibur so much. You have no
go and
idea. It
watch
was
this
the
yourself.
most
I'm gonna
important
upload
thing
this.
in the whole world to me when
My
I was
point is,
18. I traveled
Claudio
all over
is
the
the
place. I
worst
really
character
wanted
in this
to
game.
just
He has
dedicate
no
everything
mix-ups.
to it.
If
And when
someone
Soul Calibur
turtles,
3
he
came
can't
out,
do
and
literally
who's to say,
anything.
this is another thing, right? Well, I'll come back to this moment in my point later. But when it came out, I was heartbroken. And for the same reasons that you guys are complaining, I was heartbroken. It changed the game, right? But now, all these years later, what has occurred is that some people think that the way it changed after Soul Calibur 2 is better. And some people say Soul Calibur 4 is the best one ever, or 5 is the best one ever, or 3 is the best one ever. Because what occurred is people who liked the old version became extinct, and new people came that liked the new version. So when it comes to the future of Tekken, that is one potential future of Tekken. Maybe over the years,
I've never drank
people
water
will
on
say,
stream.
"Man, that's old Tekken 7
I've never
style."
drank water on
They
stream.
changed it after that, and we love it much more now. And you never know. At the time, I was appalled that they added magical moves to a game that had no flames, no fireballs. It was just appalling to me. But give it 5 years, give it 10 years. People will literally say, well, Tekken's been this way forever. It's always been an anime goofy game. Look, and we love it that way. That's the way we want it, you know? So you never know how the future will pan out for a franchise, but all I know is this exact thing occurred, and it happened to be a natural game, and it potentially could have been literally by the same hand. You know, the same person that screwed up what I think they screwed up Soul Calibur. It could have been the same guy with Tekken 8. I don't know. It smells similar. All the colors, all the like unnecessary visual noise, all these like forced 50-50 situations. These types of and also the stance heavy like transitioning into a really powerful option off of the stance. That is all stuff they added in Soul Calibur after 2. In Soul Calibur 3, 4, 5, all those games had stuff just like that. Characters that didn't have those things got those things. So, I mean, it just is too familiar for me. And I early on was like, I'm going to step back. You guys enjoy that shit. I've already eaten it and I didn't like it.
And after that, you didn't have anything to do with the game again, like after you.
No. I've always come back to Soul Calibur. I've come back every new Soul Calibur. I try it and I give it a fair shake because at the end of the day, I like Soul Calibur. I did, but every time it sucks, you know, whatever. And I'm not maybe people see like, oh, what does Aris think? But that's not how I think. You know, if I like something, I like it. And if I don't like something, I don't like it. I don't really care if it's like something that's negative on the game, or maybe you're making the game look bad, turning people away. I'm not going to sacrifice what little hair is left on my head for some other person or some other company. It's about me. You know, if I like it, I'm in. If I don't like it, I'm out.
Oh my God.
You know, it's just about
As
my
an
own
anime
well-being. I wanna have a
character,
good day,
man.
You know, I want to have a good day every day. That's my
This
goal.
guy is an
So,
anime character.
Fair enough,
I'm out.
man. Fair enough. And I think you make a good
if I
point
just
as well
don't like
that
the game,
maybe
I just
in
don't
5,
like the
10
game.
years,
just-
you look
just
back
believe in my
and
heart.
you know Tekken 9
I
or
just
whatever's
have
out,
fun.
and
Everything
we look
will
back
work
at Tekken 8
itself
like,
out.
man, Tekken 8 was a lot better, man, than it is now. Look, you
If I
know,
just
it was
have fun.
only
Very possible.
yeah, it was the 50-50
Getting pushed by
didn't kill you or
Namco
whatever.
for 10 plus
I think
years.
that this is something that was starting
Everything
in
will work out.
Tekken 7, and
Just
it goes
have
back
fun.
to your point about
I just
kind
have
of the
fun.
live service and stuff, and the way they kind of patched the game.
I just have
I
fun.
think that season 1 Tekken 7 was good, and
Just believe in my heart.
I remember interviewing the developers as well, and talking about how Tekken 8 was very different in the sense that they didn't have the arcades to
guy
use
says Joe
as
is
a
better.
reference
No
or the
shit.
people to balance the game
No
early
fucking
on when
shit.
it got released. So this is the first time they've actually had to make a Tekken without the arcades, without having that kind of initial test in Korea, Japan, and Asia. And that was a bit of a challenge, right? So they brought out the CNT and they kind of tried to get whatever they could from that. But
How am I hating for
Tekken
no
7,
reason?
season 2 patch, season 3 Tekken 7 as well. A
You
lot
see
of
my
people believe
camera?
that there was a massive change. And something Nee said in his video, someone mentioned Nee's video, he said that if you look at
Yeah, I know.
game
How am
or
I
a
the
fighting game.
antithesis?
It's like
Anti-
a dish, you know, like some sort of
antithesis
some food.
of fucking
And
Aris.
it's
This
got
guy has
certain-
gray in his
certain-
beard. How is
certain
that possible?
Ingredients that you have in that food. Now, once you add loads of different ingredients, it stops being that food anymore, and that's how he explained what Tekken 8 Season 3 is. He said that there's way too many random ingredients here that
How's
it's
he
no
been on
longer
this
the dish
planet
that it
literally
once
twice
was.
as long as me?
And because the dish has already been cooked, you can't now take
And
those
he
ingredients
still has a
out.
heart. How is that
So
possible?
The game, he, in his words,
How does he
I'm
still
just
have a heart?
quoting what he said. The game can't be fixed now because it has become a completely different dish now. The ingredients cannot be taken out at this point. And the center ground is shifting. So maybe one patch in Tekken 7, I remember they had Miguel and his Sav down forward 2 launcher had like crazy pushback. And for me, that was like, whoa, what the fuck? Now, if there was something like that, I wouldn't even bat an eye because the center ground is shifted. And if they keep on shifting the center ground, then maybe in 5-10 years, whatever we have now will be like totally normal, you know, or like, you know, conservative. So that's the thing. Like, Rip, I want to ask you about this. Like, what do you think then about how the game should be patched, if at all? What do you think about what Nee said as well about, you know, him seeing this as like a dish that can't be changed now?
Yeah, you know, two things. First, you know, to Aris's point, you know, trying all Soul Calibers and everything as well, but Tekken has always lost players, older players, as new iterations have come out. Right, you go from Tekken Tag 1 to Tekken 4, walls, slow floors, get that shit out of here, right? Tekken 5, better but crazy balance stuff. DR people are like, okay, cool, whatever. 6 comes out, like, Rage, what the fuck is this? I'm out of here.
But that's
I'm not playing
all
this
games.
game.
All fighting.
No, right. I'm saying, and so Tekken has done this historically the whole way through, right? And so you've lost some of the oldest players along the way. This is not my Tekken anymore. And then you go to the next one, there's new crazy shit. Tekken 8 is by far the biggest jump, I feel like, from all the past Tekkens. So I feel like they're, you know, on the precipice of losing more of their base than before, and they're gonna have to overcome that by bringing in way more new people, which at this moment, I'm not sure how that's working out. But to Nee's point, you know, how to patch this game going forward, you know, I've been looking at patch notes from Tekken for like over a decade now. And when Season 2 dropped, it seemed to me like they are not going to revert this. But if there was ever a patch to revert, it's this one, because you can't really come back from this. Like, this is an entire direction for the game. And so to undo all of this, you know, incrementally going forward is going to be very, very difficult. And now you fast forward to Season 3, and it's really more of the same. Like, yes, we have some good system changes, but overall, the design of how all the characters function
and how slow
is
they've
kind
been
of
going,
baked in at this point. You know, like undoing that, I don't see that happening.
Like, you see,
in
like, the
Tekken 8
new
going
moves
forward,
they
right?
added in
So
Season 2,
you're
they
kind of at
got
the point where
nerfed.
you just have to accept it for what it is.
They
and
got
this is
nerfed,
Tekken
but
8
the
going
moves
forward.
are still there.
Even considering the idea that they would undo stuff like that. is
Claudio's guard break is still there.
totally
Up forward 2 is
out
still
of-
there.
It's like asinine. There's no way they would ever remove these decisions. In fact, the fact that they've doubled down Season 2 and 3 should tell the user, like, dude, stop even thinking. Well, like earlier, remember when Super Okuma said, it's just bad, dude. It fucking sucks. It's bad. These are bad changes. But that's because you think they're bad, right? But think of it from the perspective
what
of the
Namco's
guy
trying
who
to
thinks
accomplish,
it's good.
yeah.
The guy who's making it and has a smile on their face. That's obviously
What they're
what
trying
they're
to
doing over
accomplish.
there. I mean, if they're going to double down on a concept and a vision, that means they're proud of it. You know, they're putting it out. This is what we want.
The
We're
reason
not
it's
gonna-
bad is
I
not because
don't wanna
Akuma thinks
remind
it's
you
bad.
what
It's
I
because of
had
the
to
success
pull
of the game.
to make you realize.
What do you mean?
What did I compare that to? When you
God.
said,
Oh, no,
he's
no,
so
let's not go back
he's so happy, he's smiling. When
What's
he's at
bad
home
is a
thinking
result.
about this.
But
Thinking of
what's
his
bad is a
master
result.
game.
It's
right?
not a good analysis.
If those
because
changes
this is a
led
work
to
of
success
art,
of the
and
game,
you see it
then
as a song.
yes,
like when
they
an
actually
ear
would have been
hears
good
a
changes,
song,
but they didn't.
One ear is going to be moved by it, and another ear is just going to hear it, and it's going to bounce off of their head. It's not going to matter. So the musician here is making the song that they want to make. They made Season 2 of the song that they want to make, or you can call it a dish. Right? The way Nee put it. The chef made a dish, and this is the dish he wants to make. How many times are you going to go back to that restaurant before you realize they don't serve food that I like?
Yeah,
You
you're
know?
asking for a
And
completely
you're
different
not going to
food,
say, this chef is fucking bad at cooking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back again, season 2. See how much better he got. He still fucking sucks.
No, but
I'm
they
gonna go
changed
back
the menu,
again
bro.
for
They
dinner.
changed the menu. It was good. I liked
Why would you
it.
go back there? Why would you
Gotta
back
try out the new menu.
I guess it's like
at
being.
a certain point,
Yes,
it's
that's-
no longer a bad chef. At a certain point,
yeah.
the chef is not bad anymore. That's what I'm saying. Namco is not making a bad product. They're making the product that they want to make. They're obviously proud of it. At a certain point, we're retarded. That's what I'm saying. At a certain point, it's our fault for we keep going back to a place that sells tacos and we want Tekken. We don't want tacos. We want Tekken. We don't sell Tekken. We sell tacos. I'll be back tomorrow.
I still
you better
disagree.
sell Tekken. You know,
I disagree.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
They're selling tacos. They're selling tacos, and nobody's buying the fucking
We're done
tacos.
asking for Tekken. We're done.
They're going. The only people that are in the restaurant are the people that want
You only
burritos.
sell tacos, huh? I'm gonna be back for dinner. You better change that shit by then. See you later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
you're
We
doing.
shouldn't expect that anymore. But the first time the Tekken salesman sells you the taco, I think it's fair to say, "Wait, didn't you used to do Tekken?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, this is Tekken." He goes, "This is tacos. When I come back, can you make it Tekken?" And then you come back, and then it's still tacos. Then you can stop coming. But you should at least that's what happened with season 2. The first time it happened, you went, "Wait, what the hell was that?" We were this was some tacos with some Tekken in it. Now there's no
There's
more
like
Tekken
two
left,
layers.
it's just
There's two
tacos
layers
now.
to this. There's two layers to this.
I know
It's
what you
like-
mean.
There's
That-
like
now
the
season
super
3 is like,
Kumas.
oh wait, they're a taco stand. I'm dumb. Like you said, now it's the point where actually we're dumb.
There's a
Let me
super
go back
Kumas,
to
and then
my
the people
previous
that
point
care about the
them
success
being
of the game.
posers when it comes to seasons. I think this whole season patching shit is all phony, fake shit, and I think that they're not good at it. The only reason they do it is because they're pretending like they are a live service, but in reality, they're not a live service, and they're not. That's why you get the sensation of them being stretched in multiple directions.
Is the game
Because
selling well?
they're
It's not
listening
selling
to
better than
some
Tekken 7.
But at the same time, they are not a live service. They're gonna make the product.
It's not
going
gonna
to
outsell Tekken 7.
and
Yeah,
you can really.
And I think for the
tell
budget that went
they-
into Tekken 8,
said
that's
that
kind
a
of
bunch
embarrassing.
times recently. It feels like the positive changes, at least the changes that were positive to us, that we liked. It feels like they made them against
what
their
metric?
will. They compromised their vision. We don't like their vision, right? But they compromised their vision. So the things that
Whatever
we
metric they
like,
found sales for.
it feels like they didn't.
I don't know
want
if it's
to do that.
PS5
and that's
Steam
why it
or
feels like they're
combined,
being
I don't know.
stretched in different directions.
I know it's whatever,
They should have
whichever one
either
it is,
just-
it's embarrassing.
Not given us any good, or just done it all good. Like it feels weird that we.
And I'm pretty
like,
sure
it
sales
really
have to
feels
be.
like it was against their will. They
Sales are
changed
like
some
one of the
things because
only
we
things
cried
they have
so
to
much.
disclose, I'm pretty sure.
And not because they wanted to change them. And that's why the rest of the patch is just more of what they want to do.
Okay, but the,
And
the
I
issue
agree with
might
you.
be-
The issue is sorry, go on, Rip. Go on.
No, I was gonna say it might be different people. Like we talk
Yeah, but
about pulling
Aris
in
is
different
spitting the
directions,
most
and Mega Man
factual
talks
point
about
because
one guy's throwing
this guy has
water
an
on the fire,
escape
the other
route
guy's throwing gasoline
in
on the fire. It
fucking
really feels
bright
like
red next to
there are
him. He could
multiple people
pull
making
an instant
decisions, and it's
transmission
not a
into
cohesive
whenever
thing
he
like Joey
wants.
mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you know,
why Aris is correct.
The phrase back. to
Aris would be
basics,
in the
it really
same
scared
spot we
me
all fucking are if
because
he didn't get the
I
Namco
believe that,
stimulus
you know,
for 10 fucking years.
After season 2, as you said, Rip, as well, like it's very difficult unless you revert the patch, like to kind of go back to.
I need
what
to have a
majority
history
of the
lesson on
community would
Aris.
feel
I need to
is
have a history
basics,
lesson.
right?
After the
And,
stream,
you know,
I need
once
the old
patch came
fucks.
out, once season 3 dropped,
I have questions.
The first question that popped into my head was, what are
have
the
questions.
basics, you know, according to the people who are in charge? Like, what do they believe the basics are? Like, it kind of confused me because I just knew that, you know, that a lot of people were going to get very upset. So it's going back to the analogy, right? You got tacos and Tekken, right? They're only selling tacos. We're dumb to say to go back every single time, or like, I don't know, I'm allergic to peanuts. I'll go to a fucking peanut shop and complain. Like, that's stupid, right? Why would I do that? You know, be upset at people for selling peanuts, man. It's a peanut shop. But if they then say, all right, we're not selling peanuts no more, this is going to be a Tekken only shop. So come back and, you know, you can enjoy some good Tekken. I walk in, fucking peanuts everywhere. and then I'm
Well,
I'm
Big
dead,
Boss,
you know?
I'm not
It's
saying
like-
he's not entertaining.
It's
Yeah, the
that's
taco stand says Tekken on it.
I'm
man.
saying he wouldn't
Aris,
have the
it says
audience to
Tekken
be
on the
able to
shop. They didn't
easily
change
just
the
like
sign, they
swap
didn't change the food.
swap out of
It
Tekken
says
just because
Tekken
it's not
8
fun.
on it, dude. It doesn't say Tekken on
I
it.
like
He would have had to
You're
make the
not-
decision of, am I going to play a
You're
Tekken
not
game that I
a
don't
retard,
like,
dude.
or become a
You should
librarian
not have
again?
to be spoon-fed this shit. You know what
I'm
you're
not
gonna
Mark
get.
then.
You know what you're gonna get when you go back to Tekken 8's taco stand. You ate there 3 times already. You know. Don't
I
say
liked it the first time.
okay, but don't tell me, hey, it's a tech. It says Tekken.
If
on
TMM
it.
is going through the same phase.
It's like
Yeah,
He
but then I
is-
saw the menu, and that was my bad. I should have walked out.
Him
yeah,
and
now you
FDX.
know.
Yeah, now
That's
I
the
know, now
thing.
I know,
And,
now I
and
know.
like I said earlier about Soul Calibur, I will try every Soul Calibur that comes out forever because I do like Soul Calibur.
I think
as a
Aris would've got
concept.
viewers
Same with
regardless of
Tekken.
Tekken.
Every Tekken
Yeah.
they ever make, I'm gonna try it without question.
We're gonna
But it
figure this
doesn't
out.
mean
After
that
this
I'm
stream,
gonna
we're gonna figure
expect
this
it
out.
to taste like mom's old Tekken.
I'm just
We're
saying.
gonna figure this shit out.
I haven't. I only now have been disappointed too many
If
times.
you've been
by
around
stuff.
the Aris
Like,
if
for
for
me,
before
for my
Tekken
understanding,
7, stay in the stream.
like you've been out of the game for since, like you said, stopped enjoying it after Tekken 6.
Mm-hmm.
I even enjoyed Tekken 8.
I watched
so it
Aris
hasn't been
and
that
There you
long
go,
for
yeah,
me.
I know.
For me, it hasn't been that long,
I don't even know.
which is why I'm still
Definitely past 2020.
walking past the restaurant,
Like
hoping
2020.
and I
22,
can tell you,
2023.
I can, like I said, I can
I've heard about the
relate
old stories
to
about him.
The heart.
I wasn't there though.
It is beyond like everyone's behavior. This
Oh, yeah, you
negative
sold them
behavior,
shrooms. Yeah,
it's
I'm
a
asking you
result
questions,
of
too.
caring. It's a result of passion. I mean, everyone's heartbroken. This is how much you cared about this thing, and now it's
Because we're gonna have some uncomfortable
for one reason
conversations.
or another, right? It's just that when it's a new feeling and it's emotional, and you add the internet and you take away self-control, it's really like a toxic situation. And
Yeah.
I was there, I was like that in the past. But I now know that you won't win that fight, and your own sanity is more valuable. So it's better to just let it go. It is. But for people like you who are just experiencing this for the first time ever, it's going to be a lot easier said than done. It's going to be hard to let go of something that's making you feel bad because you don't like it. It's just, you'll learn. It's just the way it is. I was there.
I'm just waiting for the time when the new thing I want pops up.
Yeah, I hope it happens, dude. I really do. Something could, lots of things could happen. This isn't the end of the world, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course.
Joey, what do you think then for Tekken 8 now? Because we have Season 3. They said there's going to be more patches coming in the future. And I'm not saying that we're going to go back to basics in those following patches. But they said going to be more patches coming. But they've already buffed a lot of characters in this season. There were actually more buffs than nerfs. And someone even said that if you actually look at the words in the patch
Majestic
notes,
7,
they
yes.
said the word easier.
Yep.
The word easier was used 50 times because
Yep.
they wanted to make shit easier, right? Lord's DSS, for example, I used to find that shit so hype. I watched Go Sane and Rip do while standing 4 DSS, 3+4 on counter hit and be like, yo, that is sick. Now you just hold forward, bro. And it's like, stuff like that, I'm not really intrigued by it. It's not really like fun for me to watch in some regards, but the game, is obviously they're still trying to make it easier. But what do you think about Season 3 and your personal opinion on it?
So a few things. One, like there sometimes like this weird conflation that happens between like accessibility and like making the game easier. So I think like those changes that you were mentioning where like, okay, you can get up off the ground by holding back and you're not gonna like die for it. Like that's, I think that makes the game like more accessible for a newcomer. Like, okay, I can get up. I don't have to worry about it. And like doing things like, in Tekken 8, the combo extension mechanic is the tornado. Now that lasts like way longer than the
camera's fucking
tailspin
retarded.
ever did, right? If like you go back and play Tekken 7, you're probably gonna drop all your combos
Why is that
because
green
you're gonna
so
like
clean?
stroll up after your tornado and be like, oh, I got all the time in the world, but you don't.
This guy went
So
like
combos
this.
are actually like a lot more lenient and easy in Tekken 8 because they made the tornado last longer, and that like it makes the game easier, right? Because the combos aren't so execution heavy.
This guy's smoking weed or something. What's he doing?
But these types of changes, when they creep into like, hey, we just we gave you this move and it does like everything you could ever want it to do. That's like a different thing to me. That's not like making the game more accessible. You're kind of just like corrupting the balance. You're corrupting the battle system because you're just giving options that do everything. Like, oh, this move's like really long range and fast and plus on block. Or this move, like, you know, Heat Smash, shatters armor, long range, gets you another mix-up if it gets blocked, does a bunch of chip damage, like, just these excessively overpowered moves. I think they're very different, just category of change than, like, accessibility, you know? And I see them kind of get talked about like they're the same thing. Perhaps even, like, by the developers, like, the way they talk about the game in the patch notes. They sort of, like, talk about these things like they're the same thing.
Yeah.
There's like this weird phrase in the patch notes, like streamline offense. This allows them to streamline their offense. I just thought that was like a weird phrase. Like, why would you want it to be really easy to streamline offense? That's like an anti-creative term to me. It's like, we want like offense to be less creative, you know, just A to B to C. Anyway,
this guy Joey Fury's really music brain though.
Those things are concerning because I think like accessibility and making the game easier should be different things. And then one other thing I was thinking about, like at the same time, like so many things have to come together to make a game like really great and enjoyable for everyone. And it's like unfortunate in some ways that I feel like the balance and the battle system has these problems that make the game frustrating for a lot of people because there are like these other aspects of the game that I really want to praise.
My green has to be brighter though.
There's a lot about Tekken 8 that like looks
than
super cool in the stages, and I love a lot of the music in this game. And if people talk about there being too much visual noise, but there are some like effects that really get me hype. Like it's like somebody tries to power crush you and you just like shatter through it with your Heat Smash. Just this like car crash sound. It often like gives me this feeling. It's like,
it's a scripted game now instead of player expression.
It makes me like super hype.
There
are things about the game that they do give me like.
Then you go to Texas Showdown and
get the game looks
cool.
The music sounds cool. So it's unfortunate.
Can they talk about tacos?
That, like,
that's the only
they
way
don't
I
have the battle system and the balance like dialed in because
Aris
I want to be able to
you guys
appreciate
give a fuck, damn.
all of this effort and artistry that went into these other aspects of the game, and it makes me sad when the game just gets shit on and like none of those things can get any recognition.
So fucking easy.
Yeah. I don't know. Just a few thoughts.
It's
for
so
you.
No, for sure. I think
just
that,
like all retarded.
You were there, right, Joey?
This guy's a genius.
For the first Tekken 8 play test that not even play test, but like, you know, they had
we're all just retarded, and Aris is just a genius. None of us have ever thought about not playing Tekken 8.
We both experienced at the same time just how crazy good the practice mode was actually in terms of all the new options that you have. The replay system,
this guy is so smart, man.
Yeah, me and Bubsy were able to showcase a week before the game dropped. All
who'd have thought to follow your heart?
I know maybe it's not the best customization mode, but there's a lot more options now. So there are a lot of things in the game. Even like, you know, if people might not be a big
Explain
fan
what
of
they're
it,
saying
the
in
Tekken
Fortnite terms.
Lounge where you can go run around and stuff. I mean, it's definitely something that we haven't had before, right? So it's something new, and they've definitely put a lot of work into it. But yeah, like you said, it all gets overshadowed from the balance aspect and the kind of gameplay aspect. And for me, if I'm gonna break it down, I'm watching people play characters like Lydia. And Victor now I think is a massive
in Fortnite terms. Namco bought Aris a battle pass every season.
Everything leads to a stance. The 10-frame punish leads to a stance. The running 2 leads to a stance. Imagine Dragunov had running 2 and now he can go into a stance in 50-50.
You mean
which is exactly what it is for
Super
Victor,
Kuma?
right?
It's a lot
easier to do running moves now and you can hold the input to just keep on running to track people, and so it's harder to sidestep. And now you got this plus on block chip move that puts Victor into a situation where he can mix you up with stances. And then you got stance transitions. We see what Anna was doing. Evo Grand Finals, bro. People were sleeping in the crowd. I was there and people were actually fast asleep. You know, and these are Tekken fans and they're watching Anna Grand Finals. You know, it's because the stance transition and that type of gameplay it's kind of boring to watch. I just say it as it is. It kind of is.
Yeah,
just
there
boring
isn't
to
any
watch.
allure
It's
to
like,
watching
okay, I'm gonna do this move.
play.
and now here are my 3 options. Now
Because
gotta
when you
guess.
watch top level
I did
play,
this one.
you're not
Now I
seeing
can go
stuff
into
you would
stance from
never
that move as
see
well.
in like rank at
and
blue
then I
ranks.
can transition into this stance, and it's like that's
There's
not
like very
what
few
I
things left
believe
in the game that
Tekken
actually
is.
like
For some
you could
characters,
tell
yes.
like
Hwoarang
takes
has always been
insane
that type
skill
of
to
character,
do,
right?
and it's
People
rare
fucking
to
hate him
see
because
at
of
high
that.
level.
You know, Hwoarang, fine. If there's one
That
character
list
that can
just
do
gets
that.
smaller
but
and
now
smaller.
it feels like they've given everyone, like, even Jack, bro. Jack was never a stance character. He's now a stance character. Arslan mentioned on the podcast before that he likes playing characters that are not stance heavy. That's why he plays Nina right now, for example.
That's honestly why Kazuya needs to be one of the best characters in the game.
and you have to play.
It's the
those
only way
stances
tournaments will be
in
more
order
fun to watch.
Optimally play Tekken 8, you know.
It's that,
Yeah.
that's
you
that
know-
streamlined offense, man. That's what it is. They just give you a situation.
I got up and left during
They give
Evo.
you like 5 or 6 curated
Essays about
moves.
a cry.
Forget
What
your
about Victor's
100 moves that
identity?
make Tekken so.
Well, Victor's
so fun
identity is
that
already
you have
Tekken
so
8,
many
so they
options.
didn't fuck
They
his
just put
shit
you
up.
in a set situation that's always the same with like
Oh, you mean
5
Joey Fury?
curated moves, and you get to pick that.
That's because
That way you
Joey
don't have
Fury's
to
an
think too
artist
much.
now. That's why.
The opponent doesn't have to think too much, even though they do, because they're gonna die.
There's no
otherwise.
edge, no conflictions.
And
That's
yeah,
a problem.
streamlined. That's what they did, and that's they're doing that to everyone. It used to be
you-
character specific. If
Does
you
Aris
liked
ever
that,
talk
that was
about getting
character
bullied in
focused. Now
school? I
everybody's
would like
doing
to know that.
Is this conversation about how watchable Tekken 8 is, or how fun it is to watch?
I think it's both.
I would like to
was
know if
saying
he got
it's not
bullied in
about
school.
how fun it is to play, but also to watch.
That would
'Cause
definitely make
said
me
I
feel
don't
better.
feel like it's that fun to watch. You know,
Yeah, because you know what's going to happen if they're in the stance. It's one of 4 things. So it makes it boring because you know more or less what's coming next. Like, oh, he went for the low. Like, that's not that hype because it was
You are broken.
that or 1 or 2 other options.
This
He
is
got
why, by the way,
kicked
that even though
out
Asuka
sniffing
was
your
top
girl's
3,
hair
she's not a
during a
stance
tournament.
character. I actually enjoyed playing against her, even though she was really strong. You know, it's funny. I would rather play versus Asuka than some of these like Eddie Gordo, Lydia.
Why I'm saying people should stop playing is wrong. It's
Victor,
because
and these
other
type of
content
characters.
creators
Because
depend on Tekken. Because
even though
that's
she
their
was really
niche.
strong, she is still not a stance character. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I personally, I'm like, you know what? If I'm gonna get beaten by some really overpowered moves, and she was overpowered, super overpowered.
Yeah, it's just
at
that
least I'm like,
Aris
you know
isn't
what? I didn't
wrong,
get
but he
stomped
acts
next.
like it's like a no-brainer.
I agree unless I'm playing against.
That is my
Tibetan.
problem with it.
Well, that's just annoying in general. But yeah.
Yeah, but
He acts like it's a
otherwise, yeah, I gotta
no-brainer
agree.
to just quit.
And the thing is, the stronger characters in the game, quote unquote, are the characters that are not doing that, which is what's crazy. Season 1 Dragunov, Nina the whole time, like
Yeah,
Ye-
Kyle police, they
even
were
Yoshi a little
supercuts
bit.
while
Like,
doing
it's character,
commentary.
like the stronger characters, the ones that aren't being forced to play that. They usually have the option.
Unless
if
you
they
beat him
want
up 'cause
to.
he's funnier
right
than
now,
most
they got,
people.
like, Anna's doing that. She can play with all the stances or not. Right? Like that's what's
I
crazy is that
think,
they're forcing that
personally-
on everyone, and that's not even.
I don't
what's
really know
good.
about the Valerie situation where he got
I may be
canceled.
wrong
I don't know
about this,
that.
but I believe that like what makes a fighting game more fun to watch has very little to do with the combat design. I think that the simplicity of what's happening on screen makes it more watchable. I think that Street Fighter 4 had less visual noise, and it was the most watchable and fun to follow Street Fighter if you didn't play in history. I think that it's a psychological thing. I think it actually has a lot to do with like the brain and what goes into your eye when you're watching something. The more you remember, Joey was just talking about the visual noise. I think that the visual noise is literally like a psychological turnoff. When you look at the screen and there's so much to see.
Yeah.
It gets less fun to watch for your brain to.
I think with anime,
interpret all these
compared to
details,
a video game
flashes
is
and
different.
explosions, even backgrounds,
Especially
and
competitive
colors
video
and
game.
Any kind of feathers and flowing capes, all those.
I think
things
that shit,
become a
watching it
factor
in a
when your
TV show
mind
or
is
in
processing what it looks at.
a single
And
player
I
game
think
looks
the
cool, but when you're trying to
simpler is
understand
better.
what's
I
happening
think,
in a
like,
competitive
Tekken
like
7,
fighting
when you
game,
saw
I think it
two
actually gets in the
characters
way.
fighting
I
each
agree.
other, it was very easy to understand. All you need to do is know anything
'Cause it makes
about
it harder to
the
understand what's
concept
going
of
on.
fighting, and you will understand. It's simple. There's punches and kicks.
Yeah.
There aren't too many explosions. There
in
aren't
Tekken 7, it was a lot
surprises
easier to
like
understand.
A bazooka. Surprise bazooka is not something that your brain is gonna say, okay, that's cool. It's naturally not something that you're gonna think. You know, it's like a
His
very
pop's got in a car crash, he spent a
jarring
lot of time
thing to
taking care of
present
his
to the
dad.
viewer. So I really think that if you're discussing the viewability of the game, it's so it's almost nothing to do with combat balance. It has to do with what you're giving the eye, what you're feeding the eye. If it's going to be explosions, and it becomes like something hard to watch in a very physical way, not in an emotional way.
So
you literally struggle.
Let me ask you then, Arista.
So
Let's
then they
say
would
that there were
actually have
less
to act.
sparks, less crazy animations, less fire, flames like Clive and Lydia with all the stuff going on.
Mechanics too. Mechanics as well.
I think
Let's say
high-level
if
players
it
and
was
content
just-
creators
let's
have
say
been
they
leaving,
the
though.
the same moves.
And I don't think
right?
it's
a lot of
changing
stance
anything.
transitions. Would you say that it is that
So I
is
actually
fun to watch
disagree
then
with
if
that
it was just
statement.
less animated, like the stance transition?
Well,
type
my
of gameplay?
my claim is that the more you add for the eye to see, which includes life bars, which includes meters, which includes flames and installs, and the more you add, the less fun it will be to
I think it's
watch.
pretty obvious.
If you add paint streaks like drive rushes into the middle
It's
of the
pretty
screen,
obvious
and
the
every
Tekken
character
community has
it,
little
it's like
value in
plaguing-
Namco's eyes.
The screen is plagued with
And the
purple
value
and
is with the
green.
people that play the
It's gonna
game
be
on
less fun to
PS5
watch.
and
That's
shit,
what I'm
and don't
claiming.
go
I'm
on
not a
Twitter or
doctor.
anything
That's
and
just
just
what I
buy
think.
battle passes.
You know, I think that when, like, for example, there are other games like any game that you've watched on stream that
So I
you
actually
can't
disagree with
really
what you said.
get into just by watching it.
Oh, like
You
League of
have to
Legends.
Every
play it.
content
I
creator
don't know.
quit the
Yeah,
game
exactly.
tomorrow.
You have to
If every
those
pro player
types of
quit the game
Tekken
tomorrow, I think
and fighting
Tekken 8 is
games
still
like this
alive.
are leaning more towards that direction where the average person can't just look at it and understand what's going on. You have to know what's going on to understand what's going on, and that's what makes it less watchable to me. The more you have to understand about the game,
I'm
the
turning
less
into
it's just
Syndrome
about
against
fists
Mr. Incredible.
and kicks, you know, the less watchable it becomes. It's just too much noise. And it's not about emotions. It's literally about your eye. Like, it's a turn off to your brain, is what I think.
Yeah, you can get overstimulated.
I gotta disagree, man.
Really?
I'm listening.
A lot of the reason Tekken 7 was praised is because it was visually more interesting, quote unquote, because there was like the zooms and like the slowdowns and all that, and a lot of stuff was happening.
Of course.
And I personally enjoy watching very chaotic things, very colorful things. In Tekken 7, I played Akuma, blew up the screen every 5 seconds, and I enjoyed watching that. Personally, I don't really like the whole minimalist thing. I understand that's a very valid opinion to hold, but I don't think that's necessarily just an objective thing.
Well, yeah, if you're saying the
I agree.
majority of
There are
players, then
games
yeah,
like-
obviously.
There are games like
But you're talking about
Dragon Ball
content
Fighter,
creators,
for
pros,
example,
no.
that's
I don't
extreme
think that'd be
chaos.
enough.
But I think there's another aspect to that. I mean, if you know about Dragon Ball, then it's no longer extreme chaos because you understand, oh,
Akuma
this
is
is
a
Goku
moron.
level 3, he does this. You know, it's really like simplified if you understand it. But I'm talking about to the average pair of eyes.
No, that's what I'm
That's all
talking
I'm-
about.
Put me and
I
Avery on the
I've
panel
seen
and then have him
people
go
who
at
didn't
Super
understand
Akuma
Tekken, watch
and let me
Tag
go at
2.
Aris.
Well, I was like, wow, I understand everything that's going on. It's so hype for me, and they didn't find it
Super
interesting
Akuma,
because
you're a
not enough
fucking
was
retard.
happening. And they would watch Tekken 7 and be like, wow, this is I like this a lot more. I think maybe for some people Tekken 8 has gone overboard in that. That's completely understandable. I think there's a right balance to strike. But
An
you
agent
can
of
say
chaos.
let's get Tekken 6 instead of Tag 2.
You say
'cause
that
way
like
it's only
that's
two
not a.
characters.
You say that like I'm
It's a lot
supposed to be offended by
simpler,
that.
A lot less is happening than Tekken 7.
That sounds cool.
With all the slowdowns, power crush, rage arts.
You say that like I'm
special
not wearing a
moves,
Doctor
2D
Doom
bars
fucking
and all
mask.
that. There's a lot less
Thanks for the
happening
compliment.
in those games. And I remember, at least during Tekken 7 was praised for having all these extra visuals that weren't a part of Tekken before.
But it wasn't overdone though. That's the thing. It was so easy to watch.
Yeah, I think there's a balance to strike. But
Yeah.
like Aris was going more towards even life bars being cluttered on screen. So I would say I'm personally not a fan of the minimalism, and maybe they've gone a bit too much in Tekken 8.
A bit?
But yeah, I mean, like I said, I like when shit blows up, but it is a lot. It is a lot, right? I don't like Clive, for example. Like for me, that's
Clive
too
is a
much.
lot.
Yeah, that's what I draw. I draw the line at Clive. You might draw the line at Tekken 8. Aris
Why
might
is
draw
there
the
a
line
Kuma player here?
at even before Tag 2, right? But that's
I do think that Tekken got really loud in season 3, Tekken 7. It got really loud. Like it started to become hard to follow for an expert. Like for someone who's been around for decades, it started to become hard to follow as a viewer. So you started to smell it
Should
at
be
that
hard,
point,
nothing.
and that's kind of like when I feel like I stepped
What do you mean,
away
with
a
the
little
anime
bit.
stuff?
But as far as the presentation of Tekken 7, I think that's a big part of its success. It was really simple. It had dynamic camera angle changes. It had excitement when you needed it, but it wasn't there all the time. It was only the end of the rounds. When you have explosions and shit at the start, you're exhausted.
I draw the
Visually,
line
you're
at Clive, but
exhausted
I be
by
It's striking the
time
right
you turn around.
balance.
It's
right?
Yeah,
overstimulating.
it's really,
But
for sure.
I'm saying like Tekken historically was
punch kick instead of
had a lot
fireball,
less,
laser.
and it's Tekken 7 when it started being praised for adding noise.
True. I agree.
Yeah, but
I agree.
only a
That's
little bit
fair.
though.
Yeah,
Only
I
a
already
little
played
bit, and
Armor King
it
too.
wasn't what it is now.
but
and
let's not
I think that's
overdo
fine.
things.
But it's like, again, I agree with Aris. I think that when I talk to my friends who have the game, they bought Tekken 7 and they watch it, they're complete casuals. Even my nephews, they'll be watching tournaments as well because they see that I was commentating once upon a time.
Nah, Super Akuma.
They
When
would watch
he
it and be
used
like, I can
Akuma in
follow this.
Tekken
This is
7,
fun
he
to watch. Oh, this is so
single-handedly
hype.
felt like he put
because there's
EU on the
they
map.
know what's happening. They've watched Bruce Lee when they were kids.
It is a
and they
complete
want to
difference
watch
when he was
Law,
with Akuma and without Akuma.
They're like, oh, this.
He was
this-
at one
that
point
Bruce Lee
the
type's so
best
cool,
player
man.
in EU,
But now,
easily.
It's like if they were to
Easily.
watch and they see the heat animations, the heat dash and the stance transitions where the sparks going everywhere,
Ranked or
Clive
Crispy
with
Chloe
fire coming out of
rematch.
his ass, and bro, you can't.
I forgot,
see
you
what's
came
happening
during
even
the
as
Crispy Chloe
player.
arc.
That gets too overstimulating, I believe. Well, Rip, what do you think about the that kind of maybe?
I hope time
less
passes so I
animation,
don't
making
have
the game a
to
lot easier and fun
associate
to
you
watch.
with being a low-level Joe
No,
Budden
I was actually
TK
watching
fan.
Metal Cat play Tekken 7 last night, and if you just compare Tekken
it
7
makes
and
me just
Tekken 8
wanna
now,
ban
it's
you.
visually so distinct, right? It's Tekken 7, you're missing
Heat
like
should
a
be
ton
earned
of
mechanic
sparks
like 2D
and
fighters.
effects. That extra visual flair on
Something
top of
needs
everything,
to
and as you
change with
mentioned,
Heat.
all the heat system mechanics already are going to matter as well. But I think just in
I was-
general, the VFX were way lower in Tekken 7. So you just as
I was
Eric
thinking
described, you
it-
see
no
mainly
manual
just the
heat burst
characters
to
and the
make a
stages.
heat engager
That's
only.
primarily it. You've got the life bar, rage matters. To Super Kuma's point, Tekken 7 added a lot in terms of presentation, but that was to me more the slow mo
That's
and
what
more
I
of
was
the rage
thinking with
arts. And a little bit of the rage drives maybe, but overall it was pretty minimal in
I
comparison
say
to what
look
Tekken 8
stinky
is.
and dirty.
Yeah,
Oh, definitely.
yeah. Joey, what do you think?
I'm not gonna lie. Have you
Yeah,
seen
it's like
Super
those-
Akuma?
the
What he used
enhanced
to look
visual
like?
noise, it has to like be
should
an
look that up.
embellishment of certain like key moments. Like when the rage drive comes
He's actually,
out,
like, clean shaven right
there's
now.
going to be colors and like streaks and like sounds
Yeah, he
to
had a
embellish that moment to let you know something significant has happened. And I think Tekken
Oh, yeah, my
7
bad, my bad.
generally did that balance like really well. It's just like that exclamation point on a hype moment, like Paul's rage drive.
I can only
lands,
talk
the
when
screen's
Super
gonna light
Kuma's
up.
talking.
But it's not on everything. And we keep like talking about Clive. Clive is by far the worst offender. Like he'll do one string. He'll do like the heat engager and then that like down forward one string flurry bullshit. It looks like a rage art. It looks like a rage art is happening on the screen and he's just doing like a string that he can do whenever. It's
cowardly lie.
insane how overdone it is. It's way, way, way too much. I think it's like way beyond anything that was happening in 7.
And it takes away from like the
yeah.
martial arts aspect of it as well, which I think is important to a lot of people, right? Like you want to see the character, performing the move, right? And some of the moves are actually inspired by, actual films and martial arts and stuff. And, as much as people don't like Thakram because of the kind of how strong he is and stuff, but, that character represents Muay Thai, right? And it's hard to see what's going on there when there's too many.
Yeah,
hit
Jack has a
animations
lot of
going
new
on,
shit.
right? And
Bro,
you don't
Jack
see
is
the,
night and day different.
The martial arts aspect of it, or the stuff that people
This guy went
appreciate.
from poke character
and as
to like
Aris said, yes, much
to
more
this
difficult
crazy
to follow,
shit.
which I think is just another issue that people have with Tekken 8. But I think a lot of the things that we that people
talking
had
about
an
Jack
issue with
now,
in season
but
2,
he did get buffed.
that those issues still persist, and I'm not seeing people kind of discuss that anymore. They're not discussing like, oh, we want this change. Because I remember back in Heatspeak in season 1, we were talking about it. Look, we want Power Crush heat engagers gone. We want this gone. Like, oh, this needs to be nerfed.
Aris
Those
wants to be
conversations
anywhere else.
aren't happening anymore. And is that just because people...
He doesn't
have
really get
given
to
up?
talk about
Like,
Tekken that much.
what's
So
the-
I actually don't think so.
What happened to you after you started discussing what should happen with the game?
I don't think
I
he's
mean, that's
checked out
me,
yet.
But
Yeah, I mean that's me too.
Yeah.
And then I don't want to.
Maybe he is though. I don't know.
Well,
Just say
There's-
it. You,
Wait till he
you
starts
can't
talking about
say
his
it
heart.
now.
Well, you know, there's other people involved, right? It's crazy how it feels like everyone is silenced now. You know, like at the time last year when I was on this podcast, I don't feel like I said anything that was crazy, but people think that maybe I got removed because of this podcast. And I was very cautious on this podcast last time, right? So I don't think I said anything crazy. And then when I tweeted, like it was a constructive criticism tweet, whatever, I thought I listed out everything that I disliked about the game, which is my thoughts as someone who's passionate about the series, as a commentator, as someone who has to break down the game at a very high level, and what I thought was the mistakes that they were making with season 2, right? So the response to that was, we don't need you anymore. We don't want you anymore. We don't ever want to hear from you again, right? And the same thing for you, essentially, right?
Yeah, Foxhound, you better
that
watch
to
your
me
mouth,
has kind of put
Foxhound.
this like silencing effect.
You
'Cause I
better
don't
watch
see
your
any
fucking.
of
You
the
might as well not be in
PWG
my stream. I'm
commentators
not
saying,
gonna lie,
like,
Foxhound.
season 3 is interesting because
They
of
can't
X, Y,
see
and
your
Z.
name in my
no one
stream.
is
You're gonna
saying
get banned.
anything, right? It's just like silence out there. So this time intentionally for season 3, I didn't say anything. Like I really didn't. I didn't even read the whole patch notes. So I've said nothing, and yet the response is the same. So I don't think it had anything to do with what I was saying, and I don't think it has anything to do with what any of the other commentators would say. You know, but it's just really crazy that their response to that situation is what, in my eyes, has led to this like silencing of what the current state of the game is, or what the criticisms of it should be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously the podcast has been a little
wanna
bit
hear what's
controversial,
facts.
and that's no secret to a lot of people that know. It has been difficult for me to even reach out to some people as well to say, hey, you know, get onto the podcast, you know, and some people legit would just be like, no, because they
Namco.
are too afraid to come onto a platform and speak. The thing is, I think the way that I am and the way that you are, Rip, that we're very outspoken people in general, just in general. And like Aris, as you were
That's why
saying,
Joey
that, you know,
Fury's
you're
on,
passionate
because he
about
actually is
something.
fed up with the game.
You want it to be better, and if you have a voice,
That's why
then
Joey
you try
Fury
to
is
use
on.
that to try and help if you can. Now, I was told once upon a time to channel my negativity into positive, into
I started making
constructive-
music.
constructiveness, right? And this is what the podcast was about. But yeah, I don't know. At this point, I don't know.
It was
what's going
vague,
on.
Latina
I don't know
Merchant,
if
but
this
that's
is
what
gonna
it seemed
help
like.
at all. But to have you guys on talking about what you have issues with,
That's what it seemed like.
I can't see how that's not helpful, you know. And it should be encouraged, in my opinion. But yeah, maybe I'm just a dumbass, and I shouldn't have said anything.
They're selling tacos, bro. We're just coming back to they're selling tacos.
To me, this feeling that you guys have, and a lot of the things that you guys are saying that may seem like they have nothing to do with the point of they're pretending like they have a live service, they're pretending like they listen to the community, that is linked. This sensation you guys have is linked to that. You know, it's like they're just simply not good at it yet, or maybe they never will be, but they're just not good at giving the community the sentiment that this is truly a live service game, that we will fix it for you. They're not giving you that sensation, and that's the sensation that they are supposed to give and follow through. They're supposed to follow through.
Yep.
Yeah, they're supposed to be better at hiding
Just
that
feel
they're
like
not
we're the 5
fucking
stages
over
of grief at
the
this point.
hardcore characters. or
I'm
players.
not.
You're on acceptance.
I'm feeling
You're on
it.
acceptance.
I
You've
sleep
made
like
your
a
peace with
baby,
it.
Of
dude.
course, you sleep like a
I
fucking
think
baby,
you're like a
man.
baby. It's I really
Let me listen to the
genuinely,
RE1
from the
save
bottom of
room
my
theme
heart,
for the 50th
feel
time.
Bad for people who love Tekken and must continue for one reason or another, whether it's beautiful Riyadh, whether it's streaming viewers, whether it's anything. I sincerely don't envy someone who loves Tekken and is forced to continue for one reason or another, even though their heart doesn't want to. That's a place I've been, and it's not a pleasant place to be. And so, yeah, it sucks for people. It sucks that Tekken 8 is what it is, and this is the way it went down. Feels bad.
Let me.
I accept your apology.
Law in season 3 is fun.
I accept
And
your apology.
It's crazy because they gave him this new move.
Pony Boy
It's a
Juan.
high homing attack.
Let me be the
16
one to
frames,
slander
and it's
Aris.
plus 1 on block.
Let me
And you
be
can do it from crouch.
And you can do it from crouch. Yes.
That's the most.
So-
that's the best thing about it. That's the
Yeah,
best thing about it.
It's amazing, right? And so I was talking to Steve at the EVO Awards. I was like, this is my problem with Tekken 8. This one move, it sort of summarizes the entire issue I have with
game.
their systems.
That
And
one was for
I-
me.
And I told Steve, like, so what's the problem? I'm like, okay, let's see, Matt.
That's what he's gonna say
Your
if I
back
go
is
in
to
the
the
call
wall.
and I start yelling.
I
at
do
him.
this move. Boom. I'm plus 1.
I'm sorry
What do you
for
do?
you.
He's like, nothing.
Joe
I'm like,
Budden, I'm sorry for
Then I
you.
do the move again. I was like, he's like, oh shit. I'm like, yeah, exactly. And like, that's it. That's the
I'm
whole
sorry
problem.
for
And
you, amigo.
so many characters have this kind of issue, and the issue is that you don't really have a way out. You have to just make straight up a guess, and it could be very, very bad for you. And you get that feeling a lot when playing the game. But now the flip side of this is Law didn't have this before, and now I have this. So now I feel like I'm playing Tekken 8, and I didn't have that before with my character. So in a way, it's like it feels more fair for me, which it didn't before. So it's like, if you want this feeling for everyone, give everyone this bullshit.
Are you saying
Everyone's
that?
gonna be pissed, but everyone will also be a little bit happier. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but it's weird. It's
That's what
very
they did
strange.
season 2.
Yeah, but the thing, what about when you play against a law player? Then
That's
you're
what they
in
did
that same
season two.
situation.
Oh, I hate it.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
So, like
what they did
Super
season
said, when you have the bullshit
That's what they did
and
season
you
2.
apply that, someone is on the other end taking that bullshit, right? And it's gonna happen to you
I
eventually.
apologized
at
after
this guy.
grand finals so many times during Tekken 7. Like, I would shake their hand. I wouldn't say GG's, I'd say sorry.
That would piss me off
For
if you
doing
said
what-
that. If you apologize to me after beating me, I'll get pissed, bro.
Like, I did that so many times during Tekken 7 because I knew what I was doing. I mean, but that's the game. What am I
KDL,
gonna
fuck
do,
you.
not
And
do
how
that?
much are you selling
Not
shrooms
leave
for?
with my money? It's my money.
Go to
I
Aris.
picked the right character.
To be fair, Law was complete bullshit before this move came about. I can't let you off the hook with that one.
Okay, hold on. Look, Law was very good. I completely agree. Law is very good. People think top 5. I think probably top 10. But
There's no buts. Oh, wait.
the nerf, the big
Until
big
you
nerf
3
for me is
seasons
losing
to
the
realize
the
he's a
wall
Tekken 8
heat
character.
smash, right? The wall splat on the heat smash. I think that's a pretty big nerf.
It was beautiful. Yeah.
Is heat time reduction on the nunchucks is crazy because he should never have had it in the first place. I don't think anyone should get more heat timer back. So like the fact that he got nerfed there, like
So
it's
what's
like
the
it's a
problem?
nerf, but like
Oh,
don't know.
nunchucks is like
what's the
Claudio's
problem?
DP.
The other thing is, this is also a system-wide issue with Tekken 8. They gave his down 1, which is a low poke, they sped it up, right? So now it's faster. And they've done this to multiple characters
Oh,
where
yeah,
their
yeah.
low pokes are
Dead
faster
Rising
now, so you have
locals?
less of a chance to react to it.
Yeah.
And that to me is just problematic in general. And that's kind of one of those things where how do you fix that long term? Like, are you just going to slowly undo all of those changes? You're not. So I feel like it's tacos now, right? So that's what it is.
It's tacos.
What's the other part?
Tacos.
Law's
That's all we
DSS
gotta say.
change. Law's DSS change is the weirdest shit to me. Not the easy input. They gave him this just frame input on his DSS forward one,
Mhm.
and you have to do it slower than perfect.
Sukin zoomed in
to
on
be
his
perfect,
face.
right? So if you do it,
Yeah,
slower
whenever Super
on
Kuma
your
would
transition, you
lose,
have to
seeing
wait
him
for it to come
crash
back
out
down,
was funny.
Then do the input. Then it comes out at 13 frames, which connects as a combo.
Super
But if
Kuma
you do
was
it
a really
faster than
good
that,
heel
It's
for
14
Tekken.
frames, but doesn't connect it as a combo.
He's one of the
which
greatest
makes
heels for
zero
Tekken
sense.
ever.
So it's not even like frame data at this point. I don't know if that's like a special case.
He actually
exception
like
thing, right?
single-handedly.
That doesn't
input
follow
I'm not
frame
gonna say
data rules.
single-handedly, but
What was that?
It's input buffer.
like he really made
Because
tournaments
it's
fun to
14
watch,
frames,
like
but it
dead
doesn't
ass, and
the
seven.
point where
Because you
it's
just wanted to
0,
see him lose.
Yeah.
like the point where you start counting,
And he was like
there's
such
4
an
frames where you're both
anti-Tekken.
stuck.
He was such an
That's why you don't
Tekken
start
buffered
counting
it
because
in.
you're
player.
both stuck. But you can input during that. That's why that's
So my
important.
issue with that is like this just frame isn't.
And
that
the way
first
he'd
frame
react when
of
he
your input
lose,
buffer,
when he lost,
right?
was just
So
so
the
funny.
fastest possible input you could do it, which would be the perfect timing for it, is not where the just frame is.
He's the
And
original
that feels
DLC
really bizarre to
monster.
me. Yeah.
So
That is weird.
He made it
I
known
wanna
Akuma.
ask them,
Yeah,
moving on
he
to
was
our
the first
final
Akuma to terrorize
the
everyone
future, and I'll
before the
start with Joey.
Pakistani showed up.
for this one, Joey.
The future Tekken.
Okay, we're here now. It's
Also,
the
what I was
1st of
gonna say
April,
is that the reason people don't
2026.
complain is because
Game came
people
out in
are
Jan
realizing they're not listening to
2024.
us. That's why you don't see people with like
game's probably gonna be out
suggestions
for
as much
another
anymore.
few years, couple years. I don't
Like
know.
they need to do this because people realize they're not actually listening.
Where do we go from here? What would you say needs to happen for the game to be acceptable in your eyes in terms of like you as a competitive player? And,
when
does
the
there have to be a
Pakistani
lot of
showed up,
changes, or are there like
Super
some
Akuma kinda got outclassed.
system changes that could
And
just
he
be
stopped
enough
winning
for you to
getting
be
grand
happy?
finals and stuff.
It's such a hard question. Like it's really hard to say, and like in some ways, I feel like almost
Too
a
hard.
little bit
Characters too hard.
exhausted. It's been like 2 years of like, how do they fix the game? What do we have to do? It's like, not my job. I'm not a developer. Like, I thought like they would figure that shit out, you know? But I think, I think what Aris has been saying today is right. You know, there has to be like a certain amount of acceptance. Like, this is what the game is. At the same time, I think there are like some
manual heat
standout
burst, I agree.
situations and like moves
Manual heat
on
burst makes
pretty
the
much
game
every
better.
character that I
getting it
think
removed.
like just some common sense balancing could be done. We were just talking about Law. Like, he slides on you when he has heat. He turns around, flips you over with a nunchuck. You are in
This is Tavi
possibly
Wilson.
one of
This
like,
is
the
this
most
podcast
obnoxious
has happened
vortexes in the
already.
entire game.
This podcast
like,
has already happened
that's
with
just, it's
actual
gotta
known
go.
players.
It's just like
too.
things like that where like, how is that a thing? He's doing this slide, he's hitting you with a nunchuck.
We've had
he's getting,
Koreans
like,
and shit on here.
30 plus damage, regenerating heat into
And
another
response,
mix-up.
their response
It's
was
just insane.
to
And, like, there are
blacklist
things
fucking
like this,
Spag.
June's laser beam. I was using that phrase like, I can't believe I'm fighting this. You know, like, just common
I don't think
sense
that was a
stuff
full
you could
reason, but that
refine
was
and
part
just
of the
make the game
response.
better, and not put people in these like unbelievably frustrating.
I know there was some religious shit that Spag said on
helpless
Twitter or
feeling
something that is
situations.
part of it, but
Just like get
or
back to
some
neutral.
like some
Get back to
like
neutral
world
and like play the
politics
game,
shit,
and
but
people will feel better, and they'll be having like more fun.
Rip got fucked, and I didn't
So
see
if
anything
those
else
types of
with him
changes could be made,
because
I
of
think
this.
improvements
So yeah,
to the game are available. People that are like talking about like overhauling the heat system itself, I mean, obviously it's just not going to happen. I have had like an issue with the general flow of the game where you'll see just like the very first launch, the player activates heat, and it's like it's a good idea. It's a good idea, like the very first opportunity you have, activate heat.
the commentary
That
iambic
just
situation.
goes along with making the game feel
Oh,
streamlined
yeah, I forgot about
and
that.
less creative and less interesting. Just activate heat, get him to the wall,
I forgot
try to
about
kill
that.
him with wall pressure and heat pressure. It's not too interesting to play. It's not that interesting to watch. But things like that, I don't know if they ever would change. But my hope would be that they would refine some of the really bad like the worst offender like balance decisions, and just kind of rein things in. But other than that, like the game is what it is, and I don't even really want to sit like thinking about like, well, what could it be, or what if they changed this, or what would the consequences be if Heat Burst didn't do this? Like, I'm kind of just sick of it,
Yeah. Especially if you don't think that they're gonna, at this point, that anything's gonna change, and it just becomes exhausting. I will
That's
say,
why people aren't coming up with
though,
ideas anymore. Yeah.
That in season 3, like I mentioned, there was
That's
one
why people are
character
depressed
that got
and not
really
bad.
good nerfs, and that was Asuka. Asuka obviously was represented very often in like the top 8s and top
Yeah, they're not
3s in
gonna
tournaments. Fergus, Kingray Jr., Tibetano all qualified for the Tekken World Tour Finals. I think
they're
2
saying
of them
that.
qualified
Or are
for
you saying they
EWC as
can't
well. Asuka
because-
was everywhere,
yeah.
pretty much.
You're not saying they
And
can't say
they
because they're
nerfed
afraid to say it,
her
but they're
best
not
moves,
just
like full catch down for
they're
3
not
is nerfed in
playing,
such
like,
a great way so that you don't have to take any mix-ups afterwards. Down lumpers 2 no longer
direct, I
guarantees
guess.
any
Or they're not
any hit
simplifying
anymore
what they're
after
saying,
that.
yeah.
And the forward 2 Tooth Fairy that used to flip over no longer flips over anymore. And I think that flip over Oki is one of the most obnoxious things that they added into Tekken, and that was back in Tekken 7, right? And I remember even Starscream, old school player, he was like, as soon as flip over Oki got added into the game, he goes, "This is a problem." And I didn't realize it until a lot later, but I'm like, holy fuck, yeah, it is a problem, right? So I want to say that, even though we're talking about, season 3 and people being upset and everything, that those changes to Asuka were great. And I would love to see that with
Across the board.
Across the board. Every other character. Nerf the amount of vortexes that people have to take.
Yeah.
Back in Tekken Tag 2, I get hit by Kazuya healthy.
That's how you
I'm
know they
taking it
know
down
what
by
to
3 and I'm
do,
getting up and
because
playing
they
again.
will nerf
Now,
certain
I'm
Do
gonna-
you
characters.
think that? Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. Do you think that Oscar players are happy with the changes the way you are?
Fergus is probably like the
Asuka
most
players are
popular,
on Suicide Watch.
Asuka player, most successful Asuka player right now, and he said that he is actually happy with the changes, but he's not happy that everybody else didn't
Yeah,
get
that's
similar
what it is,
changes.
too.
So if everyone
So let
else
me-
gets,
Let me ask you this. So let's say they do what you just suggested and they give that same kind of treatment
To every
character across the board. Do you think that that's going to provide good Steam reviews?
I think that will make
Maybe,
the top,
actually.
like you mentioned, right, Aris? That
Honestly,
if
they
you
haven't
make the
tried
top
that.
players happy. If you
They
make the
haven't tried
guys
doing
who
that.
are playing this on a professional level, who are massive content creators that have a lot of influence, if they are feeling like they're happy and that they can play the game again and express themselves in a better way, then it does trickle down, and people do get. I think that it would actually trickle down and get people more happy. I don't think that they would review bomb the way that they've been doing. I'm not saying that everyone's going to be happy, and that I still think Heat Burst is one of the worst mechanics in the game. I think that it's really annoying to play against. I don't like it. There's a lot of things that I don't like. There's also things that I like as well.
King Ray
But,
anything? I don't know.
I think that the changes that were made to Asuka were really good, and if they did that across the board, that would give people confidence. And also, I believe, knowing the top players, knowing the Koreans and the Pakistanis and stuff, they would be very happy about that, because then it reduces the amount of forced 50-50s they got to take. Asuka before, down 1+2,
Yeah, I think
forward 2, now you flipped over.
they like
she runs up to
they
you,
like
you're in a mix-up.
overbuff so
Now,
so
if you
like
get hit by a
egregiously
4-2,
in this
it's
game.
similar
If
to
they
Tekken 2,
over
on
nerfed
the older
everyone
games where you
equally
just,
somehow,
you get hit and then you back up.
I
and
think
you're back
even
playing
if
the
it
game
didn't
again.
feel
That's
as good as
the
we
problem
would
is there's
think it
too
would
many
feel, I think
situations right
people
now
would
where you
be
get
less
tipped over, you get spiked. Like, there's so many spike combos. Everyone has a
less
spike
like
combo now, and
what's
you
it
have to
called?
take a mix up after the spike combo, right? And
I think people would be less harsh
And
about
I think
complaining
Asuka
about
was-
the game.
It's proof that they know how to nerf a character if they really put their mind to it, and I'd really want that.
Well, the question is, from their perspective, I'm sure that they're wondering, if we piss off everyone that plays every character in our game at the same time, maybe that will be a bad thing for our game. They're probably scared to take away power from every character at the same time. That's my guess. They're probably fearful, and especially knowing that their community has become really like hell bent on revenge. Like, when they do something wrong, they really make that game look shitty on Steam. I mean, I had never heard of a feature that excludes off-topic reviews. This game has been subject to a period of off-topic reviews. What the fuck does that mean?
On Steam?
It's ridiculous. I've never heard of a game being so poorly reviewed that they themselves have to remove the
They
reviews
have to
and say,
nerf the reviews.
forget those. We promise. It doesn't suck that bad. I've never heard of that. I mean, so from there,
I think at
from
this
the
point they might as well
developer's
try it.
perspective, they are likely fearful to do what likely
They
you're
might as well
right.
fucking try
I
it.
bet you most people would like that. They would accept the nerfs to their own character.
I have a theory about this.
In order
but
for
I'm
the
not
greater
gonna,
good
I'm not
of the
gonna
game,
talk
the
until
game
they're
will
done.
be less volatile, and good players will be more able to control the situation. It's more controllable
I have a theory about
defensively,
this.
right? That's what basically you're asking for, right? Defensive control is what you want for
Fucking
a good
Aris,
player
man.
to allow his skill to protect him from some random fucking shit, sword or whatever.
You guys
But
watch a
I
Nepo
really
Baby
don't
stream.
know if they
By Namco.
would ever do something like that because of fear.
Namco
I think
Nepo
they're
Baby.
just afraid to nerf.
But
The
as
only
you
reason they nerf,
I'm the
Go
opposite
ahead.
of a Namco
As you
Neko
mentioned,
baby.
though, the reviews are terrible at the moment. So what? And
Yeah.
they were bad in season.
I got
2, by the
banned
way.
from being
So
on
when the
stream.
season 2 changes came in, and people spoke about it, people expressed exactly what the issues were and they knew.
I'll
this
never
from
be
in
able to play
season 1 as well,
RE1
because we
with
were talking
5
about it in
million
season 1,
viewers.
right? Like what the specific issues were that people are not willing to discuss now. By the way. But they knew
That's
what
due to
the
Markman,
issues
though?
were that people had with the game in terms of the can 50.
I don't think
the
so.
stance mix-ups and the big damage and the wall carry.
I think it's
all the
somebody
stuff we
higher
spoke
up than
about, right?
Markman.
And when it was doubled down on, the reviews were really bad in season 2. Now,
Yep.
I don't. So I look at season 3 now, and I think most people were like, okay, back to basics. This is the phrase that's coming out. They got you.
Although I actually
everyone's thinking,
registered
okay, at
too
this
late for
point,
Evo
they must
Japan,
know
and AO
that
Richie
is that
DM'd
the nerfs is what
Markman,
everyone wants rather than buffs. If they go
and
if
AO
they-
Richie
if-
DM'd
if they
Markman
nerf
to see if
every
I could
character,
get on their bracket,
then okay,
even though
you might be
I
pissed
fucking
off that your character got
missed the
nerfed.
registration
I wouldn't be,
date.
but some people might be.
So
But
we're
they're
gonna see
also
if
gonna
he
be
goes
happy
to
that
AO
every
Richie.
other
Maybe he
character
might be right.
got nerfed as well, right? So
I just think Markman was pissed because he thought
There
probably
was
looked at me
literally
as
the right
like
time
a
to do this because during
like a
season
new
2,
competitive
like,
player that was
the
gonna like
later batches
be
got right
entertaining to
on
watch and
when
be
it
good
happened.
for the scene.
Like,
And then
people
he
got
thinks
their
I went
characters
over the
nerfed.
line, and
They
now
were
like
complaining.
Namco's
They
not
were
gonna
like,
fuck
why
with
not
me.
the
So
other
that's probably
characters?
why
Or
he
just
was
straight
mad.
up complaining about the nerfs. And then what happened is the whole of the community got
He probably
together
saw
to
potential
tell
in
him
me
to
being
just
like
suck it up because it's for the better of the game. and the nerfs to their characters are coming.
Like a safe for work,
And
entertaining
they
Tekken
could have
player.
done it slowly and gradually, as they were kind of starting to do, and then they kind
could
of
be
did
propped
like
up by
a quarter
Namco.
of the job, and they went, "All right,
Like
see you in
Aris.
6 months for season 3." If they had just done a bit more during that time, and not just suddenly stopped out of nowhere, that would have been the time to nerf all the characters. Because it was like, okay, we're fixing season 2 during season 2. There was a perfect time to do that, and they didn't do it during that time.
Well, they could have done it in season
If
3
they
as
did it
well.
in season 3 and they just nerfed everyone in one go, I agree that even though everyone asked for that, when it actually would happen, people would complain. A lot of people would be happy, but there would have
I
been
think
a
it's
lot of
worth a
complaints.
try at this
But
point.
there was a right time to do that.
It's honestly
They just
worth
missed
a
Have
it.
you
try at this
guys
point.
have you guys considered the idea? What if just follow along with me? What if the guys who made Tekken, the original person holding the brush, doesn't work there anymore? Doesn't make Tekken anymore. So now there is a new artist.
What about Mishima Storm?
It's still called Tekken 8, but let's just say I have no idea if this is true, but let's say Tekken 8 launches, and a lot of other games, 2XKO, whatever you name it, it doesn't do as well as they thought at launch, so they get rid of the whole
I think
team.
dumbasses. Bro,
Everyone
Majestic
who
7, you're
worked
such a
on Tekken
hater,
8
bro.
Is, let's say, gone.
You're such a fucking hater.
And there's a skeleton crew who maybe doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. They worked on Soul Calibur 4 or something like that, you know? Back when they were new to Namco, they just were QA testing Soul Calibur 3. And now
I think
that
GOD2 is a
guy
non-permissible
is in
area
charge
for
of
Majestic
Tekken
7.
8. This could be the case. We don't know. Japanese companies are not usually as open with their internal shit like this as other companies are. So we don't know what's going on over there. We don't know who's working on the game. We don't know any details. So when we are sitting here just like
No, they
hopefully
made
discussing
an
what we
article
think should
or
be
whatever
changed
about
or
bringing
whatever.
older team
Literally, imagine that the artist
I'm pretty
holding
sure
the
that was a
brush
credible source.
is just some stand-in. And
That they
he
were bringing
doesn't
an
even
older
have
team
a
back.
base concept of he loved Soul Calibur 4. He's a Soul Calibur 4 player, but he works at Namco. He's the only guy that didn't lose his job.
Maybe not
And the
Tekken 1,
bosses
but
at Namco
definitely
were like,
like
Soul
a
Calibur
older
4
Tekken
guy,
17.
You know fighting games. We need a season 3 of Tekken 8 and step on it. Okay, you got it, boss. I mean, we're over here talking about things that are like it's a fantasy, but this is the reality of the situation. Is this is a product that has to make money, and someone has to be driving the car. Who's driving the car? We don't know. But from my perspective, he don't know how to drive. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's why I've been very careful on. Like, I see a lot of people throwing names out and saying, F this guy, F that guy. I mean, we don't know what the internal...
Why don't they say, hey, shout out to those guys, bro? Why you got to F them, man? Come on.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, why F them, dude?
Be nice,
Come
man.
on.
But we genuinely don't know what's happening internally,
don't.
right?
Yeah.
But what we do know is everything that we asked for, most of the stuff that we
Team
asked
that
for
made
in season
Kazuya's
1 and
Hell Sweet
2
Homing incoming.
was not acted upon. So
They did
Well,
the
Michael
opposite.
Murray's still on the team.
yes,
It wasn't acted upon. Is that they did the opposite.
I really wish that there was like some way for so they added in this Discord now where you can go and give your opinion on things that should be changed, right? And that's maybe
Been in there.
You know what is
I
pretty
have
funny though, that they
unfortunately
did
been
go
in there,
back
and
on
it's full of
homing
morons, man.
homing
like
grab.
they just people just
That's like the only thing I've ever seen the community complain about that
like,
actually they
people
reverted.
are colluding
Homing
to try and
grab.
get their characters buffed. They apparently
That's what I would have done.
the at least a Discord were colluding with each other, saying, "Guys, let's go to that Discord and ask for a boss. Make sure you upvote my comment." Like, bro, what's going on
was
here,
homing
man?
grab,
Like,
right, with
you're not
King?
going to get any valuable information from that, but there
Where
is
they
a way
showed it, like,
to get, I think, valuable information. I
at a
tried to
Tekken
do
talk
that
or
with this
something.
podcast, right, by getting pros on like Ni and Rangchu and you guys and everything. And I thought that, that is valuable information.
trying to
right? Having
remember
the
what
top
it
players
was.
come and talk about the game and stuff.
I think it was like homing grabs
if not
outside of
publicly,
Heat.
if they don't like it being public, then privately as well. I mean, consult some of these players. I remember.
Although I thought that was the case in
wasn't
season
Jackler
1.
at one point like part of Namco?
There was like
community
something before
manager? Like,
season
he's a
2 they
top player, he
showed that
understands the
everyone
game
got
really,
mad
really
as
well.
fuck at.
I'm
and they
just saying that
reverted.
maybe having that link between as a player who understands the game and the mechanics and has competed and understands the game.
Oh, it's
and,
chip damage on breaking
as
throws,
a bridge
yeah.
between the community and the company. I think that it could be done that way. But again, I don't work there. I'm just saying, I want the game to be good, bro.
The Discord is good for damage
Tell you
control
something.
to
I'll
get
tell you
things
another
done.
Piece of,
I disagree.
history with me, experience. This is hands-on. I don't know the actual truth, right? But I can only tell you from my perspective. When I first got my hands on Soul Calibur 6, right? It was really early. And there were things about that game that I really liked, but there were things that I knew this needs to be changed. I know it. And I offered my hand, like I really want this game to be good gesture. I told everyone that needed to be told that I am willing to help
what is
with
that emoji?
this issue, right? And it ended up being the feeling of, as a company, they simply are against this concept of like public, accepting public ideas and implementing them into the game. It really felt like they wanted to work internally.
that Paul player is
and
a
they
pussy.
did not want my involvement at all, and that was the sensation I got. So, I just feel like it's possibly a Japanese culture type of thing, or I don't know what it is.
I'm
but
glad
I do
people are
know
finally
that
clipping you,
this business model or this like ideology that they may or may not have, if they do have it, it is linked to that thing I mentioned earlier. It's like they're not very good at being a live service game if they're going to be so rigid about where these concepts and fixes come from. It's just not good at it.
Yeah, I mean that's your
I'll
market, so
Only way I can become a lolcow is if people like that retard plays Paul clips me.
The,
But Rip, what are you saying?
That's
What
the
do you
only
got
way
to
I
say?
could
dev
stream
portal,
RE1 with 1,000
right?
viewers.
Like using that as your source. I mean, I think that like as a company, it's a really good ass idea to take that negative attention for your game and just put it somewhere else that no
Yeah.
one else can see it.
It was a
I
dumbass
think
idea in
that
the first
is
place,
actually
honestly.
pretty genius for a company to hide the complaints about their game.
It's not
I
even
think that's pretty
genius.
smart.
It's more of they're just dumb as fuck for
but, like,
Tekken 8 report on
I think
Twitter.
they've already
I've been
heard
said
all the
that.
complaints. Like this
Yeah.
is just like
I've
a
been said
sideshow
that.
attraction to make people feel like they're being heard, right? Because they already saw everything on Twitter. Like
Yeah, it
they already
is.
saw the Steam reviews. That's why they did this whole thing in the first place.
It is.
They already knew what you wanted because when they put out that season 3 trailer, they told
Even
you
if they're not
everything you
listening,
wanted to
it's
hear.
honestly
So they
still a
already
good
knew what you
idea
wanted to hear,
regardless.
but they weren't going to do that anyway, right? I mean, they already know all of it.
It makes the game look even
it
worse
is
when
what
you
it
go on
is,
Twitter and all you
and
see
it's
is
still
bugs
tacos. It's going to be tacos.
and dumb shit
Yeah.
and complaints.
Tacos.
And to Aris's point too,
MGS1 codec filter.
Harada has left, right? At this point, if you're someone who has been like a longtime employee, you've loved tech and you've loved working there.
All right, later.
When Harada leaves, do you still feel like this is my chance to come up, or do you feel like, does our ship have holes in it? Like it's one or the other here, right? So there's like a real like worst case scenario here, right? Like Harada leaves.
Is he talking about
everyone else
players
like,
or content?
Season 3's not going so hot. Time to bail ship, right? And then like everyone's gone, and you end up in a situation like Soul Calibur, where like Harada was talking about before. There's no one really left to take the mantle of Soul
She's talking
Calibur
about
at that
everybody.
point anymore.
Yeah.
What if the same thing happens here with Tekken?
That is truly the biggest, when it comes to the future of Tekken, that's really what you can only think back in history. There's no way to tell the future, right? But you can only look back and see what happened last time. And what happened last time with Soul Calibur is over time, people forgot about what it used to be, and what it is now is what it became. And people were like, oh, Soul Calibur 3 or 5 or 6 or whatever is the best one. I think that if nothing changes over time, more and more people will understand that this is Tekken. It's all about super mix-ups and aggression, easy, streamlined
All the
offense
old players will get
and
replaced.
bazookas and lasers and punching kangaroos and
All the
bears and
Fady 2
everything.
goods
It
will be the new
all
players.
be like, what are you talking about? Tekken's
That say
always
this game
been
is
this
great.
way. What are you, a grandpa? That's how it will be. And you can only look at the past, and that's the only way you could tell the future. So to me, it feels like if they don't revert, if they don't change, if this doesn't end up being an experiment,
Yeah, I
then
think they're
this will
playing
be the new
Shaheen,
norm in the
honestly.
future. And whether or not it sells enough copies will dictate if it still exists. Simple.
Yeah, I think it's a very sensitive time in the community at the moment. I will say this, as we approach the end of
Modern
the
Japanese
podcast, 'cause I feel like
games.
we've all kind of said a lot already, right? But I will say this. I I've been
Everyone waking out
in the
complaint
community
content.
now for
I played
over a
Infamous.
decade, and and since I have both of you guys here, Aris and Rip, I got into competitive because I used to watch your streams at Super Arcade, your tournaments, and those locals that you had down there when you would commentate and play and stuff, it inspired me to learn more about my scene here in Europe. And then I think, Aris, you might have done a restream of UT. You used to do UT restreams of the Paris tournament. And I got to learn about like Harry Potter and all the kind of, these Starscream and all the players in Europe. And then I went offline for the first time. And that's how I started. I started by watching you guys do your thing. So for me, it's always been a community thing. It's always been like about the scene. So regardless of the state that the game is in, I will love it. Not the game itself,
Potter
the
still
mechanics,
plays.
but I will love commentating it. I'll love
That's the
putting on
Italian
events and stuff,
Kazuya player, right?
Because the community has given me so much that I love giving back, and that's why I've always gone out my way to try and make fun things happen for the community. And I've
Forgot
obviously
about
really
this.
appreciated doing the commentary as well. It's sad what's been happening now, and I think that for me, it's become tiring as well. Like I never wanted to get this deep into it, where the corporation starts to take notice of the things I'm saying, and then all of this and that, and then the drama behind it. But this podcast was created specifically because not just to shit on the game. It was to bring people on, and I chose people to come on who I thought would give an honest review about what the game is, so that could give information to the developers. And it's up to them. If they want to use that information and try to improve the game, that's on them. I can't force them to. But that's the whole reason this was created. It was not to mindlessly shit on the game. So, and it came out of a place of love, for the game and for the community that's given me so much. So I do hope in the future that things get better. I hope Rip gets put back on commentary. Honestly, I'm just gonna say it as it is. For me, I don't give a fuck. For me, whatever. I'm a cunt. I say a lot of dumb shit, and maybe I deserve to be taken off. But look, people like Bubsy and Rip and stuff like.
I think Spag and Rip are equally as
I hope that you guys
equally as
do get back on, because I like Super Kuma said as well earlier that I really believe that
Specifically
Tekken 7,
for the event
as well as
Spag
Street
puts
Fighter 5
on.
being shit, Tekken 7 really blew up because.
Obviously,
the
Rip's a better
community, man.
commentator,
Like,
but I mean,
we
with,
came
like,
together.
the event
we
Spag puts
taught
on.
we taught the whole esports world about our game. When Pakistan kicked off in 2019, Tekken was the talk of the town, bro. Everyone was talking about who this random country coming in, and so many interviews that I did teaching people about our scene, about our game, and I know personally about people who are now tournament organizers that got into the game because of that story of Arslan Ash and then Kudans and that type of stuff, and we were all a part of that. Everyone that's on this podcast right now has been a part of that development, right? So I know that the developers and Namco are watching, and I will just say, take notice of that. The fact that this podcast is done, and I took a break on it. And not even a break, I quit it because I thought I know that it was an issue. It was causing problems, and that's why some people don't want to come on. They don't want to come on the podcast anymore because they're scared to speak. But at the end of the day, I hope that we can get to better days, and Rip and the other guys can get put back on. If not me, whatever, that's fine. I'll find something else to do. But yeah, I hope that the game does improve, because it's sad, Joey, speaking to you as well, and you're just like, I don't know.
He was very egotistical.
That for me is that we can't even have a conversation because people are too just upset maybe about it and sad. And that makes me sad too, And Aris, I think you're 100% right. If you're not finding enjoyment in something, then you got to move on. And it's tough because it's been such a big part of all of our guys' life. It's not easy, right? And I'm sure it wasn't easy for you either. When you said you love Soul Calibur, you love Tekken so much, but you had to step away from it.
Shut them.
So yeah, it's like I said, sensitive
I had
times
to
at the
step
moment.
away from my 1,000
but
viewers.
What can I say?
let me say something. I want to say something. This situation that you brought up, this whole thing about you being concerned that you can't openly speak about the game, or else there will be like negativity from the company that makes the game. And the way this modern feeling of like the guys who actually do commentate the game speak about it in this really peculiar way where you can't help but feel like they are shilling this shit. They don't say anything negative ever. Everyone's so fearful, of saying anything. That is the type of culture that is just terrible. And for the fact that Namco has created this type of culture and turned the Tekken community into a place where the people who care about it the most can't openly express themselves out of fear, that is more embarrassing than anything in the game itself. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves that the people who care the most about your game are afraid to say how they really feel about it because you're gonna then not let them do whatever. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Shut the fuck up, Aris.
You have a say.
Shut the fuck
your tournaments is because of events like Electric Wing God Fridays back in the day when we did it for free.
Bro, you were getting fucking dick sucked from the front and the back by Namco for 10 fucking years, bro. Of course you have this position.
Now creating a culture where
all these guys, when they play anything other than Tekken, they get 5 viewers.
Is like some guacamole shit. That you should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself. I want to see if you keep the same fucking energy before Little Majin Evo fucking happens. If you would keep the same fucking energy. I would love to see if you kept the same fucking energy and the Evo Little Majin never fucking happened. And then you started streaming Tekken. And then this shit was ass, and then I want to see how many fucking viewers you get, and if you become a librarian or not.
Said after that, man, and
you should be ashamed of yourself.
It's a sensitive time, and it's for everyone, for sure. And I do.
And that's coming from a guy that shits on the game and doesn't give a fuck about what Namco says either.
The changes that were made to Asuka, as I mentioned.
But I understand why you would chill. I understand.
Let's see what happens. I'm not saying that it's gonna be.
And it's easy to say why are you fucking chilling
at this point?
Why are you fucking chilling when you have a fallback of 1,000 viewers playing RE1? It's so easy to be on that, to have that position.
I believe that all
these guys, they stream anything else. They do anything else with their Tekken persona.
Like,
they
do you
get
guys agree? Like Joey, Super Kumar, do you agree that those changes were good?
Fuck out of here.
Like you the down 1+2, the
Oscar
like FDX,
great.
Bro, FDX and Main Man Sui, they stream anything other than Tekken, they get 400 viewers, 500 fucking viewers. And I know they're not as entertaining as Aris, but I still don't give a fuck.
Not getting the guaranteed follow up.
I still don't give a fuck.
Like certain characters like that, they like really made the right changes.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So a bit of hope.
You literally had the Namco fucking golden spoon for 10 fucking
but
years.
Yeah, I think that's it, man. Like we've spoken a lot, and I think we've gotten a lot of emotion out there as well. I don't think there's much more to say. All I can say is, guys, thank you very much for coming on, Joey, Aris, Rip, and Supergrimmer. Because
he was shaming Bandai, not the streamers.
I was not planning to bring back Heatspeak. The reason being because
FDX gets 1K viewers on Street Fighter. I saw him get 400 viewers on Deadlock.
This podcast has caused issues.
The only thing you could play and get decent viewership as a Tekken player is probably Street Fighter.
Any last word? Superkim, I'll start with you. Like before we
RE1
up here.
You play RE1. He plays Metal Gear Solid. He's getting 400, 500.
I really needed that.
He was blaming Bandai, not the streamers.
Hope for better.
Are you sure?
Like at this point, if they're selling tacos, just move on. If you don't like tacos, man. Like I'm saying, maybe when they
also,
open
you
up
said my chat is not as cool as you. I thought you said I'm not as cool as my chat.
I can
but
start
still
being
fuck
more
you.
hopeful again. Right now, I just hope it doesn't get worse.
Your first time in my stream is when I lost to Crispy Chloe. So fuck you.
And like you said, the community is why we do this.
Like, you didn't even watch CEO.
They're why I'm still here.
If you watch CEO, you would have been in my fucking stream,
and I would still be playing just because of them. If anything, they're holding me hostage, but they're my friends and I love them. So thank you for having me on. And yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to commentate TWT finals.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I mean, it's one of these things I like agree.
He's saying Namco should be ashamed, not the streamers. Thank God.
The friends that I've made playing this game,
but still, fuck you though.
I'm always gonna think of myself as a Tekken player
because he's also on like the high horse of like, I'm just gonna follow my heart, blah blah blah.
I will be.
He's on the high horse of that, so that rant still applies.
Like, I'm still gonna play.
That rant still applies.
But hopefully,
thanks for the rate.
Do so with the right attitude and like the right acceptance for what the game is. Like enjoy the good aspects of it and the aspects that I don't like, at least be able to accept them and not be a bitching about it all the time, So yeah, I'm still gonna keep playing here and there, and I'll be a combo breaker. And this has been super fun talking to you guys. That's like what it's all about, get into cool people and have fun, like enjoying the Tekken community. So yeah,
Sure. Rip.
You shaming
Yeah, I was
Bandai
gonna
good.
say, there's a lot of old school names in the chat right now, Lil Majin, NYC Fab and stuff. And it's really cool to see all you guys here, still supporting Tekken after all these years. And, honestly, right now, my biggest concern, like, first of all, I love Tekken, I always have, right? But my biggest concern
was
is that
weak.
now that Harada's gone, it's like, oh, the crew's going to follow him, and they're all going to go to VF or DOA or something, But, like, other than that, like, I just hope that Tekken can find its way back so that we can also hang out together and have good times.
I'm just gonna fall out of my heart, do its best.
And then, my personal life, obviously, because of Tekken, I'm a game dev now. We got our game coming out, Invincible
Shame on
versus
Bandai,
April
okay.
30th. That's the release date. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
Watching
Looking
Medusa
forward to
stream,
that,
he
man.
was blaming the
Aris,
Jews.
Anything else before we close out?
Yeah, thanks for inviting me on. It was a pleasure talking about Tekken. I spent the last several years just wildly, blindly shitting on anything even related to it because I want to distance myself from not only the game, but annoying fans. It's like something that's really like Tekken is plagued by just really annoying, demanding, and
really annoying, demanding
they've just
fans
turned me
that
into
built
a
your
really
entire fucking stream,
person
man.
when it comes to Tekken. They're so annoying, right? But coming on to
That
this
built your
podcast,
entire
I really wanted
fucking
to
stream.
be like constructive and not just like wildly shit on the game.
I bet you,
the way I
Aris, if you
normally-
had
and I
400
will
viewers, you wouldn't be
tonight.
banning
I will
anybody
go
that
back
asks
to
you
that.
questions.
But while on this podcast, I wanted to be constructive.
That shit is easy as fuck to
and
ban
kind of
everybody at
be as,
1,000
like,
fucking viewers.
positive
Notice
as I
how my
could,
ban
while
shit
still,
is like 40?
Expressing the
I
way
would love
feel.
to
And
just ban all of you. I would
think
love to
that
just go like
you
this.
Giving
I would love to
people
just go
the
like this.
Platform to
Yeah,
do
you're
that
fucking banned.
is
Where are
in
you?
itself
Oh yeah,
the
you typed
whole
English in my
thing.
chat. You're
And
banned.
it
Go
just
learn
is
another language.
embarrassing
Yeah,
again
you're
to
talking in
me
all
that
caps.
this-
Calm the fuck down.
fact
You're
that
fucking banned.
When I stopped doing a podcast, it's
you're
'cause
doing
I didn't
Aris
like the
emotes,
game.
fuck you.
I didn't want to talk about it.
You're also
anymore,
doing
right?
Aris
For
emotes,
you to
fuck you
like
too.
the game and no longer do a podcast out of fear of it. That is just deplorable by whoever created this situation. Deplorable. It
All right, I
makes
understand.
no sense.
I
So,
misinterpreted
I'm
what he
happy
said.
that you gave me the opportunity to
Everything I
express
said
that
still
in a
applies,
place
though.
where normally I would never say this because I don't really give a fuck enough to say it. But I like you guys, and I know this is something I used to care about. So you gave me a platform to express myself in a way that I normally don't, and I likely won't soon. So thanks. I had a good time.
No, thank you so much, Aris, and to everyone as well. It was so great having you guys on the perfect panel here for this podcast. And hopefully there will be more as well. You've given me some motivation as well to continue doing this. And I see you guys in the chat as well. All of you guys appreciating the podcast here, because I think it's good and it's important to have somewhere where people can come together and discuss things about the game without feeling like they are restricted in some way, right? So let's just hope for the future to be good. And again, I'll say, like I said it in the last Heatspeak, for the developers that are watching, for people at Namco that are watching, because I know you're watching, I know that as a fact that you are watching. It's only always been done because we care. It's only always been done because we want the game to be the best it can be, and that's the reason why everyone here has put in years of hard work to develop the community and develop the game to get to where we are today, where the game can be in Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup and have the kind of ecosystem that it does. It didn't come from nowhere. As Aris and Rip mentioned, they were doing locals back a day, decades ago, right? And it came from somewhere, right? And that's the reason why we're out here, man. So it's all out of place of love, even if
Aris got it out of the
they
mud.
might think that criticism is bad, and people who are working at a certain level should shut up and not say anything.
We're talking
I
about
don't
this
agree with
after
that. I
this
think
is
that
over.
we should
We're
be
going
able
through the
to
deep dive.
talk and constructively
Anybody
give
with an
our
Aris
criticism,
emote in my
in
stream,
order to make the
stand
game
by.
good.
Be on
And it comes
standby.
from a place of love. But that's all I can say.
I'm asking
guys.
questions.
Thank you so much, Aris, Rip, Super Kuma Joy, Fury. Thank you everyone at home watching as well. This will be on YouTube as well tomorrow probably. And maybe we'll do another one of these again, guys. But thank you very much for tuning in, and catch you for the next Heatspeak. Take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, let me turn this dumbass fucking filter off. Okay, so let's get to the brass tacks. Let's get to the brass tacks. Let's get to the brass tacks. Let's get to the brass fucking tacks. So Aris, I need a timeline of Aris' stream. I need a timeline. So before Aris became a commentator, specifically hired by Namco to commentate, you rated Dew Glider. You rated Dew Glider instead of me. Fuck you. Until when Aris started commentating, what were his numbers like? I want to know. Who was actually there at ground zero? Stop quoting Better Call Saul. When did I quote Better Call Saul? What did I fucking quote about Better Call Saul? So what were Aris's numbers like before Namco? What were his numbers like? Like Tag 2, right? What was like Aris's like peak in Tag 2? And you also got to understand, somebody said like 400, 200, 300. That's obviously different. That's obviously different back then than it is now. Would you say if you inflated Twitch numbers? That was a great Heatspeak, thanks to Aris. If you inflated the Twitch numbers, that would be what in today's era? Like 500? Aris's numbers were always low until he stopped playing fighting games and got on live stream fails a lot. So you're telling me after... Why do I have this shit pulled up? Let me just do this. Who the fuck is this? So you're telling me... You're telling me that Aris... Really? I wish I could look at like Twitch... At like Twitch fucking statistics. Let me just go like this. Okay, so let me read the chat. He was getting big before Namco hired him. So 200, 300. Before Namco hired him, he had 200, 300, right? After Aris completely quit Tekken is when his numbers shot up. And when was this? When did he completely quit Tekken? Because it had to have been after Little Majin Evo, correct? Resident Evil was his moneymaker. Here's his waifu.
There, everyone's.
Here's his waifu link. So 2017, 2016. So this is before. This is before Evo. They really don't have anything before 2016. Does it stop? Jesus Christ, this shit is fucking bright as fuck. So 2016, 1,200. Max 3,500. That's pretty good. And I'm guessing this is Evo, right? This is Evo. This is Evo right here, correct? June 2017. So before Evo, he averaged 1,000. Shouldn't you be worried about your own success, not someone else's success? Well, because we're talking, the reason why I'm on this segment is because Aris keeps talking about, oh, that just follow your heart, just don't play the game, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. But when you have a fallback like this of 1,000 fucking viewers just playing just fuck all, I think that's an easy ass fucking, that's an easy ass chair to sit on. That's a super easy ass chair to sit on. Evo was July. So he missed Evo Japan. He missed his flight to Evo Japan or something. Aris played Tekken 8 demo. That's it. Dude was done. I thought he was. Oh, Tekken 8 demo. I know he didn't play Tekken 8. I'm talking about. I know he did the Tekken 7. I know he did the Tekken 7 guides. So he was still playing this shit at this time. I'm making up controversies. This is not a controversy. We're getting to the brass tacks. You guys are enlightening me about history. Okay. So before Evo, he averaged 1,000. And you're telling me before Evo, he had already quit playing Tekken? He'd already, like, not played Tekken 7? If you consider inflation, 700 viewers, maybe even close to 100, 1,000? He should be the new Hagrid? Yeah, he does look like Hagrid. I know he did all that stuff before in Tekken 7. I know he didn't do shit in Tekken 8. I know. He didn't play Season 1 in Tekken 7? That was a dumbass comment, Davo. I remember him fighting Young P. Oh, in Tekken 7. I only fuck with Aris because he fucks with Tekken 8. This guy's funny. How long have I been streaming? Like 6 months, 7 months. Or 8 months. I don't think I've been streaming for a year yet. He was playing Tekken, answering dumbass questions, and restreaming majors. He was streaming before Tekken 7. He was commentating Tag 2 at WNF. Who was the most watched Tekken streamer during that time, and what was their numbers? That's a good question, too. So you're telling me he was already on live stream fails at this time? So 2016. I want to know at what point did Aris be like, I'm not playing this game? And how many viewers did he have? How many viewers was he averaging at that point? Because I know I keep acting like the little Majin shit. But to be honest, this guy was a commentator before the little Majin shit. So he already had eyes on him before, obviously, the little Majin shit. 2020? No way. No way. He for sure quit before that. 2012? He stopped playing because also I noticed this too, that I watched an Aris like podcast of him talking to Jimmy J Tran, and he was talking about how he was not competing anymore and taking the game seriously. But that doesn't mean that he stopped playing it though. And that I'm pretty sure was either Tag 2 or I think that was actually Tag 2. When I started watching in 2013, he was hitting 1K plus. He hit 1K in 2013. He was already playing less towards the end of Tag 2. Tekken Tag 2 made him quit playing competitively, but he kept playing casually 7. So did he stream Tekken every stream? Still though, until Tekken 7. Like he wasn't competing, but was he still streaming it like majority of the time? No. So when did he stop streaming Tekken majority of the time? When was this? When was this? 2013? Okay. He never really just streamed Tekken? He was on other games like PT and Ari at 2013. And then you're saying that at like he started getting on live stream fails and all this shit, and then that shit grew his variety audience. He's been a variety streamer. Would taking the time to develop the viewership not give you the insurance to play other games? Well, obviously. He was also streaming more Third Strike too. He blew up on r/all and because he was funny. He ventured Tekken and then became variety. Live stream fails and moon raids. He streamed more Tag 2 than became variety for a streamer for the longest. What's the point? Aris said if you're making money off Tekken, they keep doing it. It just sucks if you have to do it while hating playing the game. Probably streaming for Justin PG. I didn't watch a PT clip of him. When did Tekken 8 even have Evo? Or when not Tekken 8? When did Tekken even have Evo? When did Tekken have Evo? Because you know he said he quit the game, but when was he commentating at Evo though? When did that happen? Go check his Waivu. It doesn't go farther back than this. $2019. Doing this for 10 years. Wait, 2019? No, fucking wasn't. He was commentating for sure before 2019 at Evo. Alright, bro. Alright, fine. So what percentage would you say Namco boosted his stream? What percentage you would say? What percentage? None? 0%. 0%. Like 5%? 0? 0%? He boosted himself by being entertaining, but bro, there are a lot of people that are entertaining, man. There are a lot of people that are entertaining. And I'm not gonna lie, Aris does not do like the algorithm shit. Maybe it's because it was an older version of the internet, but Aris does not do like the algorithm shit. Like, I don't even think Aris has had like a clipper for probably ever. Until like recently when fucking No Pants probably started doing shit for him. Like, when did No Pants like come into the equation? When was No Pants part of the equation? And even No Pants like barely clips. And like the only time they ever had a clipper is some random dude that like he was like telling him to stop doing it and then he allowed him to do it. No Pants was 2014? Jesus Christ. Has he always been his editor since 2014 or no? Aris is just a funny dude. No Pants was doing all the tech shits. Oh, he was since the start. Aris left Tekken because of Namco's constant anti-creator practices. Than all the Tekken... Well, I'm not saying he's not more entertaining than all the Tekken streamers. I'm not saying that. I understand. I understand that even though FDX and Main Man Sweet technically have like had probably just as many eyes as Aris, that they're not able to carry variety like he can, entertainment wise. But obviously this shit like the internet is not just about being entertaining though. That's why I'm confused. That's why I'm confused, because there's like marketing and shit. But I will say that back then on the internet, it was a lot easier to just genuinely just be entertaining. And then if you grinded really hard, you get like a lot of viewers eventually. That now this shit, like, there's like so many companies and stuff. There's like fucking industry plants, the Illuminati and all this shit. Where I think that an entertaining person like Aris would get, like, it wouldn't be guaranteed. It wouldn't be guaranteed that they would get as big as they are now. Like, they might get pushed under the rug. That's why I just assumed he got the Namco stimulus. Also majored in communication. Back then, Twitch wasn't as saturated. He just took the opportunity easy game. You need to do all this extra shit to pop off back in the day. I think that's part of it too, yeah. Sadly, those two are not funny. Communications is kind of funny. This guy said he majored in communications. Alright, let me do something that's not funny then. Where the fuck is Molgold's replays? And why is my camera so small? So basically, you're telling me that if I just start streaming variety for 10 years and I get gout and I get diabetes, that I might get like 500 viewers playing RE1 if you add into inflation. Alright, I understand. That I don't actually need to get carried by Namco then. So I don't actually have to get carried by Namco then, is what you're telling me. Because I was kind of getting worried that I had to start getting carried by Namco. So you don't think I actually have to show for Namco at all? You think I could just be like, fuck you? Like, where I'm guessing just doing what I've been doing and being like, I don't need to become a commentator. Because I'm not gonna lie, I thought I needed to be a commentator. I thought I need to chill and be a commentator and get on my hands and knees and suck Markman's dick. I thought that was a method. Joe Chill? Oh Lord? Just get posted on LSF and get TikTok accounts to record your stream. Yeah, I know. I need to actually clip better. My clipping is like really ass. There's like so many segments that I keep wanting to upload and I just forget about it. Alright, let me watch this dumbass Mogold play the game. So basically, I'm actually going to be playing the game probably until fucking, like Combo Breaker Evo. And then after that, I'm for sure going to be washed. 1000%. And if I'm already washed before that, then yeah. All I know is I'm going to actually play the game 24/7 for this entire month. I'm going to play Tekken 8 24/7 the entire month. And then after that, I will actually play variety again. But I'm not going to lie, I don't really care about my channel's growth. I care about my sleep and my sanity. And if I actually just fucking quit now, and I just stream RE1 every single fucking day, I'm going to regret it. And because I got the Illuminati buff. So I kind of have to take advantage of it. Because all you guys are sponsored by sponsors that are ass. And I'm sponsored by the Illuminati. And where's STL? So I might as well take advantage of being sponsored by the Illuminati then. Alright, I'm just gonna watch top 8. Fuck it. And I'm not gonna lie, no offense to Narya, but I'm turning this shit off. Or turning this shit down. To muted. And where's my camera at? Why is this right here? And why does this look like that? Where's this at? kind of like want to have like some games.
Unfortunately, game already started. I'm so sorry, guys.
Why is there like no STL with like nothing on it? No offense to Narya, but I want to just hear the gameplay. If your clips are funny, if your clips are funny and you're not talking about Tekken be on the stream and you'll still attract viewers outside of Tekken. When am I leaving for Japan? Very soon, like extremely fucking soon. Oh, watch on Africa, Alpha Delta. Millard 117 is the future. I'm too autistic and I just spaz out constantly and speak gibberish. If I was more observant, what the fuck? What do you mean more observant? Tell me I'd be if I was more observant. You're basically telling me to clip form. That's what being more observant means. Do you not watch XQC? That guy's even more autistic than me and speaks even more gibberish. And you're telling me that that's a problem. That guy XQC has like 10 Aris streams combined. That guy actually speaks in fucking tongue. That guy speaks the same language Megaclin speaks. They literally both speak the same language. Alright, where is this? Okay, good.
파이널 2일차 일정 진행의 최민준이고요. 웹과 해설과 함께 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 네.
안녕하세요.
자, 어제 킥으로 마무리.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다. Alright.
나락이네요. 네. 스테이지도 좀 나락같이 생겼는데 시작이 좋습니다. 케이스케. 오. 살짝 앉아있는 모습 보였고요. 밀고. 와우. 아, 벽에 몰렸어. 오. 저거 맞으면 위험해요, 이제.
So of course wait. Let me look at this first really quick. So of course like everybody has just been playing Claudio now. I guess they're doing it out of spite. I guess everybody's just doing it out of spite. Where's TNS at? Let me watch this really quick. Or let me just look at when this guy decides to play Claudio. I feel like Shadow like actually just decided to play Claudio out of spite, knowing he's ass.
To activate the burst, but still on the defense. And
what was he playing? Zafina, Anna. So he played Anna, he fucking lost, or he played Claudio at the end. Bro, he played Claudio for one game. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. They posted on TNS. They posted on TNS that he was using Claudio like as his first character. Yeah, he plays Claudio one game. He played Claudio one game, and that's the first character you show. You guys are trying to piss me off. So he plays Claudio against Peeling, gets fucked. So he played Claudio against Peeling, lost. He played Claudio against Peeling again, and then fucking lost.
I was gonna commit. Anna's final.
But you guys decide to put Claudio in the front.
Reset point.
In the front of the poster.
Back one.
Wait, no, I'm retarded. He actually reset it with Claudio. I'm retarded.
To hit the A.
He went 1-1 against Ling. Against literally like his best matchup. Alright, good. So Shadow's not just using Claudio the entire time. Alright. So I'm not actually that ass at Tekken yet. Why is this 1440? Alright. So no more 12-hour streams? That's not the point. Yeah, I need validation, yeah. Korean button TK? I'd rather learn Japanese first. I need to go back to full autism mode to be good again? What do you mean? You don't already think I'm at that level? Or you mean full autism mode, like not giving a flying fuck about anything but Tekken? Because that's what I'm gonna do for a month.
보통 저기서 서 있는데 케이스케 선수 용감한데요. 자, 우정으로 시작된 두 번째 라운드입니다.
Mega Clinton, did you seriously? Mega Clinton, did you even look at the date of this? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, why am I seeing Kisuke? This is STL. Fucking. All I could do is watch this one. I really don't want to, like... Whatever. Ulsan, Claudio.
STL
He's up one game.
English restream.
He's up one game.
Cool.
So this is basically like me fighting Ulsan right now.
Alright.
I'm like, this is like a simulation on what would happen if I fought Ulsan in season 3.
I mean, like the first set it was super tight, but I had some issue with my OBS settings, so I couldn't turn the.
I just like I wish I could just hear the gameplay, man. What is this combo? Hey, what the fuck did he do there? Sneak into a hop kick? This guy's a sicko. How's it feel getting Aris getting 2K viewers playing PP Poo Poo Simulator and you're still stuck with Mega Clinton here? Play the game, Joe? How about you go to a tournament? How about that? Latina merchant. How about you merchant going to fucking tournaments? How about that? How about you stop merchanting Latinas and go to a fucking tournament? Joe's doing everything except playing ranked every time I'm in here. Do you want me to get better at the game? So I play rank 12 hours straight and then I get Dracula 24 in my DMs. Oh, hey, Broken said this. All he does is just play rank 24/7, blah, blah, blah. He's never going to learn how to get better at the game. And then I'm trying to learn how to get better at the game. I'm watching Mogold play. I'm seeing how the fuck did this guy use the worst character in the game and win STL. And then I'm having retards in my chat telling me to play rank. Like Hopper, you know your Lee lost to Rick Muladrip. And he forced you to switch. And you actually have any pride with your fucking Lee. And I couldn't say it in your chat. But I know you fucking saw what I said because I put a 6 instead of a G. That if Fighting GM saw your Lee, he would actually have a heart attack, like, immediately. Like, I actually think you would kill him. Like, you would actually get arrested for fucking manslaughter if Fighting GM witnessed your Lee ever in action. That I never even knew it was possible to even think of doing single while running 3 with Lee into down 3. I didn't think that was even possible to even come up with a flowchart like that. Single while running 3. Like, you know when Lee does his like while running leg move? It's actually 2 moves. It's while running 3-4. This guy did half of it and then did down 3. Seriously? 2-1, 2-1. Why is he not? Why is he doing shoulder after sidestep? Wait, you could do that. I forgot. Shoulders 12 frames. Wembro, he had 200 MS. Fighting showers. Fighting showers. You listen to every retard in your chat. You don't even watch these. You sit here and read the chat about how you beat Ulsan once upon a time. Until it's been a year, you can't say once upon a time, because Little Majin is still riding off Evo 2017. So until it's been at least like one full fucking calendar year, you can't talk to me about that. Making up fan fictions? this guy just casually beats Ulsan 2-0. With the worst character in the game. Got it. And I know about Doma. Bro, Elisa? What? When am I gonna come to EU? Evo France. Seriously? Elisa? And Bambooism? Joe Budden, why like the... Bro. I do like the biggest shitters in my chat always have something to say. Joe Budden Jr. You are worse than Dracula at this point. Stop arguing with me. You can. The only time you can argue with me is if you stream Tekken for more than 3 days. I feel like Gal Gon, I think I saw it. Is he seriously using Elisa this whole fucking time? Okay, you switch to Claudio here. Okay. Alright, well, at least I don't have to watch that much. How long till Joe this? I've already told him to change his name. I've already told him to do that. Now, there's no way that you have any of my DNA and you stream Tekken for 1 day. And then play GTA RP. Or not even GTA RP, even worse. You play GTA Online. Japan very soon. I'm gonna be your editor? We'll see about that. This fucking no game audio is kind of pissing me off. I'm be disappointed for another losing to a member of the international Claudio clan. I mean, he's halfway. He's halfway out the door. You saw how much he was playing Elisa. The only time I ever played against Mogold was his Elisa. In like season 2. I'm pretty sure there's a replay of it online. And I actually almost beat him. Because I don't think his Elisa was that good in season 2. I feel like his Elisa now is for sure way more fucking viable. For a bit, purely for Tekken ranked, yeah, because I've already done the degenerate shit over there. Like when you finally able to, because he's old and can't whip your ass anymore. You think I can't whoop fucking Joe Budden Jr.? Are you retarded? Yeah, I've already bought all the hentai. I've already gone to all the soap lands. So yeah, when I go back there, I'm literally just living in an internet cafe. If I do degenerate shit, you're gonna wake up with a dildo in my ass. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, dude. Ha ha. I know. I will. I will. This guy said, "Who'd you book?" Like they're like known. Like you know the Soaplanders by name. Heat dash in the back one. That. IRL streams. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how am I gonna do that. Like, would a phone be enough, or do I have to get like a Do I have to get like a fucking a small camera or something? And I obviously probably have to get one of those mics that you put on your shirt. Soplan Max. Top kick. What the fuck?
Running 2. Size 7 hit burst. Nice.
He actually comes back from this? They do it with their phone? But I'll need a lot of data for that. I have data over there.
Yeah, that's the good thing. So Moogle can concentrate this.
I need to figure out. I need to figure out like when to IRL stream, and I also need to figure out what internet cafes have streaming booths. That's what I need to figure out.
The Tekken 8 Claudio is the main movement in this game. Bang! Guaranteed.
Cause I'm pretty sure when you stream, you can't stream in like subways, I don't think. Or everyone's gonna think you're retarded, and you can't stream in like usually in a lot of buildings. Do you know anyone in Japan to help you? I mean, a lot of that stuff I could find out myself. No, I don't bring my PS5. I only did that for Evo Japan once. Because I thought you could play in like a hotel, but you can't. You have to go to an internet cafe. When I'm playing ranked right after this.
Okay, that's gonna be a wall sled. Yeah. But still, Gagong is match point here. Still.
I'll see what I do.
Okay, Gagong just wanna stop, like finish the game here. Gagong just wanna finish this game here. Oh my gosh, huge counter from Moogle.
What did he fucking do right there? I think he did down forward 2 after down forward 1, right? You know I lost to Tekken 8 Gojo. This guy said Arslan can help me. I actually don't think Arslan's gonna be there for like the first week or 2. I wasn't streaming, I was able to get around though. I mean, I've been there before. Has Megaclan. In the streets or at Azakaya. Yeah, I'll have to figure out what to do. Why are you watching this baddie? Because this is the only way to watch STO. There's like no other person with the stream. Usually like Rip would stream it. He's kind of crazy for doing that.
His dash? The Teco goes for the hell swift.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is YouTube. Yeah, that's our YouTube. Cut. Bro.
Power crush. Oh, lots of power crush coming out. Google's running too.
They have something called the Pokimane clause. You can't say that word. You can't say shrimp because of the Pokimane clause. That shit's illegal to say.
1-2. Hit dash. Hit first from Gagongi. Okay, now this is scariest time. The mix-up is crazy. So high. Oh, nice interface jab. Moogle has a rage art here. Looking for the whip punisher.
Bro, what the fuck is that?
The timing.
What the fuck was that? Back in Aris' time, you could say it. I'm pretty sure Aris said the Rick Mula drip word, didn't he?
Look at the timing of Moogle here.
Didn't Aris say Rick Mula drip words?
Here, Moogle.
I feel like you could say that shit back then.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be a wall split. Hey.
Playing RE5 with a chair.
Oh my gosh. Wait. Something.
That down forward 1-2 was like really insane. This guy is like, there's something wrong with this guy.
That's gonna be crazy. Like if they go to the final game.
He was saying Joe Budden were.
Moogle here. I'm so sorry.
He was even smoking blunts on camera back then.
I want to jinx you. Nice down jab. He missed the launcher. That was
The difference is he has charisma you lack.
oh my gosh. Oh, Hawking. Why there's a Hawking?
He also has gout. He also has gout that I lack too. That's also true about him.
Wow. What combo from the Ajusena?
I for sure lack gout, and I for sure lack gray hairs in my fucking beard.
Is it deja vu? I think I saw this moment. Like
And I for sure lack the Namco stimulus too.
22. Nice. Crossblade. Punish! Whoa. Oh my gosh.
That guy's fucking lucky. Alright, this is the final game. They call that the King's Disease. So Aris is your king, though. That's pretty crazy, the amount of Aris dick sucked I was in this stream. I thought I was going to be the biggest dick sucker, but it was actually you guys. There was somebody in my YouTube chat calling him Jesus. Yeah, someone like, this is the Jesus of Tekken. Make sure that you don't talk while he's talking. Not saying Claudio key charge is weird. Will Claudio fit D-Rock? The blue one. The blue one is a shadow custom. Even though it sounds like I shit on Shadow, him versus Arslan is probably like the reason like 50% of Claudio players actually even play him. That's for sure like the peak. That's like Shadow's Ulsan. Shadow's Ulsan is beating Arslan Ash at his peak at Evo. Like literally Arslan Ash was kind of unstoppable at that point. Like I think he won Evo the year before through winners, if I'm not mistaken. Actually surprised I wasn't glazing. And Aris fans are more Hive Mind than XQC fans. Does Aris play Tekken 8? No. When they live stream, I thought Heroes do, but maybe I'm wrong. It's not even just that. I'm wondering like what Netcafe has streaming booths. I know there's one in like Ikebukuro or something. Like one right by or Shin Okabu or something like that. Like one right by a train station that has one. But I remember their setups were kind of ass, or their connection was kind of ass. Like something aim dart, I think. Like aim esports cafe, I think.
Nice break from Logan here. His smash. Nice dog in the punish.
He's dead.
Bang! This could be it. Oh my gosh, Mogul, are you serious? Are you serious?
Oh my god, man. I swear to God, every single time it's like Claudio seems like he sucks, there's always somebody to remind me that he doesn't suck. There's always somebody. It's either Mogold or Shadow, but usually it's just Mogold, to be honest. Like, it's actually just Mogold like 99% of the time. I'll be thinking Claudio probably sucks right now, or Claudio's not as good as people think, and then Mogold just like wins. This guy's like single-handedly. If Mogold didn't play Claudio, I actually think Claudio would be even more broken than he ever would be. Because Haviz Tanvir doesn't travel that much, and Shadow will just like underachieve when you want him to achieve. Like, I'm not gonna be a hey broken. I'm not gonna have a hey broken take on Shadow, because obviously, part of the reason I played Claudio was because of him. But I'm also not gonna lie about the millions of times where I wanted Shadow to win and he lost. And that shit gets like annoying as fuck after a while. Where it's kind of like being a fan of like the Chargers or something. This guy just like, you expect him to win, you want him to win, he's a favorite, he looks good, and then he just like does like he just like falls short somehow. Remember to update this. Yeah, no, I gotta do 12-hour ranked. Alright, let me see what this does. 12-hour rank, labbing in between is the only way to get good at this game. Let me turn my shit on. Alright. Claudio's still broken? Nah, I disagree. 12-hour rank is an exaggeration? Hey, Sportix, you've been saying a lot of stupid shit in my fucking chat. I've been catching what you've been saying. Let me remind myself what you fucking said. Let me see what you fucking said. What the fuck does this mean? What does this mean? Is that Vietnamese? Claudio got a slap on the wrist and a pinch on the arm. Claudio is still top 10.
Claudio Serafino. Claudio Serafino. Kazama.
Same rank? I don't think that works in high ranks. What does not work at high ranks? What are you talking about?
Get ready for the next battle.
Are we in the dark ages of Tekken? Yeah. Everyone on Tekken Facebook's complaining about Claudio. No, same rank does work. You won't get matched with the same rank? Huh? Wait, so I put it on +1? I thought +1's how I get matched up with people 5 years away from me.
Get ready for the next battle.
See? That's what you get. That's what you get, Maui, for not playing the game and letting Faded Too Good get God 4 or God 5. And I don't know what rank you are, but I bet you it's not God 4 or 5. Wow, I could finally play 24, boy. That's how early I'm on the game. I could finally play 24, boy. I gotta launch that. I'm surprised he didn't parry, though. He's gonna orbital. What? Why am I finishing that string against him? Somebody call Blitz Ray Gun. Where's Millard at? That's pretty funny, huh?
Round 2. Fight. What the?
I sidestepped. I even sidewalked. I even sidewalked.
Round 3. Fight.
How does saying he got robbed? I fucking sidewalked. He got robbed. This is 24 boy we're talking about. I wouldn't even get 100 viewers in Aris this day. 100 viewers. This guy said 100 viewers. This guy said 100 viewers. How hard was it to get GOD2? With Claudio? It was actually the hardest thing I ever did in my entire life. Getting GOD2, I actually had to play like I was fucking at Evo. He delayed HB or something? A delayed heat burst, you mean? I gotta punish that. What's he gonna do? Rage Art on Wake Up? This guy is nuts, man. And Hey Broken? You know Dracula is taking a real liking to you, Hey Broken, where he keeps messaging me that you said, that I know a guy named Joe Budden that just plays ranked 12 hours straight and has infinite stamina, but he doesn't actually get better at the game. And I always have to keep reminding Dracula24 that Hey Broken has never even beat Ulsan, let alone like a single person not living in America ever in his life in a tournament. But I have to remind him that. Because I don't think he's seen the Star GGs. Like, don't you guys expect Hey Broken to like have at least robbed like somebody really good at the game? Like even Joe Crush. Like you haven't even beat Joe Crush in tournament. Offline. Have you even beat like let's not even go to the Koreans or even the Japanese players or even the Pakistani players. Let's start with just Americans offline. Have you even beat Joe Crush offline? No, you haven't. Like I keep jumping straight to Koreans, but you haven't even beaten better Americans than me. I'm a content creator? There's no way you gave up already. There's no way you already gave up. So that's what Hey Broken season means, is that you're gonna be a content creator? Are you serious? The Aris speech got me? You're always getting influenced by other men. That's what I noticed with you. You're always getting influenced by what Fighting GM says, what Avoiding the Puddle or Aris fucking says. Why don't you ever influence yourself? Why do you always have a plan and then somebody else tells you to do something else and then you lose faith in your fucking plan? Why don't you stop being a pussy? You were supposed to rob somebody good in tournament and then become a content creator. You're supposed to be doing what I'm doing. Because right now, currently, Hey Broken, your crowning achievement is beating Heavenly Uchiha in an $1,000 money match. That's your crowning achievement. I think if anybody ever asked like what do you know about Hey Broken, it's that he beat Heavenly Uchiha in a $1,000 money match. It's just kind of amazing to me, like how this guy 24 boy streams with like a completely straight face, doesn't ever smile, doesn't ever laugh, just like stoic, but he actually plays like the biggest fucking retard of all time. And like he like stubbornly plays like this. Like he will stubbornly do the most retarded thing to win. Like seemingly on purpose, but it's actually not on purpose because he doesn't even have a smile on his face. It's like just business for him. Like just doing random sidestep down 4-2s. It's just business as usual for 24 boy. Like the way he plays, you would think he has like a shit-eating grin on his mouth, but he doesn't. He actually doesn't. That's a crazy part. You know he's a freak. Yeah, I think he's secretly a freak. He's secretly a freak. He secretly watches like scat hentai or something. Like, how do you have the balls to do that? Or he borrows Megaclin's NTR Dojin Gishis or whatever it's called. Dojin Shis? I think that's what he borrows too. Cause you know Megaclinton has said twice in this stream that basically admitting he's a cuck. Twice in the stream. Like I didn't hear it the first time, that he had to say it again. Just to make sure I heard it. So I think you're right. I think you're right about Megaclin being Shinji from Evangelion. That like he actually is a cuck. And like a proud one too. I gotta sidestep that. I also gotta dick jab that. That's not -8 anymore. I forgot also too that because he plays so stubbornly, if he doesn't hit you with a move, he's gonna do it again. I gotta dick jab that. Cuck and Tekken player go well. Like there's just a sidestep down 4-2s. This guy's nuts. How? Like this guy's nuts, man. Do I know this matchup? I know it's somewhat. I know it's somewhat because I played Clive. Is that hit wall? No. Oh my lord, bro. Like I was just waiting for him to rob me right there. I knew he was fucking coming. Just a random fucking retarded ass down 4-2 or something. You almost spat out your... Why? Because Megaclin's a cuck? Bro did not have a Clive? Bro, Fady too good. Why all of a sudden in Season 3 you're talking to me like you're... Like you actually are like a good Tekken player? I forgot. It's Season 3. You are a good Tekken player now. You're God 4. I forgot that it's just a Season 3 effect. That now Fade Too Good. Now Fade Too Good is an authoritative presence on Tekken 8 in Season 3. Now for some reason people that don't go to any fucking tournaments offline and just play on PS5 are authoritative presences in Season 3. I at least respect Latina Merchant a little bit more because at least he plays on PC, but you literally just play on PS5 online. And then talk about how online is the same as offline when you're playing on PS5. Online, by the way. Like, you actually fight players like this every day in rank. Fucking Wi-Fi, dog shit internet, console. This is like the regular meal you eat every day playing Tekken online on PS5 as you fight console players like this. This is like your daily dose of Tekken, is fighting console players like this. And you actually are, like, you actually think, like, you know a thing or two. It's actually just, it's eye-opening to me that there's actually, like, specimens that are even more carried than me in Tekken. That's what's the most eye-opening thing about Tekken 8, is that I went from the guy that was the most carried one in the room to now the second most carried one in the room. That some of you guys couldn't figure out how to be good at the game in Season 1 or Season 2. You guys had 2 seasons of like the most heinous fucking Tekken game of all time. And the most brain dead and easiest Tekken game of all time. And it took you guys until Season 3 to finally become like a notable player. And I thought I was carried. I thought I was fucking carried. But I guess there's actually still people like Faded Too Good that exist. What is this guy doing, man? I gotta dick jab that. carried by Shaheen makes sense. No, you're carried by Season 3. You're carried by Season 3. And I can't beat you? When I come back from Japan, we're money matching. When I come back from Japan, $100. Because it's like, it's all fun and games playing me right now, but wait till I come back from Japan. Yeah, bro. Let's brag about being the Joe Budden that has just basically done fuck all for the past like 2 months or 6 months being a content creator. Let's play it. Let's brag about beating that Joe Budden. Yeah, let me fight Arslan Ash and rank for 4 weeks straight, and then let me come back to you and let's money match. Let's see how carried you really are. But I'm glad that beating me is actually even worth bragging. That you actually know your limits as a Tekken player. I'm glad you know your limits as a Tekken player. I'm glad you know them. That you know your limits as a Tekken player. That's why you haven't been offline to like a real tournament. Because if you actually had higher limits, we would have already been seeing you at like a real tournament. But since you know your limits, the only time we ever see you is PS5 online in rank. Stop shit talking, faded, run it. No, I'm going back from Japan and then I'm running a money match with him. And say less, like, this is the funny part, is like, the people that can't talk always talk the most in my stream. I don't know what it is. I guess this is why people say my stream has like some of the worst chatters in the history of Tekken. Because for some reason, I give confidence to actual complete nobody Tekken players to talk in my chat like they've actually done anything in Tekken worth noting. Like, I've actually given a voice to fucking... Maybe because I had Rick Muladrip on my stream so long, that actual complete jobber fucking nobodies talk to me in my chat, or talk to you guys in the chat, like they actually even are like worth a fucking speck of grass or a speck of dirt on your fucking boots. Like, I actually apologize. It's actually my fault. So I apologize for the Say Less Smellies of the world, the Fady Too Goods of the world, the who else talks in the stream and is ass at the game, but talks like they've ever achieved anything in Tekken. Who else is that? Oh yeah, Dracula 24. My bad. I know Dracula 24 already ran amok before I even started streaming, but I think I influenced him to talk even more. So I apologize for that. I apologize for muddying the waters in the Tekken community of just dumbasses that for some reason when they watch me, they get an ego boost. Like, they watch me stream, and then for some reason they get confidence to be like, maybe I could be like Joe Budden one day. Maybe one day if I play Tekken 8 enough, I could be like Joe Budden. And this Azucena player, can you please go to my stream? Can you please go to my stream? Because I don't need to go to Japan to fuck you right now. I don't need to go to Japan to fuck... Wait. I know this guy. I know this guy. This is the guy that wears the MF Doom mask. Alright, that's Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire. We've already done this segment before. Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire. Stop one and... Oh yeah, and Say Less Smelly, he one and done too. That's a funny part. You're talking to me about dodging, but you still one and done.
Get ready for the next
and you still talk about I need to learn the matchups and shit like that before I go to tournaments, but you one and done. And then and then you come to me and brag about your rank on the leaderboards with June.
Round one.
So I apologize, man. I'm like really sorry. I'm really sorry for creating people like Say Less Smelly. That's actually my fault, and I can't do anything about it. The cat's already out of the bag. The ego's already through the fucking roof. Although I'm glad people like Say Less Smelly exist. I don't run against goofy characters. Well, you're playing Tekken 8. So talking about not running against goofy characters, I think you don't understand what game you're playing. If you want to fight fair characters, you better play chess instead. That's the only time you're gonna ever fight fair characters. You're playing the wrong game. Yeah, he's just a dumbass. So I apologize for the say less smellies. And yeah, Madville and Rider Boy. Rider Boy, this guy's Azucena actually like makes me really angry, I'm not gonna lie. And I just wish that you were not on Wi-Fi, to be honest. But at least you wear an MF Doom mask.
Round 3. Fight.
And yeah, I apologize for the say less smellies, but I think the say less smellies make me look good. Because you'll see me talk like I've actually ever done shit in Tekken. Even though I got 100 place at Evo. And that's actually like horrible. But at least I'm not talking like how I talk and I'm say less smelly. Where I play on Wi-Fi, on console, and one and done. And still talk like how, basically like how I talk. At least I'm not that bad. Like, I might have an ego, but people like say less smelly really like put it in perspective that there's actually levels to like delusional. Like, what's the word? Delusionalism? Is that a word? If that's not a word, I just created it. Delusionalism. That say less smelly practices delusionalism even harder than me. So I'm glad that you guys exist to put it in perspective that there's actually people even more delusional than me that exist on the planet and that play Tekken. You're still stuck in the same rank? I think my dick is gonna be stuck up your fucking ass after we're done playing. So load up the game. Whoever you are, load up the game. I'll play you right now.
Round 1.
Because I've never seen you in my chat, but since you're talking to me in all caps, let's play right now. Load up the game. You don't want to get the smoke? Did you not? Do you speak English? Did you not just hear what I said? Why would I say what I just said and not want the smoke? Who even is LeBron Frames? Who is LeBron Frames? I forgot who this guy is. Who is this guy?
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, I've never, like... I'm gonna look at his wavelength. Oh, this is TKO DeMarcus. Oh. Yeah, I forgot. When I fight this guy, it's kind of like Evo now. Because I robbed TKO DeMarcus really hard in TNS. No, it's not Genghis. It's TKO DeMarcus. I robbed him really hard in TNS, and he put me robbing him. He put me robbing him on his desktop, so that he would constantly get reminded not to do the Lionheart guard break when he has a health lead. Bud plays Raven and wants me to play that. He'll beat you on Paul too. What do you have to say about Paul? Because he'll beat you on Paul too. So you're getting out of the way. You're avoiding playing as Raven, but there's no way you're gonna have anything to say about Paul. Never said I would win against him. That's how this guy gets out of. Sets, is that he just says never said I would win, blah blah blah. But you still talk like you even have any like semblance of a fucking ego at all. You still talk like that you would win. So what's the point of even talking? And where's the guy in the chat? So he plays Paul, now what? He plays Paul now. What? Who said Lestro? I don't know. What? That's this guy? This is TK DeMarcus. You talking about running a set, buddy? Can somebody that has beat Olson in the chat tell me I'm ducking, please? Thank you. And somebody that's preferably not a pussy that one and dones and talks about, oh, I don't play this character because he's what did you say? I don't play this character like whatever your dumbass excuse for not playing Raven, you would still lose to his fucking Paul. We're in the set against Faded right now or Sabao. No, because I'm not letting Faded get another ego boost. His ego's already through the fucking roof. I'm coming back from Japan and playing him. I'm not letting this guy get another ego boost. Alright, you have like 1 minute, 2 minutes. Cause Faded gonna fuck you? That shit would hit different if it wasn't coming from the words of a fucking pussy. That's basically like Mega Clint saying something to me. How gay? You have 2 minutes to show up in my lobby. That better not be your name. You have 2 minutes.
My point is...
What was it, TLDR?
You can go and watch this yourself.
Hello, Joe. How are you?
But my point is... Claudio is the worst character in this game. He has no mix-ups. If someone turtles, he can't do literally anything.
Big Juicer, you have 1 minute and 30. Melly's like Megaclin. Can y'all run a set behind those words? I actually think I could beat Say Less Melly now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even need to go to Japan. How about I fight you, Say Less Melly? How about I fight you? What's your excuse now? You're telling me to run a set with somebody else. How about I fight you? I actually think Faded Too Good is slightly better than you. Now's your perfect opportunity. How about I fight you since you keep crying about me not running a set? Faded way better than me right now? Can you answer my question? How about I fight you right now? And put $50 on it too. Look at me. Can you just go to the fucking fight lounge? This shit is almost like, buddy, we don't have enough time for the back and forth. Get on the fucking game. I don't give a fuck about your name. I got the 50. Played Faded, you don't get to pick and choose? Yeah, I do. I'm the streamer. You're in my stream. You dick suck my cock. Yeah, I fucking do get to pick. I see the dumbass fucking runt talking in my chat, and I'm picking you. I do get a fucking pick. You're the fucking, literally the fucking smallest straw in the fucking, in the shit. You're the dumbass fucking runt that has a fucking nose that's like halfway fucking plugged. And I could hear you trying to breathe, and that shit is literally... Big Z the Juicer, you lost your opportunity. And Say Less Smelly, play Hey Broken and get a dub. So you're dodging me, Say Less Smelly. That's on record that you're dodging me. I'm that scary to you, Say Less Smelly. God 4. You must have one and done a lot. You must have one and done a lot to still dodge me currently. You must have one and done a lot. I'm currently dodging Faded Too Good. And you're one and doneing me. So if you do the math on like pussy, that it's actually insane. If you actually like break it down and do the math. Where are you? So you're telling me a guy that's GOD1. A guy that's GOD1. You were God 4. I like how you say you one and done Raven players, but you didn't one and done this guy. So you only one and done Raven players, you can't beat them. So I guess you one and done Armor King players. Yeah, you only one and done Raven players you can't beat. That's pretty smart of you. Yeah, that's pretty smart of you. I would one and done Raff too if I was a pussy. I wish I could one and done Raff. If I could one and done Raff and still actually have pride enough to talk shit in a Tekken stream, I honestly would do it. Bro, you see how this guy rematched on the Heihachi and then lost and then one and done on the third match? Or the second match? You really are like a supreme scumbag. Like, you are actually... You are like actually like a... And this guy too, you beat this Yoshi player and then he beat you and then you one and done. And then there's no way Kilo one and done you. There's no way Kilo one and done you. I'll ask Kilo. As soon as I see Kilo, I'm asking him. I apologize. It's my fault. And Ota Fealty. This is how Melly moves. Yeah, this is also the guy that his profile picture on Discord is him beating Ayo Richie in her first to 5 with his Kazuya. And then Ayo Richie trying to run it back for money and then him saying no. And also, this is the guy that lost to After School Sophie in her first to 10. For money, by the way. And also, this is a guy that dodged Joe Budden TK in a first to 10 pre-Japan on April 1st. On April 1st. To be fair, Richie always makes excuses. I wouldn't play him either. I need to play on the left side.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's an unhinged Joe moment? How? Did you not hear what I said to that Paul player I lost to?
Get ready for the next battle.
Elmas Shingon? Shingon. Last replay, yeah, I know, and he said he didn't. He said he one and done's Ravens, but he just cherry picks them. That's why I wish they brought deathmatch back. I swear to God, boosting is easier in a first to 2 than it is in deathmatch. Cause like it's like insanely easy to fight somebody you lost to and then get out of the queue and then wait for them to queue up against somebody else. Cause that's for sure what Say Less Smelly does. Every time Say Less Smelly fights somebody that's good at the game, you already know he takes a water break or goes to the bathroom or something. Or turns off crossplay off. Although I think you can't do that anymore. Watch your against Paul players? What do you mean by that? Why is Buddy so scared? Because Say Less Smelly came from Fortnite. Say Less Smelly told me that in Fortnite he used to beat people, and then when they asked for a rematch, he would say that this was like his specialty, where they would ask for a rematch, and he would tell them to what would you tell him to do? To like sit in it or something? Like you want to let it simmer, or you want to let it cook when you leave after you beat him. It's GG's, aka it's one and done. Marinate, yeah, marinate. Watch your mouth against Paul players, or I have to show you my Sharingan. Yeah, I don't know, bro. It's always like Wi-Fi players that have no manners. Wi-Fi players always like. Yeah. I was gonna say something that's probably cancelable, so I'm not gonna say it. Kyle's cousin? I remember fighting Sayless. He didn't want to dummy. It was 2-1. I didn't know he was like that. He charges and teabags every round. They have no integrity. Yeah, they have no integrity, yeah. They have no integrity. I don't know who Sinestro is. I don't want to done Armor King. I saw you want to done an Armor King. Also, why do you act like you have morals? You've literally already admitted to like being a scumbag. Why don't you just go like full retard with it? Why don't you do the Dracula where it say, what are you gonna do about me that I plug? I bought the game. Why don't you do that flowchart? That you can't force me to first or two because I bought the game with my own money. You might as well just say that. Because, like, there's nothing you could do to convince any of us that you don't boost. When Claudio enters Heat, what's that about? I hear what's that about. Huh? That doesn't sound like that. If they're doing too much, you mean AKA playing Tekken 8 and winning. Is the stream off? Okay, I thought I said something cancelable. And I heard like a plane. I heard a plane outside. I would have played you if you ain't duck faded. You think I give a fuck about playing you? Me playing you does nothing. I'm like risking losing to you and giving you more of a fucking ego. Me beating you does literally zilch. Like, that's what I don't like about Tekken 8 is playing somebody I'm supposed to win. Playing somebody you're supposed to win in Tekken 8 is actually like just like it's a drag, man. It's really a drag. I wish I could just always play people that I'm not supposed to beat because it's like when the game is fun. When you're playing some like dumbass idiot fucking ant like Say Less Smelly that if I lose to it's 9/11. That is where Tekken 8 is like the worst. So to be honest, I'm glad that you dodged me. So that we can have on record that you dodged me. And that you look like an even bigger pussy. So I'm glad.
Get ready for the next
and I got a jet. You're only God 3? So you're only God 3 with 4-3-2? Why am I ducking Soul Drifter? I didn't duck Soul Drifter. Hope for a better experience, but now your community is too weird. Now community is too weird. Oh, with Tekken 8? Keep saying cancelable shit. But then it's a drag for the players you're not supposed to beat. I know. That's Tekken 8. That's basically Tekken 8. The more unknown you are, the better it is. As soon as you have like some notoriety or like credit, or not credit, but like reputation for even being like slightly good at this game, that's where you're basically just food. That's on -14. That's where this game turns around and you're the food now. You're the hunted. Oh, that's what that was. My fan. Fat button. Undefeatable is one and dunning now. I know who that guy is. Although I actually forgot what character he played. Wait, what character is that guy playing? That's minus 12? Oh, they... I thought they nerfed it. I thought they nerfed that extension. This guy's trying to clip farm me. No, they didn't, Joe. I told you. 4-3 is minus 13. I thought it... They nerfed... Oh, they nerfed to counter it. They shadow buff characters in a yeah, I know. There's like certain situations that are like secret buffs. Why don't you 10 frame punish 4-3-2? I mean, jab interrupted. Well, Sora's listening to the fucking stream. But yeah, you mean like jab, like challenge it with jab. How are the matches? Well, I'm fighting Armor King right now. And I literally just lose to 4-3-2. Like, I just get 4-3-2'd, 4-3-2'd, 4-3-2'd. 4-3-2'd. And I think I have to pay Ota Fealty $500 to learn how to fight this. Oh yeah, and Paraffin too. Did I lose to Paraffin? I lose to this guy. It's just 4-3-2 the entire game. Is my internet really that ass? Is my stream lagging? Everyone thinks they're an Armor King now? Well, you don't need to be an Armor King main to main Armor King. Oh, it is lagging? Don't feel bad, Sora 4-3-2 me also. When the fuck did I get God to? Yesterday.
Round 3. Fight.
It's not my internet? Wouldn't that be my internet? Because the game was lagging too. Bro, like, am I getting like DDoSed? What the fuck is happening? Like, is there another matchup that is more free against me than Armor King? Because this is just... This and Victor, when I lose to them, my anger cells are already, like, torn off. Like, the anger cells in my brain are already burnt off to a crisp. I've already yelled at the top of my lungs. I've already yelled at the top of my lungs fighting Armor King and Victor that I think my anger genes are already fucked. Like, I just sit here and lose to Armor King and I'm just like, yeah. This is usually what happens when I fight Armor King. My stream quality is really ass. Are you playing an MC? What the fuck is that? It's nobody but my fault. I refuse to adapt. I think based on what I learned about Victor, that I actually think that Victor might be easier now to fight than Armor King. Cause I didn't know that there was all those like Victor stance startup moves that I just have to mid check on block. F again? F again? Bro, what the fuck? Lagging? I'm looking at OBS. I don't know what's happening, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'll fight you, what's it called? First of 5 right now before I get off. I think my stream...